Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And yes, family, we are back with Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for Africans and Kala Genesis of Kala Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And yes, family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, here to lead you towards nationhood. So yes, my good brother Kala Genesis, the dynamic duo is back in town, and we are ready to share with you, another dynamic subject. Brother, you ready for this one? We're gonna light the place up tonight.
Yes. We've been getting controversial lately, and this is gonna like to be the ultimate. It's gonna be the ultimate show, tonight.
There you go, family, and we won't take long before we get right into it. So tonight's topic is White America is in serious decline. What is the future of Black America? And so, family, this is our usual Afrikstan analysis where we break it down completely, and everything that we break down is in reference to the progress of Black people and what we need to do to make ourselves an organized people who can build a union and build a future for our children. So before we get started, family, just want to share just 1 or 2 minutes with you of our upcoming schedule on our Africa tours and investment. And then we're going to get right into the subject. And my brother Kala is ready to drop it. And also for those who are listening in the audience, just post any comments, relevant comments to the subject, and add a super chat to it. And we'll read it and we'll discuss it. And if you want to join with us, we won't take long before you can join. But if you're going to join with us, make sure that you bring your A+ game, because you're dealing with pros, professionals here, and we don't have time for the foolishness and things, and not into people emotions. What we're here to do is to be serious, because that's why our show is called Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. So whatever you thought about Pan-Africanism, you may not be clear on it until you start listening to Bomani and Kala, because we live that life. We're connected to a global world. Kala mainly is connected to what we're building in Liberia, myself in Ghana, and then we have our people all over the African continent that we've been building relationship with. So that's the situation that we're gonna really deal with. And while I'm here talking, literally, you can't see the phone, but it was a private call. Let me see. Well, I can't see, it's a private call. So you know what that's about. It's somebody that's being upset with a topic, and we haven't even started yet. And the thing I'm telling people is, like, stop getting all emotional into things, and actually just if you want to conversate with us, regardless of who you are as a people, when we have a subject like this, we're looking for the best of your people. All you trailer trash, redneck white devils with low IQ, don't even waste your time. You can't have a conversation with us. Go troll somebody else. But if any of you want to talk, and if you have an issue, we saying that our statement is white America is in serious decline. So we're going to play some videos. We're going to discuss it, and no one has to agree with everything that we're saying. This is our presentation. This is the way we're showcasing it, and everything that we showcasing and talk about is for the upliftment of our people. Because as a naval personnel, why should you go down with the ship? You know what I mean? And is that what you want to do? You want to go down with the ship? If America is declining, is that what we want to do? So, we're going to talk about what is our game plan, and we'd love to hear from the audience. So, family, let me just start this a quick screen sharing of our website, Africa for the Africans.org. And this is where you're going to get all the dynamic information if you're looking to live, travel, and do business in Africa. So what we have done over the last 19 years is travel to the African continent across 10 different countries and build our experience. And from there, what we have done is just basically get into the world of tourism and investment. And that was 17 years ago. So we started traveling Africa in 2004, started business in 2006. So these are the dates, and you'll see all of our information, especially lots of it from 2011 on YouTube, and you'll see a few more from the beginning when we started. So we've been consistent in what we're doing, and we've been taking at least over 600 people across African continent over our last 17 years. There may not be a lot of numbers to people, and there may be a lot of numbers to people, but that's our consistency. And that's I'm a man that's a career man, a businessman. So this is one of the business that we do, along with Bomani Technology and along with our Black Star Pan-African community. And so these are business that we're doing in reference to us building, what we call African nation building, building skills so we can work with our own people, so we can build, a future for for ourselves and our family. So I'm one of the people that built business, and one of the first to build generational business in my family, because I explained to them the importance of us, doing the same thing that other races and nations of people have done. So when you're on our website, you can see the colorful energy, you can see the vibrancy and things like that. And the colors, represent our ancestors, represent our people. And if you look at most flags from Black countries, they're usually the colors of red, black, green, and gold. If not 1, 2, 3, or all 4 colors. So that's the color of our struggling ancestors. And right now, my phone is still being ringed on private, and usually I don't get those calls late at night. So you cowards, if you want to call, show your number, send me a text message. We'll get you on and we'll see what you're about. If you call into this be irritating and disrespectful, I don't tolerate that. I don't go on you people platform and be disrespectful, or even go on there in general. But this is what we're doing. So our website have the big, beautiful banner, Africa for the Africans, Tourism and Investment, with the colors I mentioned. And on the left side is a incredible MP3 player of real Black cultural music, and most of it is, a flow of reggae, whether it's love music or whether it's music talking about us connecting and repatriating to Africa. So this nice energy if you just want to enjoy some good tunes. And then what you'll see is 17 years of this pictures. And sometimes I look at the pictures. Most of them are Ghana and the other popular countries that we've traveled to, Tanzania, Senegal, Gambia, South Africa. And then you have other countries mixed in. And then one of the most popular thing that you'll see is the Africa for the Africans t-shirt. It represents the colors and the energy of us uniting a group. And then you'll see pictures with us in all white. So, we're colorful people pushing our energy. Now, once you scroll down to our website, that's when you get into all of the information. And we get right to the point. Right there to the left on the main menu, you'll see all flow of our information from our Black Star Pan-African community to links to our Africa tour books, which our goal is to give you a printed version, a digital version. It's an incredible book. We started writing these books in 2007, and we have evolved since then. Newsletters, which is also how you can basically put your information in if you want to be on our email list. And you get these incredible newsletters and updates on Africa tours, investments, and things like that. I have some good friends in Tanzania, good business partners. We've done tours 3 times, and we're doing a 4th one coming up in November. But they do exclusive African safaris. So if you want to do something more in depth, because what we do is we have 1 day at a national park that's both in Tanzania and South Africa. So if you want more than that, we have people who that's what they do. We build a relationship to where we can deliver. So if you need something custom, we can organize that for you also. And scrolling down, what you see is just a list of the countries that we have coming up. We just got back from Ghana in May and June. Now we're headed to our 4th journey of a lifetime to Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. And then we're going to head out to South Africa. These are our back-to-back. And that is December 24th to January 4th. That's our 2nd South Africa journey of a lifetime, and my 4th time traveling to South Africa. So all the countries I've named, what you see is just multiple journeys. Ghana, that was the 23rd journey. Then we're going to set off the year with our featured journey and the country that we're pushing the most, because we feel this is the ideal country for us to build fresh energy, especially with new people that are looking to travel to Africa, live and do business. And for people who are familiar with the popular countries that we've traveled to, that's fine. But for people who are looking for something from the foundation, something fruitful, something that has the energy to where we can work in a union, to where we can really build a foundation and really have a Pan-African country that we can just really just build from. So, you're going to always hear Kala break it down. I mean, Kala's that is our scholar, and he's also this, you'd think that the brothers that's been studying Liberia all his life, he's just that dynamic. So we're going to keep that energy going. And he's the one that, presented that energy that we do this journey to Liberia. So we've been talking about it, for about a good 2 years. And then we started putting things in place over the last year and a half. So far, so good. Right now, it's the biggest tour group that we have so far in our entire schedule, which is impressive. But then again, people may say that's all you guys have been pushing, which is the truth. So the numbers, grew. Right now, it is 14 of us ready for Liberia, and we still got another, another 7.5 months or so. So we're going to keep on building that energy. And once we're finished there in Liberia in the spring, we're going to set it off in the summer for our 24th journey of a lifetime to Ghana. And our goal is to show you some incredible footage of all the updates on our Black Star Pan-African community. And then we have our rejuvenated, incredible repatriation and investment conference, and just a whole lot of networking. And our fall journey is to Egypt. This will be my second journey to Egypt. My first one was literally at this point, it would be 20 years before, which was 2004, the second country I traveled to in Africa. So it's a combination of that incredible itinerary that we did with Ronoka Rashidi, but our good sister, Latrell, on a mission, have built an energy to where we're working with our sister, to where we're going to be doing these incredible Egypt tours, and we're modified itinerary to where it's something that would just is exceptional, and it stands out beyond anything else you have seen as far as an Egypt itinerary, and that's why we build great partnerships. So the Liberia and the Egypt tour is based on partnerships, and we're just going to keep on building. So we recommend more of us work together and build partnerships, because that's what we're talking about when you see Africa for the Africans and we talk about supporting Black-owned business, right? And so that's the end of our schedule for 2023 and also for 2024. Now 2025, we do have our Senegal and the Gambia journey of a lifetime. This will be the actual third journey of a lifetime to Senegal and the Gambia. So we're going to basically see how things work for that journey. Family, if we don't get a lot of interest, what I always say to everyone is we're going to basically just have a whole list of options. Once we visit some of these other countries that we're visiting on the schedule, we'll see the best performance, and then we'll just recirculate it and then keep it going. So that is a journey of a lifetime schedule, and all these links, once you click on them, is full details. I'm a person that's very detail oriented, and I believe in professionalism to the highest level. So if you're looking to travel with us, what we're going to be doing is literally making sure that you're fully prepared, and the details are right here. So we're telling everyone, don't be afraid to read the information. Reading is fundamental, and we can also talk and go into dialogue on it. And once you send me your information, your name, number, and email address, I'll send you everything in writing, and we just discuss it. So that's what we've been doing for the last 17 years, and we're going to keep on building it strong. This is a connection to build our real connection in Africa, working with some of the best of our people. That way we represent, our people from the African continent and African diaspora. Our goal is to push the energy of being the best. Once we scroll down, we have updates on conference call, updates on different things that we have going on. And then there's a whole lot of links, social links for pictures, videos, and then just showing you some of the things that we're doing. And if you're ever trying to link me on WhatsApp, that's a link right there. And that's all of our groups. So this is a list of every single tour group that we have done between 2006 to 2023, 17 years strong. So that was our last journeys. Ghana in May 2023, Senegal and Gambia in April 2023. And then this is our last year energy and a full schedule. Ghana in December, Tanzania in November, Ghana again in May, and then the same. That's what I'm realizing. We didn't do Senegal and Gambia in 2022. But once you scroll down past Ghana, Tanzania, and Ghana again, you'll see our Senegal and the Gambia journey. So we're just working to build these journeys and expand across different parts of Africa and connect you to countries where we can build a future and build some real good connections. And all these countries that you see us with, these are countries that have good people in. And if you're ever looking to do something customized, or if you're ever looking for a consultation and looking to just talk to somebody professional about how to get settled in Africa, reach out to a brother and I got your back. So you can keep on scrolling down, family, and you'll see all the rest of our tour details. And this will literally take you all the way down to 2006. And you'll see some of our first big groups, because our goal is to come into the country strong. So the early Ghana journeys remind me of what we're looking to do in Liberia with big groups, so we can get people attention, let them know, hey, we're serious about this. We spent all this time organizing all of our brothers and sisters. We want to be a part of the future of the country. We want us to work together. We want to build connections. So family, let's do it. So let me get back to our regular scheduled program. And my brother Kala Genesis is ready to deliver. And we'll pop up our subject and get us connected back over. Yes, my brother, College Genesis. Are you ready for the subject? Here we go. It is
You know I am.
ready. So, family,
You
once
know,
again, our topic tonight is White America is in serious decline. What is the future of Black America? The Afrikstan analysis. So, guide my brother, College Genesis, set it off. And
all right. Here's the thing. The problem with white America and the problem with Black people and immigrants and everybody else, mostly not. You ever notice that people who are coming here and with America worship are mostly non-white immigrants? You know, they have this thing. They still think of the Brady Bunch, the Partridge Family, all these Disney version apple pie America. That's been sold to people from all over the world. Let me tell you something. I grew up in that America. Yes, it was one time America was on top, you know, as far as everything. You know, everybody wanted to be Black America was just a chocolate covered version of white America, you know. They wanted a house with 1.2 cars, 2.3 kids. We modeled our community after that, you know. We're the only group of Black people in the world, right, where we had income where the woman could stay at home, and we have a middle class life. And we try to follow everything after white people, right? If we're working 2 jobs and a white person working 1, our goal is to make sure that our kids get to where white people are, you know? Now, the things that we did not basically follow white America is they're basically savings and investing in intergenerational wealth, you know? And so therefore we, on the surface, we try to imitate white people, and we're putting ourselves in debt and everything. Now, white America is in a decline, you know? And what do I mean by that? White America now, when America was at its industrial age, right? America produced, people don't know this, right? Back in from the 1920s all the way up until like the 1970s, right? America produced most of the world's industrial output. Most of the world's services, right? Everything from airlines to transportation, logistics, everything that controls the world, runs the world, that was the United States. The reserve of money, okay, currency, everything that keeps the world stable and everything, that was America, right? Now, the face of America, right? You can't sell, most people did not buy America as a multiracial society, right? They looked at America as a white civilization, right? With well-trained and civilized Black people who learned how to mimic and ape the white man and everything. In other words, they don't give Black people credit for 400 years of learning this version of civilization ourselves and developing alongside of white people, right? America, the world, through movies and through everything, it makes it seem like white America is a standard that everybody should follow. Not to mention Black people had our own way of doing things and everything like that. It's similar to white America, but we had our own way of doing things, right? And we did not have the help of the government. We didn't have the Homestead Act. We didn't have the GI Bill. We didn't have all stuff like that, but yet we managed to survive, right? We survived for the most part because it was just 2 races of people in America. It was white people and there's Black people. Now things are different, right? What's changed over the last few years? America now is not the manufacturing center of the world, right? It's not the military be-all, end-all power of the world, right? And now with the emergence of the BRIC nations and everything like that, it's the money supply, the money thing is not going to be, the money hegemony of America is in jeopardy. So therefore, what this tells me is that white America is in a decline financially and like that. Then when we look at socially in America, right? Over years ago, right, it was just a given. When you have a TV show, right, you always had the white patriarch. Whether it was Ben Cartwright from Bonanza, it was the Mr. Brady, or it was whoever it was. There was always a white patriarch in the society, right? No one questioned that. Father knows best, you know, leave it to be. Everything was about white family, white values, and everything like this. Now what's happening is this. You have a rebellion among white women. They don't want to play the traditional gender role anymore. They don't want to be the housewife. And you saw in the 60s, right? And people say, Carl, you know what you're talking about. Okay, show me one TV show. The TV shows mirror society. So say, well, you can see, look, TV, movies, and art and everything imitates what they reflect society. And then when the art and TV reflect society, it moves it even further. In the 60s, when women started having women's rights groups, national organization of women, everything like that, women started rejecting the traditional gender roles in America. In other words, they were tired of being seen as a housewife, Bewitched, Alice Cramden, and all this stuff like this, right? And you had a TV show called Valerie. It had happened in the early 70s, where she was like a fashion executive or something like that. So the white women became on their own, right? And this was a delay to a challenge to what the traditional family was, okay? And so if you take away the traditional family, right, then it basically it relegates the patriarchal system in jeopardy. Now, over the years, right, the white people have been having competition with Asians, Indians, Black people moving into the mainstream of America, right? So it's not basically white people anymore that basically make decisions, right? We have Black mayors and major cities in America and everything like that, even though I don't think they're running too well. But the white hegemony over America is not there anymore, okay? And so what does that mean for Black people, right? Black people have never basically did what white people did when they had the power, right? If you have a white mayor of a city, right, what he's going to do, he's going to do everything he can in his power to woo investment in industry and stuff like that to grow his city. Okay, I've studied this, right? You have competing cities trying to woo industrialists and people to the area. How do they do that, right? Through good schooling, good grades, low crime, and also whiteness. The whiter your community is, the more you attract investments. You're lying, Kala, okay? The Japanese, when there was when the Japanese automakers came to America, right? A lot of the factories, they went to places like Tennessee and places like Georgia and places like Kentucky. They would say, why'd you do that? They did that, right, to avoid having to deal with a large urban Black population. The Japanese said, if it works so well for white people, right, let's do the same thing. Let's build our factories and everything like that away from population centers where white people are. So therefore, white people always had that advantage of making sure that if a white man does not have a job, right, there's always going to be a job there available for him. A white man with a felony, for the most part, had more opportunities than a Black man with a college degree. But those things are changing. Why? Because we're living in a global world, right? And there's more POC, people of color, in position of hiring, and more white people who just basically are looking for the bottom line. In other words, basically what I'm trying to say is this: white people have figured out that we cannot basically build this white America that we once was. Even if we lose money, giving people jobs and everything like that, or paying people double that what we would pay if we moved into a Black area, we can't sustain that anymore. And this is what is making a lot of white people angry. Why is it that in the Rust Belt, all these factories and everything left, right? Because before, it was all about sharing the wealth. If you have a white, the white worker had to be taken care of because it was just a given, right? If corporations come here, we got to take care of the white workers, right? So that's why you have people having Cadillac pension funds and everything like that, incentives, everything. Those things are gone. Why? Because they figured that now they could basically move that job offshore and make money. They didn't move it into the Black area, right? They decided to move it south to the border of Mexico, to China, and all this things like this. So this has been happening for the last 3 decades, right? And now we're starting to see the end results of this, where you have whole areas of sections of white America not working. Some of the poorest counties in America are white in places like West Virginia, Kentucky. 99% Republican, right? But 70% of people living below the poverty line. This is white America. But the thing is, though, when we start talking about problems in America, when you talk about poverty, the face of poverty and problems is always black people. But I argue tonight that it's actually white people. But the thing is, though, because of race, there's a lot of white people who are going around convincing themselves that although I may suffer poverty, right, I'm not suffering racism. And I heard this one white guy eloquently say, he said, yes, I suffered this, but I suffered because I was poor, my mother, like that, but I'm still white and I didn't suffer racism. That's beautiful. I appreciate him saying that, right? But when it really comes down to it, can you really rely on the fact that the only thing you got going for yourself is the fact that although you may be poor, you may not have no wealth and everything, you may not have a decent job, and you may not have, like, the fact that you don't suffer from racism, that makes you better? So we're right back to the time of slavery, where you had a poor white person who basically would say, at least I'm not black, at least I'm not a slave, at least I'm white. And that sort of mentality, right, has allowed the white elite and everything to rule over and rob and exploit white people because they don't say nothing because they're like, at least I'm still white. I may be poor, but I'm still white. Here's the problem. When they start seeing black people succeeding and thriving and everything like that, it goes against the plan. Even when a white person sees black people doing well, in their mind, they have to be convinced that although that black person is doing well, I'm still better off because I'm white. You know, and that's basically what we're living under right now. That's the illusion of white supremacy. And I argue that white supremacy and the idea of white privilege actually hurts white people more than it does black people, because it lures white people into this false sense of security, this false sense of entitlement, this false sense of the world will always take care of me no matter what. And we're seeing now, right? It's seeing now that some people are waking up to the fact that this world does not owe you anything. You know, the government does not owe you anything. The government and the world and everything like that basically is unforgiving, and life is unfair. Life is not going to give you anything. And the reason why white America is declining is because they refuse to see that collectively their racism and their hold on to this myth about whiteness and white supremacy, right, is not allowing them to progress, because they automatically think no matter what, as long as there's a black man getting shot in the hood by the police, as long as a black man's on the radio talking about racism and everything, as long as I can go to a store and I'll have to be followed around and everything, I'm better. So what it does is, like Martin Luther King said, if you keep the black man's head on his neck in a ditch, that means you're not too far from the ditch yourself. And that prophecy is true. If the white man basically wants to keep the black man down, right, he's keeping himself down. And what's happening now is black people are moving away from the black-white paradigm. We're looking for other people to do business with. We're looking for other countries to invest in. We're looking for other countries to repatriate to. We're looking for other companies. We're thinking outside of the black-white paradigm in America. And so without black people basically telling, you tell a white person, you know, something, I don't really care because, you know, I have plans to move out of this country in a couple of years and everything like that. They're like shocked. The game is over. They have nothing. They will say, geez, you mean to tell me that I don't have this one black guy, my black friend, that I could basically say, yeah, brother, man, you know, we got to do some more racism. No, brother, you take care of yourself. You take care of your white people and everything like that. I think we're gonna get us black people and get together and build our own thing. What about racism? We can't change the hearts and minds of white people who are racist, right? That's up to you to deal with. And the racist white people are more dangerous to you than they are to us. And I'm gonna explain that later on in the show. Because right now, you cannot be a racist, right, and sell in America. Black people are a major consumer market. We've shown that, yes, we will boycott. Yes, we will shut your business down. Yes, we will come after you. So therefore, you cannot be comfortable with racism. So therefore, the only white people that basically are making it now are people who embrace diversity, embrace, even if they're faking it. They know they got to work with us. They got to work with Chinese people. They got to work with Asians. They got to work with Arabs. They got to work with Hispanics. They got to work with all these other people. This idea that being born white was like a birthright and they got everything handed to them, everything, that the world, there was a place for them in this world, that world is slipping away and it's never coming back. They had a good run of it for decades, for centuries. But that world's coming back as more and more people, you know, are moving up in the world. We have China. That's a superpower, you know. We have, look at these Arab countries, you know. We have countries like Dubai, you know, Hong Kong, Singapore, all major world business centers. The world is not based on whiteness, white people anymore. Now, the only thing that basically is holding this all together is the people of color who don't see that white America is in a decline, right? Or tethering themselves to the future of white people. And that's why the title of the show tonight is, what is Black America going to really do? If white America keeps losing its industries and everything to Asians, Arabs, and all these other people, everything, what are we going to do for work? Or where are we going to build Black African infrastructure? Where are we going to build industries? When are we going to build Africa for a future for ourselves? Are we going to go down with white America? They've already said they don't care about their future anymore. They don't, white, and only in white America right now are people arguing over what what gender is. That's white America. Right now, people basically, the sick American Medical Association, right, are basically puts it out there that there may be more than one gender. So if there's more than one gender, then that gets away the things that like marriage, religion, those things that build communities and longevity and everything like that, that goes away. And you cannot build a society, right, if you do not have gender roles, if you don't have marriage, you don't have families, and you can't build communities and everything, and people don't want to work and everything because they want to pass something off to their children and everything because they're not having children, they're not building communities, not building families anymore. Or people don't care anymore that they don't have any jobs and the kids don't have any jobs and the kids don't have any future. And you just basically elect the same people in office that's shipping your jobs overseas, right? That's importing stuff from China for cheap. That's bringing millions of illegal aliens across the border to do jobs that your people should be doing. And you can't do anything. You cannot do anything when you got fentanyl. The opioid epidemic in rural white America is taking its toll. What is it, like 90,000 people dead over fentanyl and opioid overdose? White America is in a moral decline. You got that girls doing OnlyFans, $6 billion a year industry. This is not sustainable. So I'm asking Black America, right? Is this who we want to follow? This is who we want to go down with? It used to be a time where Black people used to be the moral compass of the world. You know, the Black community was always the moral authority of America. They used to look to us for inspiration as far as like the golden rule or right versus wrong. Even when they used to watch shows like everybody from James Earl Jones to Bill Cosby and all stuff like this, you know, we were always that sort of people that basically showed, amidst of all the adversity that we had and everything like that, we could produce decent people out there. Where's a white version of Robert Guillaume? You know, where's a white version of all the authors that we have and everything that basically have a basic understanding and care about humanity? They don't exist anymore. So white America is in a serious decline, right? They don't have the power that they once had. They don't have the authority that they once have. Look at the crime rate in America. It used to be a time where people respected law enforcement. People respected the police. People used to respect people in authority. But we live in a culture that teaches people that they could do whatever they want to do. I'm looking at more and more white kids who are embracing socialism, embracing this entitlement mentality, who don't want to work, who don't want to do better, don't want to buy cars, boys that don't want to fix a car. They're kids that want to lay up with their parents until they're 30 years old, doing absolutely nothing with their lives. This is what you have. And now what you got these other people, the Indians and Asian, Chinese and everything, are friggin', they're out there for war. Now, when people always come, this conversation is always directed at Black America. Oh, the Nigerians are outpacing you and blah, 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 blah. And all the Africans outpacing you. But what about white America? No one ever talks about that. You got white people now complaining about Black people getting into college with college admissions and stuff like this, that whites are still the dominant in these colleges and everything. But the fact of the matter is they're threatened by the least little amount of Black people that's enrolled in these colleges. It's because they know they're in a serious decline. They know that they don't have the power that they once had. So that's what I want to open up with. Any comments there so far, brother?
Yes, my good brother, College Genesis. Excellent introduction. Excellent as usual, brother. You're broken down the foundation of it. So we definitely have some videos. I got about 36 calls earlier. When I picked up, I started going off, and then other person called and saying that we don't have the balls to blame the real people who are the problems of society. So they're trying to convince me to blame it on the European Jews, and we're not going there.
That's what they do.
We're not going there.
Tonight we're talking about the white Anglo-Saxon, and don't tell me about the Jews, and that's another thing. The white people, they always have a scapegoat. They always use Jews as a scapegoat for all their friggin' problems, I'm sure the Jews are bringing the meth, the crank, the opioids, and all this stuff, the fentanyl across the border. I'm sure the Jews are putting your daughters in OnlyFans and everything like that, doing this nonsense and everything. This disgusting OnlyFans stuff like that, where young girls and whatnot selling their bodies, which is prostitution. I'm sure the Jews are behind that. It's never white people's fault. Right? And the reason why it's never their fault is because you got to understand how America is, right? America, white means innocence. When white people fail in America, and we're going to talk about there are many failures in America, right? It's always the way they have to frame it. When Black people fail, them niggas ain't shit. I should have, blah, 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 I'm saying. But when white people fail, I'm saying? Oh, the stock exchange crash of 1929, because people were buying this and everything. Unfortunately, no, people were greedy. People were buying on credit, buying on margin, overproduction on the consumption, everything like this. And that's why the stock market crashed. The Dust Bowl, remember a movie like The Grapes of Wrath, whatever? The Dust Bowl thing where all these white people had to, they said the Dust Bowl came, and no, it wasn't just a dust. It was a fact of the matter is they went out to the West and everything, and they didn't properly know how to farm. And they overfarmed and overgrazed and everything, destroyed the soil and everything, and they end up destitute and everything. And they had to go to places like Wisconsin, Detroit. But when you look at things, they always protect white innocence. Nothing's ever their fault. Nothing ever said, something we were bad. Prohibition. They basically created a law, right? Instead of saying, yeah, we have a problem with drinking in the society and everything like that, right? Instead of saying, something, we have to do something about this, right? They passed an amendment to the Constitution. Think about how radical that is. Amendment to the Constitution to ban the sale of alcohol. That's how decadent the society was. The decadence, and they said, well, prohibition gave rise to the gangster movement in America. Geez, you know how many people died in the gangs in Chicago and stuff like that? The shootouts with the Tommy guns and everything. Those are white boys. Do you know during the Depression how many banks were robbed in America and everything like that? What they say? Oh, because people were desperate and everything like that, because Jewish banks were taken over. So that's why it was so bad that the state of Minnesota wanted criminals to come in and rob Jewish banks and everything. I mean, there were some politicians who wanted to recruit gangsters to rob Jewish banks because they were seizing people's properties during the Depression. You know, that defaulted. You defaulted on your house, your loan, everything. You took out a loan and everything like that right there. The banks come in and seize your thing as prescribed by law. But you said, no, it wasn't your fault or whatnot. It was the Jewish banks and all stuff like this. So you even stooped so low as to bring in gangsters and whatnot to deal with the Jews. That's what this is all about. Nothing is ever their fault. You took out loans, right, that you couldn't pay back. Didn't that what y'all accused black people doing during the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and whatnot? Remember that? When they were saying black people taking out loans and everything like that? They quick to embarrass black people on stuff they think we did. But when we throw it in their face that, yeah, you did that. You took out loans and everything like that. You were buying on margin during the stock market crash and before the stock market crash and everything like that. You took out a stock loan, stuff like that. You couldn't pay back or you weren't sure about. You were betting, you were gambling and everything. And the stock market crashed in 1929. So nobody basically wants to talk about white failure and white missteps and mishaps. But when it comes to black people, when we do something that's not really our fault and everything, they blamed us for. They said, well, this is what they said about the mortgage loan thing. Even though it wasn't black people, they said there was people like Obama, like Acorn, who was getting black people loans, and that's why the mortgage system crashed. That's not what happened, right? As what happened was during 1920s, right? After the stock market crash, they created a law called the Glass-Steagall law, right, which separated insurance, right, from investment, and it put certain safeguards in place, right, to make sure the crash of 1929 never happens again. What happened was there were over the years people like George Bush and Bill Clinton, right, repealed the Glass-Steagall, right, and basically did not basically use proper underwriting, right, to basically regulate mortgage loans. And it wasn't black people, because black people trying to do that, right? We're part of some urban thing trying to get first-time homeowner thing. Those are people who were basically buying up CDOs, collateral debt obligations, right? And buying up 4 and 5 and 10 properties and everything, right? Under collateral debt. Now, what is collateral debt obligations, right? What a collateral debt is this. If you have like, let's say 10 properties, right? And you have a mortgage on those 10 properties, right? And the debt is like, let's say the debt is like this big bar, right? The collateral debt, what it does is it slices all those debts up into like 1,000 different pieces, right? And then they take different pieces of those things, puts them into these things called CDOs. That means that you're part of this whole thing, right? But this is your collateral debt right here. This is your obligation right here. You bought this right here. This is how much it's worth and everything right here. And then what happened was, because that debt was called toxic, right? In other words, they weren't properly reporting the losses and everything, right? People were getting collateral debt that had no value to it. That's what crashed it in 2007, 2008. But yet, basically, that's what they did was they made it seem like the mortgage meltdown was because they were giving black people loans. That was not it, and nobody really went out there and challenged that, because it's easy to blame something on black people, but nobody says, okay, there was all these companies that were selling CDOs from all over the world. They were buying those this collateral debt and everything. And what happened was they were pushing mortgage real estate prices up, right? Inflated, it was like a balloon. They're inflating all real estate prices and everything like that, right? And these real estates didn't have any real value and everything, but they kept putting it in these collateral debts. This is how much this is worth. This is how much it's worth. And people were buying them up like crazy. Then when the things crashed, those CDOs were worth nothing. And then when Obama came in, or when George Bush was in office, right, he took $700 million to shore up some of that debt, right? Obama came in, right, and said the economy is completely stagnant. People have no idea how bad this economy went down when Obama took office. So he had $700 billion that he wanted to stimulate the economy to get it back on track. George Bush took the first $700 billion to bail out the banks and everything. 700 billion with a B. That's what put us in a deficit, along with the Iraq war and the tax cuts to the rich. You know, those tax cuts to the rich. That's what blew a hole in the deficit. But it's okay when it's white people doing it, when it benefits the white people. And I argue the fact that Obama, when he came into office, right, it couldn't have been a worse time. He had a monumental job of saving white America. The cash for clunkers, the stimulus and all stuff like that to businesses and everything like that. Yeah, white people out there basically getting all these shovel-ready jobs. And Virginia Beach, we got so many different roads built and everything. The same people who didn't like Obama, call him a nigga, and call him everything like that, were getting rich of construction contracts, and black people didn't get shit off those things. We had a guy who ran for congressman, Chuck Riddell, right? He owns Arcade Chevrolet on Virginia Beach Boulevard, the largest Chevy dealership in the area, right? He ran against the stimulus and the spending and everything like that, right? And this guy basically, his company, his thing, profited $4 million off the cash for clunkers. People take their old cars and get a new car and everything like that, and the dealership got money, like whatever your clunker was, right? The government would pay for it and buy it, so like $5,000, whatever, and they would pocket the rest. So they would get new cars, and the dealership would get like another $5,000-$6,000 on top of every car the people traded in. And then he ran against the same thing that he just profited off of, and he won. He became a congressman. Only in white America is that possible. That's what we're talking about tonight. You know, white America is in a serious decline, right? Because they can't keep doing this again, because you're never going to have another Barack Obama. Barack Obama basically saved white America. You know, now there's nobody else. Donald Trump tried to and everything like that, but the whole thing is, well, whether he can do anything to save white America and everything, and he knows what's going on. But white America is so arrogant and so stupid, right? They'll go against the one guy that's trying to do something for them, right? Under this guise that we got to take care of black people. Stop worrying about us. Y'all better take care of yourself. We survived 400 years in this country. It's time for us to start thinking outside of America. That's our direction. You guys better start bringing these jobs back. You guys better start sending your men back to work. You guys got to put the drugs down. You guys got to put down the foolishness and everything that you guys are into, whatever the hell you're into, because it's not building anything. And then another thing about white America I want to talk about too is this. They have this thing where they know they can't do anything by themselves. So what they're creating is now this thing called spicy whites, you know, and yellow whites. In other words, basically, when we bring Asians over here, we're making them white-like. Why do you think now you have Asian white supremacists? You got Latino white supremacists. You got African white supremacists. So another white America saying, look, we know we're done. Right? But we can get these other people coming over here and they're anti-black and they see the way we do, we can survive. And that's what they're doing. Everybody that they bring over here that they brag about, look at the Indians doing so well. They get them in that white supremacist mindset. So you got brown white supremacists now, white supremacists that believe in white America. All these other people, when they talk to them, whatnot, white America can do no wrong. They'll do white America's bidding, like that Asian guy who brought the suit against affirmative action in Berkeley. You know, so basically, white America knows that it can't basically fight this thing by themselves. So what they're doing is they're recruiting, because people still think of white people as in power and that they're inevitable. So I better side with them over black people, even your African black immigrants. Oh yeah, we come over here, we did all this and everything like that. You did that. Why can't? So in other words, basically every time they basically talk about their success when they come over here, right? It's always directed at black America. It's never directed at white America. And we're going to show tonight that white America, there's more poor white people in America by far than in black America. The only way you see white people doing well is when they live in proximity to black people. If you take any town in America, show me any town in America that's 99% white, you're going to see poverty. I have yet to see an all-white town from top to bottom, all white and everything. There always got to be a black community that's going to do certain jobs, everything like that, to create a buffer. You go to West Virginia and all these other places like that, where you got some rich white people living on the hills and whatnot, and you got the massive white people in dire poverty. Now, how to create a middle class? Well, you bring black people in. Then your white people will have jobs. They'll have jobs in the post office. They'll have jobs in the jails. They'll have jobs like that, you know, police officers, everything like that, to maintain control over the black population. That's how they do it. Without the presence of black people, there's so many white people would not have jobs. I'm just getting started, folks. We got a long show tonight, you know, and I'm ready for anybody that wants to call in and debate.
Yes, my good brother Color Genesis setting it off. And, you know, to support our conversation, the statement, white America is in serious decline, and the question, what is the future of black America? We're going to share certain videos and we're going to get into some analysis. And for those who want to join us, but once you join us, no profanity, no foolishness. If you come on here, serious conversation. If not, then we're gonna drop you. We'll give you one warning. You continue the foolishness, we'll just ban you. So for all those who, you know, have the heart and can come on here and have a dialogue with us, let's see what you do. But what you think about this video, Kala? This is America in Decline. This is a nice short video.
Yeah, let's watch it. You know.
America is reeling from its failed war in Afghanistan. It's the latest in a catalogue of problems, from increasing social division and political paralysis at home, to its seeming inability to lead a global mission to tackle climate change. This, against the backdrop of an increasingly dominant China, has led many to believe America is losing its power and standing in the world. US editor John Prideaux joins Washington bureau chief James Astle and senior editor James Bennett to discuss whether these are genuine signs of a superpower in decline.
So my question to you is America in decline? And how do you go about thinking about that question?
And I think the top line is that it doesn't need to be. America has blundered in its foreign policy spectacularly in the past and come back equally spectacularly. There was a great deal of declinism around in the mid-late 70s after the disaster in Vietnam. And, you know, a little more than a decade later, America had won the Cold War and was embarking on a period of untrammeled unipolar supremacy. The sources of America's, you know, enormous strength are still pretty much intact. It has a young population. It has a flagging but still, you know, rather impressive degree of economic dynamism. It has problems, absolutely, and it has growing problems around inequality, some of its poor social indicators around health and education. It has a growing climate crisis of its own. I would suggest that these are considerable problems, new problems, but America has faced considerable new problems in the past. In the past, it has had an impressive ability to change tack, to improvise, to problem solve. America's ability to get things wrong and then reinvent itself is famously one of its great qualities. And the thing that gives so many of us pause right now in response to that question, is America in absolute decline, is that its problem-solving ability has been somewhat stagnant for a good while. And this is, of course, a result of the extreme political dysfunction that we see at the federal level. The dysfunction is being exacerbated by extremism on both sides, but in particular, far right of the Republican Party, which is now the balance of power in the Republican base, which seems to be turning against those problem-solving institutions, in particular, American democracy itself. Hence, the violent end to the Trump administration, the so-called coup attempt that took place on Capitol Hill in January.
James Bennett, same question to you, but perhaps let's stick with the foreign policy piece of this for now, rather than talking about domestic policy.
I do think it's hard not to conclude that America largely wasted its unipolar opportunity over the last 30 years in foreign policy, that it found itself, somewhat to its surprise, the victor of the Cold War in the early 1990s. It was followed by this kind of time of searching in the Clinton years to figure out what America's proper role in the world should be, what it should do with all this economic and military might. And there was some to and froing about liberal interventionism. Should we be using America's power to advance human rights? We didn't do so in Rwanda, where we could have prevented a genocide. We did do so in probably from learning that lesson in the Balkans. And then came 9/11, and that in many ways supplied the orientation that the leadership class, national security establishment, was looking for, and clarified to many people's minds what America's role in the world should be. And it argued very much in favor of intervention wherever we detected a threat, regardless of sovereign boundaries. And we're now at the end of really this 20-year experiment in power projection. And I can understand why it looks and can feel to an American like decline, because it involves retreat. I mean, America is withdrawing from its very aggressive posture in the world. It's withdrawing from Afghanistan, obviously, and ending combat operations in Iraq.
There's been a lot of articles and think tank papers recently about American overreach in foreign policy. If something like the Rwandan genocide were underway now, do you think America would send troops to attempt to stop it? Or do you think that the fatigue with the 9/11 wars and with the deployment of America's military, what now seem like causes that aren't central to the national interest, would mean that America would revert to its mid-90s posture?
The Biden administration is chock full of former advocates of liberal intervention. Biden himself voted for the Iraq War, voted for the Afghanistan War, and was one of the leading proponents of intervention in Bosnia, intervention of some kind in Bosnia in the mid-90s. So that elite opinion, I suggest, is not sort of completely changed and become isolationist, has aligned itself with the instinctive, very, very long-standing public reluctance to see America engage militarily in the world. And I think that, for one thing, a cataclysmic event, another 9/11 or some other, perhaps unimaginable catalyst of that nature would change everything. And America still has the capabilities, and in many of its institutions, especially the Department of Defense, the instincts to intervene militarily in the world. So I wouldn't rule that out.
I think we should switch now to the domestic part of American decline. What longer term investments can American leaders and citizens make to turn around, especially America's political and social decline?
Evidence for America, the continuing dynamism of the American economy, the power of immigrant contribution to American life, the ability of Americans to kind of invent the future. Exhibit A for that is probably now what's happened in Silicon Valley over the last few decades, and most recently the rise of these social networks in the U.S. They are also now a huge source of our political difficulty, and how they figure out what their responsibilities are to American civic culture, not just American, I think, but global civic culture, and then how they enforce those responsibilities is just a huge question. And we've seen Facebook, Twitter, take some baby steps towards acknowledging that responsibility and trying to act on it. But I don't pretend it's an easy problem to solve. It's a tremendous difficulty, and it's part of what is, I think, injecting on a daily basis venom into our political life, poison into our political discourse, and also just making it harder and harder to do anything about other sorts of institutional problems. The infrastructure bill actually gives me a little bit of hope, because here's a problem that I think we can all acknowledge the U.S. has had for some time. And we actually have seen a major piece of bipartisan legislation, thanks to really hard, patient work by some legislators, make it through. And so that suggests it's not actually impossible.
How much do you think will be solved by these infrastructure bills? What's about to happen is quite a big deal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I think very much the combination of the infrastructure bill passed as we expect in the regular way, with the more partisan budget bill that the Democrats want to throw a couple or maybe even $3 trillion of spending into to enforce, in terms of soft infrastructures, social services, etc. What they're spending on hard infrastructure. That combination, inefficient spending money, not necessarily the best way to reform and improve America, nonetheless, does represent a lot of potential progress, and I would signal the prospects for a massive rollout of climate-related infrastructure, which in turn has the potential to change the politics of climate change in certain industries and interest groups, and in the states, perhaps even more than at the national level. That's a big deal. And after these decades of essentially no major movement on climate at the federal level in America, that's something to watch and be optimistic about.
James B., I'm going to give what I think will probably be the last word to you. You began by talking about this history of declinism in America. Is this just something cyclical that's going on now? How do you tell when declinism is justified and when it's not?
Declinism does have a long and honorable tradition in American history. It really does go right back to the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Almost as soon as people arrived here, they were worried that the settlers arrived, that things were going to hell. This does not mean the declinists aren't ultimately going to be right, but it is part of our national character, and arguably actually is historically kind of a source of strength. The parallels have been drawn between this period and the late 19th century, I think, for very good reason, in terms of the degree of disorienting change that we've experienced, the capture of our politics by big money and big interest. Henry Adams was probably the most eloquent voice then for American decline or global decline. You know, I mean, among the things he cited as evidence of civilizational decay was Impressionism. So, you know, he had a good case to be made. He adduced some data points that don't look so good in retrospect. But the point is that what came out of that was, again, as in the 70s, a period of really tremendous reform and rejuvenation, the progressive era. And, you know, the hopeful part of me, notwithstanding the degree of political stasis that we're experiencing, you know, clings to the idea that we can pull that off again. Yeah.
You can read more of our
Yes, my good brother Color, that was a very intellectual conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, the one guy, basically, we asked about American decline, right? And all he kept talking about is liberal talking points, climate change, and all this kind of stuff like that. You saw how pissed off I was getting, right? And then he talked about the infrastructure bill, right? The infrastructure bill was a joke, $1.something trillion, right? And less than 10% of the funding goes for roads and bridges, you know, and shortchanges states like thing. And also, basically, the infrastructure bill is about getting rid of fossil fuels. It's about green energy and Green New Deal and all this kind of stuff like this, all this kind of foolishness, whatnot. So what they did was they had this liberal agenda. Also, they had all these sort of social programs and everything like that that do absolutely nothing, but they basically packaged it as an infrastructure bill, you know? And so, like I said, the question was, is America in decline, right? And he said something about, oh, America has to basically to reinvent itself. Yeah, but there's one thing that he didn't understand, right? Back in the days, everybody was really pro-American. Remember that? The days of Ronald Reagan, the days of, remember Hulk Hogan? You know, I'm a real American. Remember the days of Rocky? Remember that? You know, that was the American spirit back then. Everybody, black, white, everybody was just so pro-American, you know? People around the world, right, was basically so pro-America. America was a land and everything. Now, America does not have that same image that it does anymore, right? You in America, right? So what are you going to build on? What kept America was the fact that what really made America great was that the one group of people in America that, despite everything, was the most loyal American. That was Black America. When they say, when show me the white version of Martin Luther King, there is none. All the great people that we created and contributed to this country, right? But instead of America, basically one day just basically building with Black America and making sure we're taken care of and everything, making sure Black America is taken care of, right? They squandered that. So it does not have that support that what you call. The Ant-Man said a lot of they just like America now. Yeah, well, like I said, I don't see, the whole thing is this. I don't know what it is. Like I was watching this thing the other day where this white guy from England, I think it was just talking stuff about America. Somebody stitched it, right? Said, look, I've been to Spain and you guys blah 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 back and forth. So people, because of social media, right? America can't project this image of America to the world no more. Because of social media, viral videos and everything, somebody can create the negative image of America and it goes viral. People are now taking video like the Kensington. Remember Kensington, Pennsylvania? You got people in poor African countries sitting in a refugee camp. Well, at least I'm not in Pennsylvania and everything. That's the image that they have. America doesn't even bother doing anything to make sure its image. Yes, we got homeless. Yes, we got stuff like that. You know, it doesn't even bother trying to basically say, hey, look, but this is what we do have and everything anymore. And they basically completely missed the mark that it does not matter if America still has a strong economy and everything like that. The perception of America is dying, right? And when the perception of America is dying, right, and the perception, then people are going to move away from America as like leadership, as hope and everything. And so I asked something about Black America, right? If you're relying on America to protect you, America has never, ever, as a country, been invaded. America has never had a war really fought on its soil, except for the Civil War. America never known what it's like to really go. We fought wars and it doesn't affect daily life in America. Is America ready for that challenge when war comes to these shores? Because it's going to come. And so I asked a question. So people say, I never thought about it like that. Yeah, you never thought about that because you never had to. But it's coming. You know, you cannot have a breakdown thing. Yeah, the War of 1812, but that was brief, you know. The War of 1812, the Revolutionary War and stuff like that, and the Civil War. But in modern times, you know, in modern times, has America ever been invaded? No. It's never modern America with electricity and steamships and boats and everything has never known what it's like to have bombing, stuff like that. I can only imagine what it's like dodging airplanes, you know? You ever see the Japanese bombing of Shanghai? You know, newsreel, the Japanese were bombing Shanghai and like you had millions of people running for their life. Or when the Germans were bombing London and everything, people running, trying to get into underground shelters and everything. America's never experienced that before.
Never, because never. They have an incredible navy that protects their waters and they're literally isolated from the rest of where all of the drama and the wars go on.
Yeah, the problem is what happens when this stuff. If America keeps its borders open right now, and you got millions of military-aged men flooding into the country, I even seen some of them saying on the street, say, "Yeah, we're here to take this country over. You can't do nothing about it." Saying it. You know, so I'm saying like this, white America, right? They're so busy trying to stick it to black America, right? They thought they were going to bring all these immigrants here. See these immigrants, you guys don't want to be our niggas. We'll get these immigrants to replace. Go right ahead. Now you got millions of these people coming here, military-age young men, single men, military age, can form their own military division inside the borders of America. So good luck, white America, you know, when it's all come crashing down on you and whatnot, don't expect me to join you, you know, come save you. When your cities and everything like that start being taken over by the New World Order and everything like that, you go right ahead. And some white people are just so sick. You tell them that, they're like, oh, okay. I say, look, why don't you turn off the fucking football game for once, you know? Put down the damn beer. Look, the reason why I say this is because black people basically think that as long as white people are here, they're going to be all right. They think white people got everything all figured out. And I'm here to tell you, they don't have everything figured out. They're living in an illusion. There's people that are trying to destroy this country from without and from within. You can't have people drugged up and whatnot, sexed up and all stuff like this and expect to survive. You can't have people sexually confused and think you're going to survive. You can't have this level of loyalty, disloyalty to your country, unpatriotic, stuff like that, that white America, oh yeah, they don't love their country no more. They don't care about their country no more. So therefore, they don't care about the fact that they're losing the global trade war to China and all these other countries. They don't care about that. White people, they're not even concerned about the BRIC. Have you ever heard anybody talk about BRIC on television, the BRIC nations that can basically cut America out of 30% of the global economy? They don't care. You know, they don't care. Because what's the TV show they watch now? You know, I don't know what the hell people watch no more. They're watching Hulu, Disney Channel, they're watching Marvel and all this kind of stupid stuff. As long as they can go to the movie theaters on the weekends and everything, they don't care that the whole world is changing. And they're just living in a world. What reminds me of America before Pearl Harbor happened. You know, you remember the story of Pearl Harbor, Bomani, right? They said Pearl Harbor woke the United States up. You know, Japanese had basically miscalculated. What they did was they said they looked at America. This is what the Japanese did. They went around America and observed America, right? They said all these people want to do is dance and party and ballroom and stuff like that, while the Japanese were teaching their kids how to be warriors, military, and stuff like that, how to fly planes, you know, and all dive planes and everything like that. They looked at America. They said, this country is not any threat to us. They had the smallest army in the world, lower than Belgium. They had all this like this. So Japan was confident that it could take over Asia and the Pacific without America. This is the only thing America has is the Pacific Fleet in the thing in those carriers. That's the only thing America has. The Japanese miscalculated, right? Because something when the Pearl Harbor happened, right, and what woke them up was that white racist warrior demon arose in them, and they said, "Look, it's time to go to war." And you have guys that were out there with the zoot suits and everything like that, shaved their heads, piling the military by the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands, and whatnot, ready for war. And they was joining the Navy, joining the Army, and going in. We got tens of thousands. Factories that were producing cars, the new cars, everything like that, were taking over and was building military equipment. The Japanese said, "What the hell did we do?" So it took a war to wake America, because they looked at America during the 20s and everything. They said, these people are decadent. And so we could attack these people. We could do like this. We could do whatever we want. And then when Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they said they're not going to fight, but they miscalculated. They were wrong. But I don't know. But this generation of white America, right? I just think they're just so far gone, that when America is attacked, right? I don't think people are going to do anything. I don't think you got now people. I saw the other day where these white kids are, I'm not joining no racist military and everything. I'm like, okay, look, I'm not joining no military. The military is spreading white supremacy and racism. This is what they got right here. This is what they got. These people ain't going to protect you, Black America. You can't like this. It's time for us to have a nation of our own. They don't want to live. They don't want to survive. So it's time for us to start thinking, what are we going to do for ourselves? That's the point of the show tonight. We were protected because America was once strong and powerful. It's a matter of time before the war hits these shores of America and all hell breaks loose. And you got white men out there. These ain't the same white men of the Douglas MacArthur era, I don't know what you have right now in America, right? You have a bunch of sissies running around. So, you got another video?
Yes, brother, got another video. This one is titled "United States White Population Shrinking, Low Birth Rate, Latest World English News." So this is an interesting one, and I don't know if it's gonna frustrate some of these haters, but the reality of it is, these are all documentation. And as you were talking about earlier about the Pearl Harbor, America basically got lucky, because if I'm gonna attack your country, if I'm gonna attack a world power, the first thing I'm doing personally, and I'm wiping out all of your aircraft carriers, every single last one of them. That will cripple you from flying your jets off and attacking me.
They thought
cripple you from fighting back. As far as your destroyers and your other small ships, not worrying about those ships. So unfortunately, that's all the Japanese got. So their aircraft carriers and their main fleet was just out at that day, and it was just basically a miscalculation. And whatever snitch or whatever spy that they had.
Some people say that the war people did not want so bad. They said they knew that they had things that the Japanese were going to attack, right? So they moved the carriers out of the harbor.
Smart.
And let them hit the destroyers and everything in the
Absolutely.
The New Jersey and all these other ships, right? Because they said that was a sacrifice, to get America.
And that's what it is when you come to warfare and you're doing battleship. You sacrifice the smaller ships. Unfortunately, I mean, there's still people dying, but it's that big ship with all them planes and 5,000 men and women on there ready to fight. But that was interesting. But America did get lucky. But that was the last situation. And once you provoke these people, they turn into warrior mode. They got, like you mentioned, they got people in the factories. They got people joining up.
Do you think now, the way you see a lot of white kids, the way they act and everything like that, that warrior spirit will come back again?
I don't get that from I don't get that from this current generation. And that's that's one of the things that put them in a vulnerable situation. when you look at the history of the different wars, now they really had patriotic white men that was willing to die and sacrifice for their country. I don't think you have white people like that anymore so much.
They don't care about the industries. They don't care about anything anymore. Nothing's made here, the art and everything like that. You know, a foreigner, everybody come here and just do what the hell they want. People spit on this country, and I'm like this. I'm like, Black America, man. It's like, yo, look, what are we doing here? You know, what are we doing? You know, if they don't respect white people, they don't respect white America. White America doesn't respect itself. What are we holding on to? You know, because when the next attack happens, you know, and it will. You know, it will happen. Who knows? They even try to say COVID was an attack. There's evidence coming out that was planned. The COVID-19. Can you imagine if COVID was more deadly, a real serious virus that wiped people out on contact? Can you imagine that? And it came from a lab in China, a Wuhan lab. You know, with gain of function, right? That should have been a war right there. But America's so sick that it basically was calling Donald Trump the spreader in chief. That you couldn't even say it, call it a China virus. That's how sick America is. Yes, this country is in decline. Apart from white American science trying to absorb Black America. Of course, they want to absorb a successful Black people, right? And they want to absorb. Well, let me read the whole comment. Let me read the whole comment. Apart from white America's decline, is trying to absorb Black America, particularly successful blacks, which is why you see the media encouraging interracial. Yeah, of course. You know, let's all interracial marriage. Let's all come in together. Let's all die together. We got no plan for the future and everything. We don't know what ask for my elbow anymore and everything like that. But just come in, Black man, and everything like that. Like Muhammad Ali said, y'all got your own problems, man. Why do we got to iterate with y'all freaking problems? You know, why y'all want us to come? They called Muhammad Ali. He thought it was funny, but he was actually serious. He goes, suddenly, why you want me here? I'm going to be suspicious if all of a sudden, after all these years, you want me to come in and be the president of your country. I'm going to look at that side eyes. That's what Muhammad Ali said. The more you see Black people in prominent positions in America, the more America's in decline, because they know they got the only thing they got to keep us believing this thing, even when they don't. It's all white for white people to say, yeah, I don't believe in the American thing, but you better not say it as a Black person. You know, 4th of July, you better have that American flag in front of your house. A white person can have a rainbow flag. Oh, he's one of those whites. That's Negroes. What do you see? 4th of July. Hey, boss, I'm an American. I'm a patriot. You know, you send your son out to the military and everything like that. He's sending his kid to a top school to go get educated. That's what it's all about. You know, and also they're absorbing successful Nigerians, successful this, that, and the other thing. It is what it is. They're trying to forestall the inevitable. White America's sinking. So they're pulling the best minds out of Black America. They got the rap community. They got the Black sports entertainers, everything. They're all in it, you know. They bring the Indians, they bring the Chinese and everybody in. The bottom line is that's what it's all about. You know, they believe in this whole thing that doesn't exist anymore. Are you going to play a video?
Yes, College Genesis. And while you're on top of the topics, my good brother, man. Kyle, I'm not sure if you noticed, man. I got a bunch of people trolling me. I've gotten about 40 different crazy phone calls. Well, I didn't answer any of them except for 1 or 2. Mute yourself.
Yo, give them the link and tell them to come to the show.
Yeah, yo, come on in. Because one keep on telling me about everything that we're talking about. It's basically the white European Jews' fault. And, you know, I'm not here to take it. I'm not here to take it to that level. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody want to come and you want to speak on that truth, that's up to you. That's your voice and everything.
But I would like to ask him. I would like to ask a question. What exactly is your fault as a white American? You know, what did you do wrong? They quickly tell Black people what they did wrong, right?
They didn't do nothing. They ain't do nothing wrong. They're a perfect class of people that are frustrated that you have a world that, you have a world that's more diverse than anything else. You have India, you have China, you have, and it's challenging them for their power. And they don't like the fact that you have smart Asians and other people from Black nations coming here, and they just feel like they're being outdone. So all of the people that we end up having problems with is these white trash men that are literally just, they're not the cream of the crop anymore. You know what I'm saying? They just like
that Nick from Wednesdays. We gotta play a clip. I'm gonna find a clip of him.
That white devil is literally insane. But you know what? This would be a perfect time to play one of his clips. Usually I wouldn't even be open to that, but let's do it. Find out. What I'll do, brother. Let me play this one right here, because what they need to worry about, they need to worry about their low birth rate. That's always one that really upset them. So let me flip over to this video, family. We have another video for you. We're gonna, we're showing you all of our documentation and this good footage and conversation to share with you on our subject. And we pop the subject up again. That's our subject, family. White America is in serious decline. What is the future of Black America? So what I'm gonna say is the future of Black America is, like my good brother Kala Genesis mentioned, is for us to do what we need to do to build a nation of our own and work with our brothers and sisters on the African continent. As a naval man, I don't believe that we should go down with the ship, especially of what we've been through. So this is a conversation that we need to talk about. What is the future and what we're going to do? Because we know the ship is going to sink. And, it's one of those things there, you feel like you're in a sinking ship and you got to do your best to just find a way out, Man overboard, man overboard.
Census Bureau has released the demographic data showing how the U.S. has changed over the past decade. It is the most detailed account of the demographic changes in the country since the year 2010. U.S. Census data release shows that the United States is an increasingly diverse country, as there have been significant increases in the number of people who identify as multiracial, Hispanic, and Asian. These categories have driven much of the population growth between 2010 and 2020. The multiracial population has changed considerably since 2010. It was measured at 9 million people in 2010 and is now 33.8 million people in 2020, which is a 276% increase. The Hispanic or Latino population, which includes people of any race, was 62.1 million in 2020. The Hispanic or Latino population grew 23%, while the population that was not of Hispanic or Latino origin grew 4.3% since 2020. The white population remains the largest race of ethnicity group in the United States, with 204.3 million people identifying as white alone. But its share of the overall population is declining. The white alone population decreased by 8.6% since 2010. The U.S. is now 57.8% white, 18.7% Hispanic, 12.4% Black, and 6% Asian. The data also offered new details of the country's slowing rate of population growth. The population growth is lower than it has been at any time aside from the 1930s, and more than half of all U.S. counties lost population from 2010 to 2020. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Phoenix remain the 5 largest U.S. cities. Phoenix, which grew faster than any other city in the top 10, surpassed Philadelphia. The fastest growing cities across the U.S. are now in suburban areas. The data release arrives months later than originally expected, as the census took longer to complete due to the pandemic. The delay has forced some states to go to court to postpone their redistricting. States use the data to redraw district lines for the U.S. House of Representatives after each decennial census. Now, the data will shape how $1.5 trillion in federal spending will be distributed to each state and local area. It will also be used by the state demographers to redraw political maps across an increasingly diverse country ahead, of course, of the 2022 midterm election. Our correspondent Susan Tehrani has more details on the U.S. Census Bureau report in this next ground report. Take a look.
The new census report shows that the U.S. population is diversifying and the white population is shrinking. It's a portrait of how the United States has changed in the last decade, and it's important because it is used to redraw the country's political map in the next decade across the United States. It may also be used to help determine the control of the U.S. House of Representatives in 2022 and provide a political edge for the next decade. While the white population did see an increase in some states and communities, the population for individuals under the age of 18 remained quite diverse. Susan Tehrani from New York for We Are World is One.
We are
Yes, color Genesis. Man, they're really gonna be pissed off at this one because they're gonna start looking like, are we really in decline? Are we really about to be obsolete? Are we really about to be just completely just out of the future of the world? Unmute, brother.
Here's the thing. This is the
Right.
problem, right? And this is what gets dangerous for Black people, right? And I understand the white American mind. It's not like the English mind and everything like the mind. I don't really know the English white man. I don't know the Italian white man. I don't know the German white man and everything. I know the white man in America, right? He thinks, like Lyndon B. Johnson says, as long as he thinks he's better than Black people, it does not matter. He could lose everything in this country, you know? As long as he basically, the perception is that Black people are doing it. And it does not help when we have these Black social justice warriors always crying and begging and what are we going to do this and that. That feeds into this notion that white people are superior. You know, it feeds that. So as long as white people keep seeing Black people crying about racism and white supremacy, that emboldens them. That strengthens them. That gives them power. You know, that gives them power. I see this one white lady. She was like this. She goes, see, we white people. She's some white trash lady about. We have all the power. We make all the decisions, and it's up to us to make sure. And somebody said, "What? Some white people have power. Some white people says your broke ass ain't got shit." But you see what I'm talking about? Black people got to get out of this whole thing where is that we keep disempowering ourselves, right? We got to have some sort of agency, you know? You have to have some agency about ourselves, right? In other words, basically, when a white person comes to you and be like, yo, I'm good. What do you think about this? Look, like this. You and me could talk about Derek Chauvin, whatever like that, right? But don't talk about that to them, right? Don't get triggered by George Floyd. I was cringing when I see all those Black people and white people hugging hands, holding hands in 2020. You know, talking about, yeah, Black Lives Matter and all stuff like this. I was cringing because it gives them that white savior complex. The white savior complex does nothing for us. It benefits them. It gives us a false sense of superiority. You know, now here's American royalty, you know, coming here trying to take shots, you know.
American royalty. Let me see.
He's coming here taking shots, you know. He says, Columbine both live in the United States, U.S. unpopular. Yes. I just
want to know, what is your point, Holmes?
He doesn't believe America is in decline. God forbid we say white America is in decline. You know, that's a threat to him, you know, because American royalty, right? He has his American flag up here, right? If white people go down, you don't have anything to say yourself. What are you going to do when white America collapses? American royalty. Where are you going to run to?
He's not going to run. He's going to go down with the ship.
You're going to go down with the ship. And we're saying America's sinking right before your eyes.
Ship. It's inevitable. You know,
America, a country, right, that does not have borders. The one thing you have that defines a country is your borders. When you're so sick and weak that somebody can come across your border and you're giving them millions of dollars a day because they broke your laws and everything like that, you're like this. You're moving to Zimbabwe, you know? You ain't moving nowhere. You're going to sit here with this ship and you're going to sink with it.
Zimbabwe, you know? All countries.
You know, of all countries, Zimbabwe, you know? The bottom line is this: like what I said, the ideology of an Afrikstan and us being global, building a global Black business pipeline is now more than ever. You know, we started this journey years ago, right? And now it's starting to catch on. People are starting to see, because when we first started, oh man, this America, what are you talking about, Colin? More and more people Black people starting to wake up to see the decline in America. Not saying we're out of the woods yet, but we should have a class of leaders that's going to rise to basically put us on a global scale. We don't even have any global representation as becoming a minority. We're not Americans anymore, right? We're a minority group. This idea, let me tell you something. I heard Dan Bongino say that the other day. We don't even know who's running this country anymore, right? The Constitution, all that stuff like that means nothing anymore to these New World Order globalists. Borders and all that stuff like that, defining America as a country. So why is America in royalty? Matter of fact, it's even now some cities in America ban the American flag as offensive. So what do you talk about American royalty? The only place you could wear that American flag is on this show. America does not exist. It's dying right before your eyes. Because instead of the decent white man standing up and saying, this is what we stand for. This is what we are. This is what this country's all about, right? And then that video has got to about America has a way of bouncing back. Not this time. Before you had patriotic white people, right, who was able to cross over racial lines and talk to people and say, let's build this thing. You don't have that anymore.
Yeah, let's go through some of these comments. This is one from earlier.
Is in decline. Many of them, probably most of them, cannot see it. Greetings from the Philippines and expat from America. Thank you for the comment. You know,
enjoy the Philippines. Enjoy tropical paradise.
It's in a serious decline. You know, they're not the same people that it was like 40, 50 years ago. It's not the same people. You know, so you still look at these people for leadership and guidance and whatnot. Proving what just idiot Joe Biden, his crackhead son and whatnot. That's your hero. That's your savior, salvation. Okay. Kala, if Africans were recipients of fire, sides will agree. Well, look, the bottom line is that ain't happening. You know, that is not happening. You know, Black people are not going to get no financial jack from thing. You know, that boat has sailed a long time ago. You know. And the Black people right here, like I said, the Black people, your reparations is your love for the white man. Your reparations, the white man's going to one day say, you know, Black man, let's be together forever. And Black people like American royalty will go down with them. If the white man reaches out, hugs them and kisses them or not, that's all the reparations these Negroes need. You know? Exploring Ghana by H&R. Please brother, let's stop giving them power. Only call them American. I don't get it. So I say white American. I'm not going to stop, whatever, white people, Europeans, whatever the hell, white people, white people, white people. I say white people. I'm not going to stop it like this, because the white America has nothing to do with Europeans or whatever like that. They stopped being Europeans generations ago. The white America is something completely different. He's a different species, man, you meet any type of people on the planet. When I met Australians, Russians, everything. The white American is something else, It's something else, man. He could have two dimes to rub together, but he still thinks he's your superior.
Yes, brother. I mean, it's crazy when you meet homeless people and
they'll call you nigga.
Yeah, I've been through that, because I didn't want to give them any change. Yeah. I was driving by and and I was like, you white man, you should easily be able to get a job. It was like FUN.
Only in America, man. Only in America. See, we know these people, man. Come on, American royalty.
The next thing, if I was there, you'd probably tell me it's like I may be homeless, but I'm not an N, and I'm still still, it's just that bad. I mean, they really believe in this stuff.
Yeah.
You've seen the last video. It's a decline for them. You've seen the last two videos.
Yeah. So,
family, this is real. You live in a more diverse America where they're feeling. I don't know what they're gonna do, but as what the decline and the changes is going to keep on happening. You know, you're going to get up one day to where white people are completely the minority in America. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the next 20 years.
World. And what I do for a living, right? And I'm a top MGA level insurance agent, right? And a lot of white people got to come under me, wherever like that. And so the world's changed. It's not
it is
walking into the office. But years ago, it was all that white guy. They got the business and everything like that. Now you walk into an office, right, of any business, like a top place, and they see a brother or sister working there, you know? And a lot of white people, this is how white people work, right? This is how they work, right? They expect us to uphold stuff that they never expect, right? They know if you get power, right, you're not gonna use it to put your brother on, put your sister on, and you know have to do it a black thing. They expect to walk into black circles and everything and get the. And to be honest with you, I do. You know, we do. You know, we do. We like, okay, white guy comes in, we're gonna make sure he's taken care of, just like anybody else. You know, we do stuff that they know what to do because. I'm gonna try to give an example of what I'm talking about, right? Oh yeah, I remember the movie where James Woods played Byron De Beckwith. Remember about the killer of Medgar Evers? And there was a movie that came out a couple of years ago, right? Well, anyway, I forgot who played I think Alec Baldwin played the attorney that was prosecuting him, whatever, for the plaintiff, whatever. Anyway, Byron Beckwith like cornered him in the bathroom, right? He said, "Do you really think you're going to convict me?" And they'll say, "Now he's supposed to be a sickly old man," but he said it was not sick of him to say this, right? He goes, "See those old white folks in that jury? They ain't going to convict me." He said, "You see that old nigga man sitting there? He is not going to see no old sick white man go down in jail. He's the one that's not going to make sure that I don't get convicted." Now, dawn on me, right? They expect now if you get on trial for anything, right? And there's an all-white jury, whatever like that, you know you're getting convicted, right? But the white supremacist, right, who basically bragged about killing Medgar Evers, says he can count on black people being sympathetic towards him because he's old and sickly, whatever. You know, this is the mentality we're dealing with in America. You know, so American royalty, man. I know American royalty's getting mad. His comments are getting real nasty. You know, he's getting mad tonight. You know, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, now he's attacking Jamaica, saying that basically Nigerians with an Irish twang living on an island.
Oh, I sent you this video, right? The first slave owner was not black. That's another thing. They cover up there. Role slavery. I sent you this video. Yes. This is a good one.
This is his comment right here. He's getting frustrated. Bomani, would you agree that Jamaicans are simply Nigerians trapped on a little island with Irish swang? Absolutely not. I don't agree with you. Why has Nigeria joined force with the Jamaican government? Nigerians are there in Jamaica, and you know, some of them are doing some good stuff in Jamaica. Appreciate their energy. Let me get up to Baruti comment. You know, Baruti always have these comments. Where was it a little while ago? Baruti, if it's still up, I am gonna just put your comment up. Hopefully this is not the same comment. No, this is a different one.
Okay. When he keeps saying African American leadership, where? We don't have any leadership. You know, I would like somebody to do a show where we call it "Explain to Me," right? I would give $100 for somebody explaining to me what the hell is so-called a black leadership. Doing what? You know, there is no dang black leadership. We never had leadership. You know, last time we had leadership was during the Garvey era. You know.
There goes another one right here.
Okay.
If African Americans were to receive financial reparations to any sizable degree, do you think poor whites will rise up in anger? If so, are the reparationists aware of this, or are they clueless?
That's a good point. I didn't read the whole comment. That's a good point. The bottom line is this, though: if white people are the people who argue for reparations, right? The poor whites in this country will riot, and something like you've never seen before, right? Because everything they was saying was the only reason why you got freedom is because of their mercy and their generosity, and you ought to be thankful.
Woo, mercy.
Yeah, mercy and generosity. So you think you
was it mercy or was it you can't keep the same program going?
Yeah.
So this is the decline. But yes, brother, let me play this one so we can just talk about it.
That is not true. That is a white supremacist talking point. This is right-wing propaganda. There are lots of people on the internet repeating this false information, showing a picture of this man claiming that he is Anthony Johnson, the first slave owner in America. This is not a picture of Anthony Johnson. This is actually a man named Lewis Hayden. It would actually be impossible for there to be a picture of Anthony Johnson because he died in the late 1600s. And photography wasn't invented until the 1800s, and the first portrait was of a white man in 1839. They claim that Anthony Johnson is the first slave owner because he owned indentured servants, and one of those indentured servants became an indentured servant for life, totally disregarding that English colonists were already coordinating with Portuguese slave ships, which is how Anthony Johnson got here in America.
That's another thing. White people have never been challenged on their history, right? They're going around painting, and there's another one, not just Anthony Johnson, there's another one in South Carolina where it said the largest slave owner in South Carolina was a black man, and the racists go like this. But if you really look at the guy, the pictures they paint him look like a normal black guy, you know? He's like the way they painted him was like about your complexion, right? But the reality was this was a mulatto guy, right? That was almost like majority white, right? And the people he had actually bought, to tell you the truth, right? He built a community with, right? In other words, he bought people's freedom from white slavery, right? And they built like communities when people had jobs, everything like that. Because remember something, if you're a black person, right, you had to have a status, right? If you weren't a slave, right? If you were free, right? If you were a free black person, you had to be freed by somebody, right? Or you're a slave, right? You're a slave. And so some of these people born into slavery, right? They were slaves, right? They'll be slaves for the rest of their life. You can't free a slave that's slave for life. So what he did was he bought up all these people's freedom, right? And he built like a community, like plantations, farms, and they lived self-sufficiently. The white people took that, even though it was productive too. The white people rewrote history. It made it seem like he was a slave owner like them. No, every black person in that area of South Carolina wished they was on this guy's farm because they were living in peace among the people. He didn't sell nobody to slave. One of the things about slavery, to prove my point, is when you could wake up one morning after giving your master, I hate to say it, the master all your work, right? And he tells you, you know something, I got something to tell you. Your sister sold Fanny off. What, master? Don't do it. Don't do it. I have to work harder. I know you're going to work harder, or I'll whoop your ass, but your sister's being sold. The worst thing about slavery was breaking up families, was rape of black women, the abuse of black men, being sold as property and chattel and everything like animals, had no rights and everything like that, no human dignity. On the one black man's farm where that didn't happen. The black people lived with their dignity. So they were not slaves in the American context. But the white people would do that, right? To take on, and white people in white America will always defend slavery. They defend their ancestors. Instead of saying, you know something, our ancestors were pieces of shit. Screw it, let's move on, whatever like that. That's what keeps this all going. They make it seem like black people are the one keeping all this going. It's them. In every city, Charleston, South Carolina, John Calhoun's statue sits in Charleston's thing. He was a white supremacist. The white man was God according to him. He was a white supremacist. This is a white man's land. This is where the white man is God. We have Confederate statues in downtown Norfolk, right? A city that would die if it wasn't for the black community and black dollars. All over the South, they put up Confederate monuments and everything. Why do we have these Confederate monuments, right? To remind you about who's boss and who's in charge. And it's that mentality, right? Even though we think about it, right? Norfolk is a diverse city. You got Indians coming and doing their thing, Lebanese doing their thing, Chinese doing their thing, Black people doing their thing, his Caribbeans doing their thing, Asians, everybody hodgepodge. But the elephant in the room is the Confederate history that nobody wants to talk about. Everybody knows the white man, the white Anglo-Saxon don't have the power he has, right? He's in decline. But tonight's show is about what are we going to do? What are we going to basically say, you know something? It's time to move away from this guy. Let's create a new chapter in America. If you want to stay in America, I have no problem with people saying I'm an American and everything like that, right? But you can't stay in America, right, and have Confederate monuments and all the stuff like that and thing and not do anything about it. You can't do that. Ados is in the house. Oh yeah, I know he's gonna love the show. You know, the white man's birth rate is down. Man, what are you gonna say exactly? The white man's birth rate, everything he has is on the way down. Ados, everything he has is going down. You know, you got China, you got India, you got all these countries are rising up. You know, most of the tech companies that we use for software and stuff like that, mostly Asians and Indians do all this stuff. Most of the semiconductors, the leading software engineers in the world are not white. You know, so you guys basically have this thing where these are American descendants of foundational Black America. They're trying to hold on to something that it's like holding on to a sinking ship. They hold on for dear life one night, and the ship's going down. Some one line, you got to cut the line. You know, everybody's like this. Everybody wanted to big up America and everything like that. I'm like, look, we got to think beyond America. You know, America's, you know, we had our run of things and everything like that, but it's time to move beyond this. You know, it's time to move beyond this. America is so decadent, it's not even talking about this threat from Brics and all stuff like that. America is not even talking about the fact that France owes America money. How is France going to recoup that money if it loses colonies in Africa? What's going to happen? And the one guy in that one video talking about American interventionism. You see how guys talk about their liberal, that stuff, but yeah, he's all for American interventionism. That right there, and these people, these New World Order people, neocons, they're not that smart. You know, if I was on that panel, I would blow all those guys away. These guys were talking in circles, not saying anything. You know what I'm talking about, Mike. They weren't saying anything. Oh, we have all this pablum. Let me tell you something. I said this before. I got to reintroduce this term. It's called pablum. You know what pablum? Pablum sometimes is more dangerous than anything, right? Pablum are talking points. But somebody just gives you pablum, right? Just like, here's the pablum of the day. And it's run down a bunch of talking points, right? And then the next person says the same thing. That's pablum. That's rehearsed talking points that people repeat all over again, right? And you can steer people into a direction. You know, climate change is destroying the world. Okay, no facts, no thing like that, but people repeated that, right? Yeah, he hasn't done about climate change. Well, did we have a discussion to come to that conclusion? No, because the climate change is talking points. It's pablum that they give to you, right? And they bully you into going along with it because they make you feel stupid because you didn't graduate from Harvard. You didn't go to Yale, you know, and you're not some big wig on MSNBC or CNN and everything like that. When you hear the pablum, right? What happens is social media people keeps repeating the pablum that they hear. Pablum is simply predictable, manufactured talking points. And when people start giving you pablum, you know they're not really well researched and everything. That's pablum. And they basically say what they say all over again. They ask if America's in decline. None of them can give a real good answer. Well, we did this and America did this, America's intervention and this. That does not make you think. Is America in a decline? You know, instead of saying yes and this is where it is, this is where it is, they'll just start saying, well, you know, America still is committed to the public. The public don't care about no damn intervening halfway across the world. What are these people talking about? Most people realize the Iraq war was a freaking mistake. Most people wanted us out of Afghanistan. What is this guy talking about? But that's pablum. And pablum is dangerous because you got people that in power, right? And there's another thing I want to talk about, right? People in power, right, do not care about facts or the truth. They just tell you this is what you need to know. Now go out there and watch the NBA game. Go out there and watch football. See, football season is about to start in another week. That's going to be a huge distraction. So they can put that pablum out there, right? Instead of you saying, you talk, wait, ho. Hey, let's hold on here. You're distracted by sports. You're distracted by your OnlyFans account and all this kind of stupid stuff that they put out there. That's where most black people and most white people. Now, black people have always been like, yeah, okay, we're like this. We weren't into politics until the last like 20 years with the Diddy rock the vote thing, whatever that stupid shit was, right? But we always count on white people to keep us informed and know what's going on. Now they're misinformed. They're ill-informed. They're misled. They're not paying attention. They're going by pablum. And we can no longer, but that's why we have to think for ourselves. I can't jump on the band. We can't jump on the bandwagon anymore when somebody gets up there and starts talking a bunch of, we have this, that. Well, where did you come to these conclusions from? Where'd you get this research from? Because I used to sit back for a long time, right? When the Iraq war started, what started me out in this radical thing right now that I'm in right now was the Iraq war. I lost white friends over the Iraq war. I said, look, geopolitically, right? I said Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with this. This is a geopolitical grab. No, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, right? We got to bomb the. I said, if you start a war with Iraq, right? This is what's going to happen. The whole Middle East is going to spiral out of control. No. We're going to liberate those people. Yeah, and I had people telling me we're going to have McDonald's and Disneyland, and they're going to like our American way. I said, these people don't give a shit about your American way of life. I said, the only thing holding that country together is Saddam Hussein. Even Colin Powell said that you break it, you fix it. I said, you got the Kurds up north. You just look at all these Arabs. We can just teach them our way and whatnot. Oh, they're going to listen to some rap music, and we're going to have concerts over there. It's going to be a new, like what did George Bush say Iraq was going to be? A beacon of democracy in the Middle East. How'd that turn out? But I was so angry because I was freaking right. That was all those years of me studying geopolitics and everything. I said, this is going to be the biggest mistake America's ever made. And I was absolutely 100% right. And I'm sitting there looking at people on Fox News, the New York Times, all these other people who got it wrong. I said, how did little me know all this stuff right there? And then it dawned on me that people in high places have an agenda and they lie. They put out pablum. These are talking points. Because the average person don't know what the hell, they don't read a book. They don't know about geopolitics. They don't know anything like that. For all they could concern, like even during World War II, right? Do you know that most Americans thought Japan was a city in China? Oh, the Japanese. Where's Japan? Japan's the capital of China. People going to war and didn't even know, look at a map, with Japan's an island right here. That's why they had to make those Why We Fight movies, because people are completely clueless about who Japan was and everything. You remember those documentaries, right? Those war documentaries, Bomani, those naval documentaries, Department of War documentaries.
Absolutely.
You know, a show like this, because people were that freaking ignorant. They really thought Japan was a city in China. They didn't know where Japan was, where China was. They had to show maps and everything. This is where we are. This is where they are. This is where Hawaii is. This is where this is. Oh, okay. I put it in the focus. This is why, like I said, we're living in a world, right, where people, even with the social media, people are becoming more dumber and more uneducated. Jughead, thanks for the super chat. Good morning, Bomani and Carl Genesis. African misleadership finally showing the backbone about bloody time. 5 decades overdue. Love it. Yeah. Yeah, about time, you know. The world's changing, folks. The world's changing as we know it, right? People, it used to be a time where all American had to do was, American politics had to do is show up and says, democracy here, good democracy. When good democracy, like when Hillary Clinton was in Bosnia, right? And she lied about being under, Sinbad was there too, right? He said, that's not what happened, you know? And she goes over there and that's all it took. All you have to do is be an American politician. You show up and blow some kisses and everything's good. Now that's not good enough anymore. America's standing in the world is going down. Nobody gives a damn about what you have to say as an American politician, American public figure anymore. It used to be a time, like 20 years ago, they could have sent Jimmy Carter to Niger, and that president would have been, or Jesse Jackson, you know, or sent him over there, and that guy would be put back in office. Them days are gone because America is in decline.
Yes, family, absolutely. And once again, Jughead, appreciate you, brother. And anyone else that want to come on, I'll posted the link. If you want to debate, you know, us stepping on up, because what we have shared with you and what Kala has broken down is the straight facts and straight analysis that support the situation. So, and that's what we always talk about. You know, let's organize together and build our Afrikstan and African continent and work with our own people, because we don't need to be going down with no white devil ship.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I got one of my Jamaican sisters. She's going to talk about Brics and how it affects America. Whether it's going to affect it or not, that's something that, you know, only time will tell. But the fact that you have all, and then I'm going to play another video after that about Brics from the Indian lady, called Keisha. And she's going to further break it down about how it affects, you know, the U.S. But somehow it's going to affect. But like the two white guys that was talking earlier that was kept on running around their own question.
Yeah,
they were hilarious. But
yeah, a pablum. That's a pablum. That's why I like listen to Al Jazeera and these other alternatives. You know what I'm saying? You see the difference?
Big difference.
There's a big difference. This idea, not only that, Al Jazeera, you know something? They had me one time hating Al Jazeera. I didn't know. Well, Al Jazeera Arabs when then I found out that now I know more about Qatar and everything. Al Jazeera is like the, you know, world-class media, you know?
It is.
You know, world-class media, you know? And I'm saying, why do we have the African version of Al Jazeera?
Oh, man, brother, that would be incredible. That would be the business.
We have to have a Qatar first, a country like Qatar. You know?
And it's just like the Indians, you see, you know, they have their channel, We On, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, you see everybody else have their network. I'm always wondering, like, where's our independent networks as far as news agency outside of just like Africa or the Caribbean Islands, but it's like, you know, in this big strong.
More than Phil Scott, bless his heart.
Oh yeah, you talking about the YouTube clowns?
Yeah. Oh, let's not go there. He's doing the best he can, you know. But
the YouTube characters, I meant to say the YouTube characters. That's a better word.
But the bottom line, we need our own version of Al Jazeera on that level, you know, broadcasting.
The best he could do, just regurgitating other people's news and having his females and stuff do the news. Got to give it to him. You know, that's a step up.
He has a women formula. Boyce Watkins have women, all women doing their thing, you know. You know.
Absolutely, yeah. So yes, my brother, let me. So family, we're putting the comment. We're putting up the topic again, and you know, it seems like when we create these topics, you have a whole bunch of folks. It's a bunch of you know, it's a bunch of you know, white devils that are watching the show, but they don't want to come in because they think that I don't think number one, I don't think that they can have a you know, have a real conversation with us, and you know, and number two, I think they just get into their feelings about any little subject that we put up with the word white in it. Like the last time it was white supremacy. This one is about white America.
No, we're gonna have more so they get used to it. You know.
And they, you know, they tend to seem, based on the last two calls, they tend to seem to want to convince me that the Jewish people are the problems in society.
No, I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
I don't I used to follow that line. That something just not adding up. You know, I don't remember Jews lynching black people and doing all this kind of crazy shit. You know, I do remember white Anglo-Saxon. Have there ever been a Jewish mob that strung a black person up in America? No.
Not that we know of. What I know them as is financial and economic people. And so it's the same thing I'm trying to do with my family, to where we can learn to build our own family finance and, you know, and work with other people and be competitive. So I would never knock their hustle, because, you know, I've played a few videos as far as their struggles and what they've been able to build. And, you know, me, I'm trying to learn. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, from their propaganda machine to their financial machine to this,
they're trying to win.
Them, you know, doing what they need to do. It's been impressive. I'm not saying I agree with
Anglo-Saxon is jealous because, and let me talk about the Anglo-Saxon jealousy, right? He has, if in America, right? I remember I watched this thing on read this thing on Emerge magazine, right? This black guy brother was living in Australia, right? And he said he loves it down there, right? He says he went down there, it's business and everything. He said all his white colleagues left. You know, with major part. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I read that secret relation between blacks and Jews, whatnot, but that's a lot of pseudo Nation of Islam propaganda. Whatnot.
I mean, what else you thought about it? Because I've always heard about that book.
Well, I read, you know, the bottom line is overstated, like, oh, secret relation with blacks and Jews. It's just basically generalizations and whatnot. I mean, when you really look at the majority of people in slavery, enslaved black people were not Jewish. You know, the Dutch, the Portuguese, all these other people came before the Jews. Yes, Jews financed slavery, and they were part of the slave trade. But what happens is this. When people do that, right, what they're doing is giving the white Anglo-Saxon. That's the main enemy of black people, you know? That's the main enemy of black people. The white Christian Anglo-Saxon. That's the enemy of black people. That's the one that basically John Tandy, a Supreme Court justice, right, who gave the opinion on the Dred Scott decision, said the black man in America is not human. You know, he said, we the people, right? That means we define what we are and who we are in America. The African race is nor should ever be considered American. They're not citizens and not subject to any laws. And he said the black man has no right that the white man is bound to respect. That was not a Jew. That was a white Anglo-Saxon Christian man. So everybody wants to scapegoat you. Yeah, Jews did their dirt. But the major problem of black America is the white Anglo-Saxons. So-called Christian white America. They're the ones that started the Ku Klux Klan. They're the ones that basically destroyed Reconstruction and all stuff like that. You know, so the bottom line is when people start talking about the Jews, all they want is an easy scapegoat so they could rub toes with the white Anglo-Saxon. No, the problem is the white Anglo-Saxon. And we've never dealt with that because we're too scared. We're scared of them. We think that when talk about the Jews, we're gonna cozy up with the white Anglo-Saxon. And that's the friggin' problem. Now, I'll tell you one thing about in the North, where I come from, right? In New York, right? When we came to up north, right? And I'm not no fan of Jews, wherever like that, but the Jews would give black people jobs. You know, black people and Jews and whatnot live side by side with each other in places like Brownsville, Brooklyn, parts of upstate New York and stuff like that, all the way back in the 1920s. And no, not just Jews, but other white immigrant groups and everything like that. Got along with black people and everything. Russian Jews would come in and whatnot. They couldn't speak the language and everything like that. So they got along. Yeah, there were racist Jews. There were Zionists and everything like that, you know, racist. It's like that in every group. But to blame all the problems that we see on with Black America and the racist everything on a few Jews in the Jewish community is wrong. You know, so this idea that it was Jews that get the heck out of here with that. You know, the sacred language between blacks and Jews. Farrakhan's never made a thing about the relationship between black Anglo-Saxons. He never called Anglo-Saxons out. He never called the Catholic Church out, who condemned black people to slavery because they had black skin. Which we call the Pope of the 1500s said, don't enslave the indigenous people of the New World, right? Bring Africans over there as your slaves. That was a Catholic Pope. He wasn't Jewish. So in order for us to get this right, we got to stop this nonsense. the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, all those people are involved in the transatlantic slave trade. But people want to single out the Jews because you're going to let all these other people off the hook. And people don't like when I talk about Anglo-Saxons and the Dutch, you know, and the Portuguese and the Spanish and all these other races. Everyone wants to talk about the Jews. One group of white people. You know, the white Christian man is the one who started all this. That's the one who took the Bible and condemned us to slavery and reinterpreted the Bible to condemn us to slavery. Said we were the curse of Ham. Francis Scott Key wrote the original Star Spangled Banner, talked about catching slaves. That was in the Star Spangled Banner of America. Give the slave no rest or refuge. That was no Jew. That was the national anthem of America. So miss me with that Jewish nonsense. I grew up from the so-called Farrakhan, that got me nowhere. I couldn't understand why things are happening when it don't make any sense.
Yes, my brother Khaled, breaking it down. Our good brother Fasa had a comment after the first comment. Let me actually.
First of all, there wasn't that many Jews in the friggin' the Jim Crow South. As I've studied, you know, it wasn't that many Jews in America. Jews are like 1% of the white population. The majority of people who are night riders, burning people, black people churches, were white Christian Anglo-Saxons who would go to church on Sundays and burn your communities down at night. You know?
You mentioned the book is also on point. The secret relationship between blacks and Jews.
Yeah. So the bottom line is now the book was talking about the entertainment industry and stuff like that. Like, let me give you an example, right? The Jews were a big part of Hollywood. You know, the Jews were talented. The Jews were the one who built Hollywood and the entertainment industry. You know, so therefore, of course, if you're going to basically, and also Jews are into retail. That's what they do. You know, Hollywood, retail, stuff like that. That's what they do. Banking, that's what they do. You know, so the bottom line is this. So how is that basically enslaving black people? You know, was Henry Ford a Jew? No. Was the people founding General Motors a Jew? No. The people that took over all the black people's land in Rosewood, were they Jews? The people who took over black beachfront properties in South Carolina, were they Jews? No. The people who burned down Wilmington in 1898, were they Jews? No. They said we're Anglo-Saxons and we want to create an Anglo-Saxon world order. And I say the people that helped build this multiracial society in Wilmington, some of them were Jews. So miss me with that. The Jews, that's what they do. They basically say, what you call, you know.
They basically what?
So what I'm saying is basically what it is a lot of white Anglo-Saxon. You gotta understand something how a lot of black people think. Black people are nothing but black Anglo-Saxons. You know? The Anglo-Saxon always has a conspiracy. And when the stock market crashed, it was the Jews. You know, the Spanish flu outbreak in America, it was somebody else, right? The Anglo-Saxon can't just understand that some people are smarter than him and better than him. You say Jews are causing all the problems in America, right? Well, if you guys are so superior, how did the Jews take over your country?
Serious.
You know, but you claim yourself so superior with the Anglo-Saxon race. When I had Teddy Roosevelt, the Anglo-Saxon race will rule the world. If they rule the world, then how did Jews get one up on you? They only talk about Jews when they fail. When they fail and get beaten or something like that, it's the Jews. And they taught black people how to do the same thing.
Yes, brother. Yes, brothers. Let's get into the BRICS and let's you and I analyze if this currency is gonna affect the USD and if you know the great white man is gonna be tumbling down from the mountain. Yeah. You know, these people feel like they have reached the mountaintop and they have been the pinnacle of civilization. So
Yeah, it's all going to come crashing down.
yes, family, we are in a sinking ship. You know, are you gonna jump off an abandoned ship or are you gonna go down with the ship? You know, you have decisions to make, and we have work to do. Let's get into this video.
Brics, Brics. Yes, it's going to have a huge impact going forward. I'm Kalila Reynolds, financial journalist and educator based in Jamaica. So BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, 5 of the fastest growing economies in the world, which some economists predict will be the new G7 by 2050. They all do trade with each other, and they are now considering developing their own currency. Now, what does this mean for you and your future and the US dollar's future and the future of the world economy and so forth? All right, well, if BRICS establish their own currency, which seems very likely, this is going to mean that the value of the US dollar will fall. The US dollar will become less valuable. Why? Well, it's all about supply and demand. So with these 5 major economies no longer relying on the US dollar, that means that there's less demand for the US dollar. So if less people want it in the world, it's now less valuable. And so the exchange rate falls, the value of the US dollar falls. Now, for us here in Jamaica and other countries that trade with the United States as well, why is this important? Well, Jamaica in particular does a lot of business with the United States through tourism, being one of our largest sources of revenue, and that is how we earn US dollars. And then secondly, remittances, which is money that Jamaicans abroad send back home, that represents about 20 to 25% of GDP, the entire value of the economy. So if all these people are sending back, well, personally for you, right? Let's say you depend on remittances as a major source of your income. You depend on your family members sending back money home. If they usually send a certain amount of money, you will get Jamaican dollars in exchange. But because the value of the US dollar has fallen, you're going to end up getting less Jamaican dollars in exchange for the US dollars that they send you. You get me? So that directly impacts your pocket. And then additionally, when we talk about the money that the country itself earns from tourism or from any trade with the United States, from any exports with the United States, the US dollars that we earn will also be worth less. So let's say now we earn US dollars through exports and through tourism, and we want to spend US dollars by purchasing stuff from China or from some other country in the world. It's going to take more of those US dollars to buy the same things that we needed to buy. On the flip side, it may make imports from the United States cheaper. And you already know we import a lot of stuff from the United States. So there are pros and cons to BRICS currency for us. All this means really is that you've got to start diversifying your sources of income and diversifying even your savings and your investments, because a lot of people save in US dollars because you feel that it's a hedge against inflation or a hedge against devaluation of the Jamaican dollar. But if the US dollar is worth less, ultimately, that hedge goes away, that safety net goes away. And so you need to start diversifying those sources of those elements of your portfolio. Subscribe to my newsletter at KalilaReynolds.com/newsletter for more cool info like this.
The question I want to ask is, okay, we understand BRIC. I get it, right? There's a big trading block in all these countries right there. They can have their own monetary supply to loan up thing. But do you think they're overplaying their hand? The fact that that's based on the fact that what they're saying is the current countries in BRIC, right? They're the fastest growing economies in the world. But the thing is, though, they're saying Central America is not going to grow. They're saying that Africa is not going to be a player or something like that. So what they're basically saying is okay, this is the way it is and everything. I don't see any real change in the geopolitical order. You know, so in other words, Nigeria's not going to come up and Africa's not going to come up in there anytime soon. So they already got a thing. We're going to be 30% of the world. What happens if the West? What if the West took that money that they gave to Ukraine, right, and decided, you know something, Africa, we haven't been playing fair by you all the time. We're going to invest $2 trillion in African infrastructure and development. That would offset BRIC right there, and Africa would be a trading partner with the West as far as industries and stuff like that. That would be like that. But I don't think America and the West is going to do that because they're so sick and they're so decadent. They don't even see this coming. If they don't open up Africa, right? If they really don't open up Africa, if they're going to have the same trade policies in Africa, if they don't industrialize Africa, right? While they have some sort of connection with the continent, right? Yeah, America and the West is finished. France has basically been in West Africa all these years, and these countries have no electricity, no anything. You know, well, they benefit from it and everything, but France should have developed. If France gets $500 billion a year from Africa, right, and it has, and the reason why Africa is where it is because they want to keep the same extracting minerals in Africa underdeveloped and everything. That's what they play. So BRICS is a good thing on one hand. Right, because they can say, "Well, geez, you know, we didn't do right, and we could move to this BRICS nation, and everything." If Africa does that, point I'm trying to make is, if France hasn't done anything right now, they want the same old, same old. So it tells me that the West have no intention of ever developing, industrializing Africa. They want to keep it as a backwater extraction of minerals and dumping goods on its shores and everything like that. So I think it's a good thing. I think competition is good because Africa has nothing to lose.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And the major point before my brother Ant come on is the fact that if I am giving myself a country, Togo, and I'm already just frustrated with the IMF and the World Bank, what is my option? So now I have other options. I'm not saying that the Indians and the Chinese and the Russians are gonna just be your best friend. You know what I mean? So I mean, we have Brazil and South Africa, and they're more of, we're more people looking like us, which means not much of anything. But it's an alternate option. And at this moment, I do feel like developing nations need to do what they need to do to work with each other. Just like you and I was talking about earlier, we talk about West Africa, the former French West Africa, that the French thought was just going to be their colony forever. And we talk about all those countries that have, which I'm very proud of. Number one, because it was peaceful revolution. They all overthrew their governments and had peaceful revolution. There was I didn't see not one civil war in any of the countries that we talk about, whether it's Burkina Faso, whether it's Gabon, whether it's Niger, whether it's Mali, and so on. So this is where we have to just look at like, okay, well, now if we're going to get rid of these people, we need to form our own federation. We need to unify our military, unify our access, and work with our ports, because once all of these former French colonies come together, they have access to the interior and further in Central Africa, and then they also have access to that beautiful coast that you and I always talk about. So the game is going to be a little. The game is changing, and just like the video we played earlier, it talked about America 10, 20 years ago, and then it shows that America is more diverse, and then there's more competition. So yes, but nevertheless, let me know if you want to say anything to what I just said, and then
oh yeah, you're 100% right. America's changing from within, right? And the world's changing, right? So this idea, but what gets me is black people still act like that the white man is the only thing we got to worry about, and the white man, the world is not just white. Alvin Clayton Powell predicted that years ago when he attended the Bandung conference. He said, look, these Asian nations and everything are going to come up one day. He was so impressed. But Bandung conference, and so we haven't even adjusted to the Pacific century, where these powerhouse cities. Look at Asia right now. They got powerhouse cities to choose from. Black people, I think about, should we go to Africa, right? Look, Africa's not ready for African Americans in a large number. If we start building Singapores and Tokyos and Hong Kongs and Seoul, South Koreas, these mega cities and everything, yes, you attract the black people from the West to go to the continent, but that hasn't. Maybe these BRIC nations and everything like that, it's all up to Africa right now. You know, if you want to be stupid, look, you have to produce something. Right now, Africa produces nothing to the world. Nothing. Yeah, we produce cocoa. We do good. No, you don't. Cocoa is extracted from you. Gold is extracted from you, you know? Extraction and exporting are two different things. You know, foreign companies extract from you. They extract from you. They own the farms, everything like that. They extract. There's nothing Africa puts on the ship and exports anywhere in the world, except for Rwanda. They export tea and coffee. You know, Uganda's doing the same thing too. They're branding their own coffee and tea, which is a start, showing that we can export finished products, value-added products. But we cannot go in the future. And also, Africa can't be taken seriously. Talk about bringing African Americans home, and it doesn't want to produce anything. We can't all sit on growing fishing and growing bananas, and when I talk about sustainable living, that's not going to work. You know, we have to get serious about development. All right, Ant, man, what do you got to say? Long as you come here to bother me tonight.
Hey, greetings,
What up, man?
Greetings, brother.
What's up, Kyler? What's up, Bomani?
You, man. Greetings.
Yeah, man. I was listening in, man, but I was at work, so I was like, I'm gonna wait to call in until I get out. But yeah, man, y'all covered a lot. I'll start with the Brics. Like, yeah, you could look at it as a good thing, but it's a horrible thing for us. You know what I'm saying, here in the West, because again, it's just gonna make our dollar even weaker than what it is. Like just today, I was talking to somebody about how, you know, my first apartment I got in like this little, you know, hood city or whatever. It was like $650. And fast forward, you know, to today, that same apartment's like $1,200. But the pay, as far as me, because I drive trucks, the pay has not increased. And we're talking 10 years, right? About 10 years. So I'm like thinking, okay, what's going to happen in another 10 years? You know what I'm saying? Our money is just going to keep getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And I don't know if any of you guys know people in the trucking industry, but I could just tell you that it's getting worse and worse and worse. Like basically our pay, we're getting paid less. And I'm on the road, bro. I see nothing but like Middle Eastern people, like, bro. It's like straight up immigrants. Not even like African immigrants, but it's just like completely different people, bro. Like, you know, like I'm seeing people driving trucks with like these like Islamic pictures on the side, like, and they own their own trucks.
There's no more America anymore. You know, it's done.
You said there's no more what?
The America that people think exists. Do you drive on the East Coast of America?
Yeah.
Of course, you go up to Delaware, Jersey, and everything like that. Even the busing lines, the bus lines, and everything like that. Chinese, Arabs, everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I'm like, people keep saying, "Oh, get into the truck and get into the truck," and I'm like, no, it's oversaturated. And like a lot of like rich oligarch Russians are coming and buying up trucks, and they're basically taking a lot of the work. So now you got people that gotta get jobs from Russians. Like one of my friends, he just got hired from these Russians, and he said that a lot of the management, they don't even speak English. They got to use translators to tell him stuff. So, and he's talking about his manager getting flown in on a helicopter. It's like crazy. So I'm like, these guys are coming over here buying up trucks, and they're basically taking over the freight on the highway. So that's going to be an avenue that's going to get cut off eventually in the future as well. So, you know, it's getting, like I said, it's getting bad out here. And as far as like just the whole white thing and, you know, Western civilization kind of crumbling. Yeah, it's not just America, it's crumbling. It's also crumbling in Europe. You know, they have a horrible immigration problem, you know, for them, you know, with Italy and Spain and, you know, France, they're going through there to try to get to England. You know, they got a whole bunch of like Muslims going over there building mosques and just changing the culture and everything. Because they don't have, I've noticed something about Europeans, like they don't have a problem with Christian people from those Islamic countries, but they have, because, you know, they can kind of mix in and kind of create a white person, you know, probably one generation, but they have a problem with the religion aspect of it, you know, so that's the ones that they have an issue with. I even see people like Glenn Beck was talking about saving a whole bunch of Christians in Afghanistan, and I found that interesting that he was like so worried about the Christians, you know what I'm saying, the Christian Afghanis that are over there, but he didn't give a damn about the Muslim ones. So like, yeah, you know, they have a huge issue. You know, I would say Asia is something that people should be looking at. Like you said, Singapore, maybe even Thailand, Japan. Japan has a population problem, so that might be a good spot to, you know, look as far as people who are not into the whole, maybe they're not into the whole Pan-African thing, but they're into just finding like a place where they could grow.
I'm shock you right now, right? Japan has abandoned towns, look beautiful city in the countryside, right? Where they got nobody living. They're saying we'll let anybody come over here and buy these properties and towns and everything. They look nice. You see Japanese.
Yeah, I've been seeing that. I've been seeing that even in Italy.
And I'm like this, hey, if you can't make it in Africa, we need some people to go over to Japan and start building some shit over there, build an Afrikstan over there and say, let's build a community. You'd be right there in one of the third largest economies in the world. You got to think outside the box, Hey, look, I got no problem with that,
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So you've seen that. I've seen that same thing. They have a whole bunch of schools that are pretty much shutting down because there's nobody's having kids and people are leaving those towns and going into Tokyo and all those other cities. So yeah, those are abandoned towns. And even in Italy, they have a whole bunch of abandoned towns, and they're talking about giving those towns to African immigrants now. Like they're like, okay, maybe we should, have the immigrants come here so they have somewhere to go. So I agree with what you're saying. People should think outside the box, and you can still invest in Africa from, Asia or whatever until, like you said, it's ready to receive the diaspora. Because I agree, it's definitely not ready.
Oh no, Africa is way off from receiving large numbers of first world people. It's not going to happen right now. Like I said, until Africa really builds, really gets serious about, we can go over there and do trips and invest here and there and whatnot. But as far as like Akon, he sounds like a fool. Akon got a video out talking about black people, you come to Africa, you'll be a millionaire in a year. Stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. Stop. Stop. But it's going to take the hard work. And like I said, I just hope that the Africans, if they do get a chance with the BRIC nations, right, don't bumble it like you did the IMF. The same loans that the Asia got from the IMF, look what they did with it. They built infrastructure. They invested in education and stuff like that. Now they invested in factories, industries, and everything. Ghana and all these people got the same amount of loans and whatnot, and they're in debt. And they have nothing to show for it. They squandered all the money. So we have to change. We really have to change as far as like as a race, if we want people to buy into us and everything like that. Also, BRICS is not going to really do much good for us. If we have the same mentality, and everything. And one of the problem I believe is that black people, whether it's America and Africa, we basically act like children. We rely on white people to make all the hard decisions in the world. We have there's no real infrastructure, science and everything discussion. You don't have young Africans meeting. Show me the last time you see young Africans meeting in certain cities in Africa and coordinating the development plan, irrespective of nation, everything like that, with the funding and backing of everything. No, you got a bunch of old heads. Look at Gabon. This guy had millions of dollars in his house of money that he could have taken and built schools and some of everything if he had the vision. But that's who ends up empowering Africa. People are just a bunch of clowns and buffoons. And this is what Europe, France have been invested in, clowns and buffoons to do their bidding on the continent. Whether Africa is going to do, whether military hunters are going to change this, that remains to be seen. But I hope they do. So.
I will say this. I heard you say one time, Kala, you said something about not being able to go backwards as far as like going to like Nigeria versus like Liberia. So why don't you like kind of feel the same way about maybe going to South Africa or Kenya then? You know what I mean? Why don't you feel like that might be a better option to just go over there?
My whole thing is, okay, I get that, right? First of all, we have a lot of African American, and I do believe that South Africa will play a role. South Africa is like the economic engine of the continent, right? Most of the manufacturing, banking, MTNs on the continent and everything, ShopRite and all these other things like that. The logistics of the continent is mostly about companies in South Africa. You want access to the continent, you open up an office in Johannesburg or Cape Town, and you got access to the whole entire continent. If you're a software engineer or whatever like that, Johannesburg is a place, right? Place to do. I would like to see a bridge between South Africa, black people in South Africa, and black people in Nigeria and Liberia and stuff like that, and we could do something like that. But my whole thing about Liberia is, since Black people in America are so close to the upper echelons of Liberia because of the history and everything, we could establish ourselves better in Liberia than we could ever in South Africa, because South Africa is still, remember, South Africa is still a multiracial society, you know. And so if you go to South Africa, right, and you like to say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If I want to start a business in South Africa, or I want to be successful, right, I'm going to have to meet with the Patels and all these other people, the Indians. I'm going to meet the Coloreds. I'm going to meet with the Chinese, and it's going to be a diverse. I'll meet with some Black South Africans, some Xhosas, Zulus, everything like that. That's the way South Africa works, you know, that spirit of Ubuntu that they always talk about, you know, together. So you got all these people working together, regardless of race and everything like that. That's hard for somebody like a Pan-Africanist who basically really want to build Black African infrastructure. Now, I say, if I want to be successful, right, if I want to go to South Africa, we might have to do that. We might have to work across racial lines, everything, to make that happen. But it's still not going to satisfy the Pan-African quest that we have, that we want. You know, but I'm all for South Africa. South Africa has a well-developed infrastructure, and we got Mark Blanton and his wife, Latasha Blanton. They're doing really good work in South Africa. A lot of Black people from America that the Blacks Without Borders decision came out in 2006. You got Black people that have become millionaires in South Africa that participating on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and stuff like that. Hey, I have no problem with Black people, African Americans going to South Africa, right? But it's not going to be that idea of a Black Afrikstan or a Black state that we want, you know? Jughead.
Well, perfect. Jughead, welcome to the call, brother. And go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know what's on your mind, and then Anthony can follow up with you after that. Yes, Jughead. Hopefully your mic and things work. But Anthony, go ahead until Jughead gets.
I will say this: I've been following a little bit of the whole Niger and Gabon situation, and in Mali and all that stuff. Like, and I've always said this. One of my critiques of Pan-Africanism was, I was like, okay, what are you gonna do if one part of Africa decides to side with the East, and then one part sides with the West? Like, what are you really gonna do if you're trying to leave the West and you're trying to go to West Africa, where the majority of our ancestry comes from? Then that's going to pretty much be hard to. It's going to be very uncomfortable to do, knowing that a lot of their leaders are puppets to the West. So it's almost like you're going to go somewhere where, yeah, everybody's Black, but at the end of the day, they answer to the West. The same system you're trying to escape. And then when it comes to like what we're seeing now with the whole, you know, Ethiopia and Egypt got allowed into BRICS now or something. So it's like you're seeing these parts like Northeast and East Africa, and we already know Somalia history with the United States. They don't really have good relations like that. So it's like this part of Africa is kind of like, you know, even Zimbabwe to a certain degree, they're not really messing with America like that, or the West, you know. So it's kind of like, are you going to choose to go to West Africa where they have a whole bunch of sellout leaders, or are you going to just say, you know what, forget that, I'm going to where they're actually trying to, you know, not getting all that confusion and all that, you know, all that stuff that the West has to do with gender and all that stuff.
I agree. Look, I would be remiss if, like I said, if I basically said Nigeria is going to be my country, right? And I look at that bug-eyed Tinubu, right? Basically talking about it's coming out now that he owes America favors because he was arrested in some drug thing in America, and he faked his credentials, or he graduated from college or whatever like that in 1979, whatever he was doing. He was doing a lot of nefarious criminal stuff in America, right? And then when he was governor of Lagos, when he was basically a crook. But the bottom line is this guy's compromised, right? He's head of ECOWAS, right? And what I was saying for years, right? I said all these countries in Africa, most of them are nothing but puppets. You got to follow the money, right? Even the African Union, you know, like Africa's only supplied the African Union with 20% of his budget. The rest of his budget, these high level stuff like that, is funded by the EU, the United States, and all these other, China and all these other people. And the bottom line, you think they're going to go against what America and all these other, but no. You know, do you think the Arab League will be funded by Europeans? No, the Arab League is funded by Arab money. You know, the European Union is funded by what? European money. The African Union is funded by outsiders, and who basically ECOWAS. Who controls ECOWAS? The West. You know, the West. The West funds ECOWAS, and so they're going to do their bidding. Now, the problem is that these governments are realizing, right, and I've said all the time, right, just because you get elected as president, it means nothing. You see how they're clowning that guy, Ali Bongo in Gabon. They're tearing down his picture. They're putting up rap videos up and whatnot. His wife, as they say, she was also behind the coup and whatnot. They're showing. So the bottom line is these things that they've been put president of a country and everything. And one day after the election, they arrested him, saying, "No, get the hell out of here." Just that fast. So what's happening is right now is all these images, right? And black people in America got to get out of this Africa worship stuff. These people that they put in front of you, this presidente of this, like Adu. Adu is a French puppet in Ghana. He basically wants to go out there and say, if the black world was silent and we were asleep and everything like that, he would basically probably already sent troops into Niger already. But because he has his ear to the streets and he sees what everybody say, just like I don't know if you remember this, a few years ago, he basically almost put a U.S. military base right in the middle of Accra, right? Which they wouldn't be able to come in and out and everything like that for only $2 million. Social media got a hold of that and said, hell no. Hell no. That was back in like 2019. They said, hell no. People are rioting. Said, what the hell are you talking about? America's going to have access to come in and out of the country. No, you can't stop these white guys going to come in and everything. So the bottom line is this. These people that you put in these African governments, they think they're invincible and everything. Look, an election, right? In a developed country, where you have a middle class, where everyone have a stake in the society. They have generational wealth. They have a future. They have something to lose. And because of that, right, the right leader's chosen to make sure that happens right here. That's a legitimate president. But you can't just have an election, right? Election and put somebody in power, and the poverty level, the president means nothing. It's just a freaking title. That's why the people in Nigeria say, get this guy out of here. They don't care. People in Mali, what do we have to lose? Burkina Faso, we don't care about the military and power. Oh, you got these puppets that do the bidding. If France is getting rich and we don't have electricity and whatnot, what good is having a president? That's the thinking of the average African right now.
Well, I knew Gabon was corrupt because I was actually looking at trying to go over there for like a week, and I'm looking at the hotels. This is a place where there's a lot of poverty, but the hotels are 200 plus a night. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how is it 200 plus a night? You got all this oil and all this, the hotels look nice, but I'm like, that's a lot. When I was in Ethiopia, we're talking $60 a night for like a 4-star hotel. But Gabon, it's 200 plus, and not even just there, even like places like the Congo. When you see hotel prices like that, you already know something's wrong with that picture.
Yeah, what you call, like I said, a friend of mine, I visit. He's a retired military chief. I was talking to him today, and he was asking me about my trip to Liberia, right? And I was he said he's in the military. When he was in the military, he went to Ghana and he went to Cameroon and Senegal, right? He was in the military. And he said he was in this one bar in Ghana, right? He said it's a hotel, but he was at the bar. But he said there was really no patrons there. He said they had the whole like bar to themselves. I said, I guess you see that a lot in Africa. You'll see empty bars and stuff like that. Africa got to get to the point where those restaurants and bars are jam packed. I mean, they was there during the year of return. It was restaurants and everything was packed. But the average citizen, the African can't keep relying on tourism and stuff like that. They got to create a middle class where the middle class is spending the money back into the economy. When that happens and everything, then these countries will be a really attractive place to do business and settled and stuff like that, Frank says Ghana export rice. I don't think so. I don't think so. I believe some European firms grow rice and they bring it from Ghana, but there's no Ghanaian firms that basically put rice on a ship, a container, and ship it and distribute it inside the United States. It's not in Europe. It's not happening.
Yeah, people need to do their research better before they start popping up these things, man. And sometimes I get frustrated with, family, do your research and just give us some good information, because we'd like to see what Africa really just exports or producing, but we don't really have any tangible information. I mean, everything is basically imported into the countries, and there's a lack of trade internally on the African continent. Most of the trade partners are European nations, so we have work to do and fix these things.
I wanted to say something too about the whole what you were talking about earlier with America just collapsing thing, like, and back to the trucking thing. Like, I go to these rural areas in Pennsylvania and all these areas, and I'm telling you, like, most of the people there that are like white are older people. Like, you can just see it's like these are like ghost towns. There's not a lot of young people. And then even when you do see little cities where there's younger people, you see the LGBT flags, and every time you see that with a Black Lives Matter flag, you already know what time it is. So you see that type of stuff. So I'm like, yeah, their communities are dying, and even if they have kids, they're having like one child. Like, they're not really, I guess, being fruitful. So it's not. So at the end of the day, they're still going to have a lot of economic power. But the more and more people come from these third world countries, like, El Salvador and all this stuff, it's going to keep it's just going to keep, going down. Let's just say that, for lack of a better word. So, you know what I mean? It's just because, like, if you ever see those videos in New York, my bad, but you ever see those videos in New York with the Dominicans, like, taking, like having whole pools in the middle of the road and like trying to act like that's like a good thing. Like, they're bringing like third world type of stuff to like our cities, and they're making it look like, oh, look at us, we're just making a bubble bath.
They're killing animals on the side of the streets now in New York, and cooking bush meat right on the side of the street, cooking rats and everything,
Yeah,
squirrels and
I've
everything.
seen that.
Dude, man, come on,
Yeah, I've seen that.
And this is why I said, America's so sick, right? You got people out there, immigrants are welcome, whatnot. They're basically having fistfights in New York right now because New York is being over. This is a sick country. America's a sick country right now, It doesn't know.
I'm starting to see them come into Connecticut because we're right there. So, like, and you can just tell, like, when you just see someone walking around, wandering around, you can be, okay, that's like an illegal immigrant right there. Like, I'm starting to see them a lot more. So,
And so you see,
it's a wrap, man.
You see the small town. Now, upstate New York don't look that bad. Way upstate New York is bad, but the Mid-Hudson Valley Catskills still look all right, pretty good. The central part of New York.
Oh yeah, I go up that way.
That's beautiful up there. That's
that stuff. But yeah, it's still nice up there.
And stuff like that. West, those towns are just dead. Ghost towns. You can buy. I seen a house, a mansion, 14 bedrooms for sale in Jamestown, upstate New York, for $500,000. 14 bedrooms. They said they have nobody in town. You be like the only one living there. I'm like, shit, man. Like, the bottom line is this, the rural towns and everything like that in Western Pennsylvania, the Appalachian, everything like that. You got the Rust Belt area. White communities are dying. They're really dying. They're really going out. Thing. I don't know what's the apocalypse on that, but you can't convince white people that they're in trouble.
I think a lot of it is the younger, like, their children are moving out of those areas to places like Hawaii and LA. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to the major Miami and trying to basically, live it up. And then they don't want to have kids. They're kind of like, I just want to have my own condo, 1 bedroom, and just kind of live it up. They're not trying to have families. So,
check us out. What you see with these Mexicans, right? You go out to a restaurant, you see young guys and whatnot with their little families, like 3 and 4 kids and whatnot. I said that gotta be the future right there, because you see these Hispanics and everything, they come here legal as anything, but they got a wife and kids and everything like that, and their babies, and also things we take for granted. A park, right? Oh, the legal aliens, they know how to work a park, man. And you know how they have the grill out there in the park. They're out there with their little balloons and their fiestas and whatnot. They're enjoying all this infrastructure and everything. Yeah, but the average white person in America and whatnot, they don't have the joy of family anymore and stuff like that. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see, like I put this in the comments earlier, like a lot of East Indians. People don't be talking about them. They talk about Latinos, but I'm saying I go to the parks and I see East Indians like deep. Like we're talking like 5, 6 kids, and then they even over here in Connecticut they have whole condo communities where they like half of the population in those condos are Indians, and they're buying up. They got their own grocery stores out here in Connecticut. When you go downtown, like in the cities, they're there. I guess they're there on those. What are those visas called? Those business visas. They come over here on those.
H1
Yeah, you know what I'm talking. Them visas. I forgot what it was called, but what'd you say? What was it?
It's like an H2 visa, something like that.
Yeah, it's one of them visas, and they come over here, and they don't leave. Like they have a high illegal. I guess they overstay their visas a lot here, and then they just stay. So
growing. They say East Indians have the fastest growing undocumented and illegal alien population. East Indian people from East India, but they got such good PR with the white people, right? Because white people always want to use them to discredit black people, and I want to ask you a question, Anthony, right? White people use these people, say, "Oh, look at all these people coming over here," but they're here illegally. They're living sometimes 5, 10 people to one house. They got built-in nannies, grandmother, and everybody and everything. So it's a different situation. They're pulling together. The sons and everything will take care of their mother. So there's a different thing when you got a third world culture coming here. They can survive, But what do we do with our kids when they turn 21? You got to get out. You got to get out there on your own. You got to do something. You got to get out of my house. Or you got to be off to college, like that. We don't have those sort of communities anymore. So white people, why is it that white people always compare, like talk about the success of these people, right? But they never talk about, okay, if they're so successful, but what about you guys in the Appalachians that haven't done shit? You ever notice that? They always say black people.
Oh yeah, I say that too. I'm like, no, these people. Well, the Indians I see, I've never saw a poor Indian. And another thing I've never saw, like in America, and I never saw one working in. I've worked in warehouses. I never see them work in warehouses. So I'm like, they're going straight to the top. Like their parents are coming over here on those visas, and these kids are becoming doctors, and they're not taking any of those small jobs. So you're not competing with the lower, echelon of the Indian community. You're competing with the best of the best that their country has to offer. So you can't even. I don't even try to compare it.
They always say, "Oh, the Indians doing it." Yeah, but the Indians are coming over here with high education, everything like that. And they're not going. They're not. You never see the Indians working at McDonald's or anything like that, or whatever like that, unless they own it, And so stuff like that. So they're basically on a different wavelength than Black America. We got.
I'll say this: you were in Virginia, right? I went to Virginia like I don't know, several years ago, Virginia Beach, right? And I noticed that a lot of the businesses, like the hotels, are owned by Indians.
Mm-hmm.
And I got into an argument with one of the Indian people there because they were trying to charge. It was like they were trying to charge me some ridiculous price for the room. But like I was just noticing that I'm like, wow, like they even got the businesses over here. That was before I knew they had a big Indian population in Virginia.
That own hotels in Virginia Beach, they were formerly owned by white people, right? And next thing you know, every time you see a white person own a gas station, just give it like about a year, and next thing you know, you see the Indians in there. They buy up the gas station, the hotels, everything. And what gets me is the Indians in the hotels. There's a few of those rooms in there that have you see the old Indian lady coming in, they're living there and stuff like that. And they may be doing housekeeping part-time, but they're actually living in some of the rooms there and stuff like that. That happens a lot. Or some of the Indian people that own the hotels live there. I know that happens a lot too. They'll live in a hotel for years until they got enough money till they buy their own house and stuff like that. They'll do stuff that we'll do. A lot of times Indians own a gas station. They'll live in back in there. They'll make a little space and back in a gas station hovel with a space heater and whatnot and live in that gas station, a storage unit and everything like that until they make it. They don't mind doing stuff like that, the average white person and Black person not going to do that to run a business. It's not going to happen. That's why the people that the Indians, like I said, I know a lot of Indians, right? My office, my guy who owns my office space is an Indian guy, Matthew. He just bought a brand new Maserati. Let me sit in it. you know. But he has like 7 or 8 buildings, office buildings, right? And basically, you know, he always tried to get me to go into business with him. Whatever. I'm like, I'm fixing what I'm doing. Nice guy. He gave one of his businesses to a young brother. He had a car dealership, right? He said, look, he got out of business, and his kid used to work for him for a long time. So he just gave him the business, just like that. He just said, hey, you can have it, you know? Just pay me this per month, whatever like that, you know, it's yours, you know? Gave him a business, you know, right after thing. But he just told me what he had to go through to get where he is one night. And I said to myself, I couldn't go through all that shit, you know? They go through a lot, but also his wife is right there beside him, you know? He don't have to worry about his wife cheating on him. He don't have to worry about his wife running off with somebody else. They got arranged marriages and everything like that. So all they can do is concentrate on work. Well, look at the social discourse in Black America, right? Women doing their own thing. Black men ain't shit. Women are dogs and that. How are you going to build a cohesive culture and build businesses and compete when you got so much animosity, adversity among Black people? And we also
not gonna happen.
So,
I honestly think Black America needs to literally mix in with Black immigrants and just create a whole new group. Like that's where I'm at now.
Yeah. I'm glad you came to that conclusion. Bottom line is this: I think you're Black in America, just you're Black in America, right? Because this division is not getting us someplace. Because it's all about race. You know, it's all about race and building and stuff like that. You know, we could basically do that and build something, right? But the problem is, on the large scale, the Black immigrants and Black Americans are not building anything together. You know, I mean, when I say build, I mean something colossal. You know, something big. You know, big things. You know, other groups of people, the Jews and everybody, they'll have like 20 or 30 millionaires come together and build something colossal. You know. How do you think Donald Trump got big, right? He has millionaire friends that could pull millions of dollars for businesses to build hotels and everything. I've never seen that happen with Black people. It's usually one person who's super rich, right? And everybody around him ain't got shit. You know, that's just the truth. You never see it. You'll never see like 10 Black multimillionaires come together and say, look, we're going to build this. We're going to buy this. We're going to merge together and build this and everything like that, right? And start a trend. It just never happens because we don't work together like other races of people, you know? Because we expect the white man to provide everything, you know? We expect the white man to like that. And like I said, what's going to happen when these people get control of the media? What happens when a Chinese person buys the New York Times? What happens when a Indian mogul buys Fox News or MSNBC or CNN? That's coming. You know, then what we're gonna say? We're gonna go to them and complain about racism and everything. They're like, that's not our problem. You know,
that's something I saw when I was in Miami. I saw firsthand Black people getting kicked out of positions. Like, let's say they're a manager, you know, in the back. You know, I used to deliver to like schools, like all the schools in Miami and Broward County, all that. So I used to see like they would have like the head chef or manager in the back, like in the kitchen. A lot of times they were Black women, and I seen over like months them get replaced by, you know, Latino women. You know, where they would get replaced. They would already have the staff, like, you know, Latino or whatever, and then slowly but surely she would get pushed out, and then it would just become. I've seen it happen in Dunkin'. I used to deliver to Dunkin' Donuts. I seen the same thing. It's like they would get replaced, and then that person would just hire straight up, you know, Cubans or Venezuelans, and that's it, you know.
In Miami, especially in Miami, they hire
Miami.
They hire everybody when not. Then before they start hiring Black Americans, they're gonna bring in the Haitians, the Panamanians, and everybody else, right? To avoid Black America, you know, Black America. That's what it is. White people think white America really thinks that these people, right? That's what they thought. They thought that if they brought in all these people, that they would basically be spicy whites and everything. But now you see all these Asians talking about white supremacy. See, internet's a beautiful thing. Whoever thought that there's a lot of anger among Asians and whatnot, talk about not representation in Hollywood, how they're portrayed and everything. They thought that these Asians were going to be so satisfied with being the model minority and just being quiet and happy and everything like that. And they're not happy. White people are like, oh man, we miscalculated, you know? Yeah, well, if we didn't have social media, right? White people, their game plan will be going on right now. It will be going on right now. If we didn't have social media speaking up right now, speaking out and everything like that, telling you everything is not perfect and everything in America, right? Everybody think everything's okay. You know, and social media has basically brought out a lot of stuff that people, a lot of white people don't even know there's a lot of black anger in America. They had no idea. But they see TikTok and they see all the stuff like this and like, damn, I didn't know all this was going on. So their white world that they imagine is crumbling right before them. You know, and so it's going to be interesting in the next decade or so. You know, that's what I said. You know, black people have to be more global in our outreach. You know, and build globally. You know, because it's a matter of time before the bottom sinks in America. I think it's happening right now with if a country can't control its borders and anybody can just flood in here, commit crimes, do everything and you got to basically, they can rent out whole hotels to illegal migrants and everything. And now they talk about putting illegal immigrants in people's homes and everything like that, that cross the border illegally, that should be in jail for crossing the border because you don't have a country. That means America as a republic and a country don't exist anymore.
What I'm gonna say is kind of controversial, but what I think they should do is allow the women to come over here and then send the dudes back. Dudes out.
What's coming over here are military-age single men.
Exactly, and there's already enough men over here that aren't even getting married. They're not having children. So just to have a whole bunch.
So anybody tell you that's a recipe for disaster? A bunch of idle men. Do they understand history? That's how empires fall, when you have a bunch of men who feel out there. And pretty soon in time, you may think, oh, they're just lucky to be here eating it. No, they're gonna want more. You know,
you see what's happening in Chicago?
Of course.
So they're gonna start clashing. They're gonna start clashing, and it's gonna be dead bodies over
next. You know, that's coming next. What I would like to do is take all these illegal immigrants, right, and start busting them to like rural white areas, right? You know, let them feel this stuff. You know, let's bust them to rural white areas. So long as it's coming to black areas and the thing, and a lot of white people like, I even hear white people, right, when I hear the argument about illegal aliens online and everything like that, the white people are taking the illegal alien side. Oh, those black people are just lazy and they're gonna do jobs that black people don't do, whatnot. So you don't even care enough about the fact that black people are actually citizens. They contribute to building this country, right? But yet and these people come over here waving their foreign flags and everything. Like I said, this I would like to know for all these people here, the America thing is done. And it wasn't us that killed it, it's white people. They're literally siding with people who invade the country, who don't respect this country, don't respect the laws and everything, over black people, because they're tired of us complaining about racism.
Hey, Carl, I keep on getting these calls, man. Let me answer one of them real quick.
Yeah, let's see.
Because they're tired of us.
Hey, greetings. Hey, greetings. You're gonna have to turn on the audio. This is Bomani. Who am I speaking to?
Yeah, what's up, man? This is Chris.
Hey, greetings, Chris. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You can join us if you want to talk.
Man, can you just switch your StreamYard settings? I'll join you, bro.
What do you mean switch my StreamYard setting? As a matter of fact, I have you on live. Go ahead and say what you have to say.
What?
You have to have a YouTube account. Use your sister's YouTube account or something.
Stop being mad because you're a nigger, bro. Just fucking switch your StreamYard.
I'm supposed to be real mad because you called me an N. Come up with something a little more original.
For some reason, just change the shit and just let it so anyone can join your StreamYard. It'll take you like 2 seconds.
This is how stupid you white devils are, man. You guys gotta
you're so mad.
follow directions. Follow directions. I understand that you're a white trash, and you're upset that you have some brothers on here making more money than you. No, I don't call people names, because me calling you a cracker is not gonna do anything. It's not gonna put any more money in my pocket or anything. Hey, how about you send a super chat and stop playing games? Use your sister YouTube login. Do you think? Brother Khaled, is that what we do? We don't have time for that. If you this isn't change the stream. I'm not your bro. Don't disrespect my mother. Change it. Change it to what? Why are you afraid? Because you don't want to use your real YouTube page?
I don't have a YouTube account.
Well, stupid. Go sign up for a Google account, and you have a YouTube.
Oh my God!
You gotta be the. You can't. I mean, are you just another stupid white devil? Are you just another stupid white devil? Have some sense. I'm not mad. No, I'm not here to call nobody any names. I want you to come on here and talk like you have some sense, so we can educate you, because ignorant crackers like you, devils like you. I'm gonna educate your dumb ass.
Everything you're talking about, from the open borders to everything, is used, but for some reason you won't admit it.
Hey, I got a message from one of my Jewish homies. He told me, Bomani, don't do it unless you want to have problems with us. So I can't do it.
Yeah, exactly, because they own YouTube. That proves my point. Holy fuck, the Jews own YouTube. Yes, you will be banned if you call out the Jews in any form. You will be labeled anti-Semitic and banned. Yes, knows. Just like the website I showed you, can you at least look? I like listening to Genesis. He's actually seems like a smart guy. I just wish he would aim his crosshairs in the right direction. Just show him the website and tell him to research it before he writes me off as some white devil cracker motherfucker. I'm just asking for some here.
He want me to go in there and go mess with this. I'm on live. He want me to go mess with some sentence. Go use your boyfriend's YouTube login.
Put the link in the chat room.
No, he telling me to change sentence because he don't want to use YouTube to log in. We have to have they're not stupid. They made us to where. All right, there we go. We got better things to do. He's been calling me all night.
Yo, how did these guys get your number, man?
My number is streaming right at the bottom, and I'm gonna pop.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
I got a few websites with my information on their business stuff and things like that. I've been dealing with them for about a good decade. I remember at the other house I used to live and do my business. They're calling us, make little college jokes, and sometimes I'll just entertain them, because I was like, any little nasty little word you have called me, it doesn't hurt me. I mean,
it's crazy at this point, because I really feel like a lot of these dudes, they're just kind of self-destructing, because it's like, I don't know, like you said, they might not be that intelligent, because if they were, they would understand that it's a wrap and there's nothing they could do. It's not like, I think the whole, I guess, quote unquote, diversification of America, that's destiny. You know what I'm saying? That was always going to be that way. Like, you're not going to be on the border of Latin America, all, you know what I'm saying? All the mixed Latinos and think you're going to stay a white nation. That's not going to happen. That's almost like South Africa thinking they're about to create a white country. Like, that's never going to happen. Like, it's always
the problem is? The problem is the fact that they thought that they could bring people over here and Americanize them, and they don't have a real definition of what an American is, right? So instead of them basically saying, okay, this is what American is, everything, if the racists are the face of America, people come over here and say, I don't want to be like that. You had white people that came over here at one time. People don't realize this, right? There was a lot of people from Eastern Europe, Italians and everything right here that came here like in the 1920s and everything like that. They saw the racism in America, right? And just the way America was, right? The Klan and all like that. The Catholics, they said, we want to get the fuck out of here. People don't realize that. There was large numbers of Italians said, look, we're stuck here. We were lured here with the promise of the Statue of Liberty and all stuff like that. And they said, we'll get out of here. What happened, what stopped them was World War II. World War II.
And in World War II, remember, the Italian Americans was trying to help Mussolini at the same time. So,
yeah, but there was a lot of Italians and even Germans say, look, man, I'm not buying this America thing, right? Because they were like, yo, look, we're immigrants and everything, and the values. In other words, basically, it's like this. People automatically think, right? Like, there was a miracle that John F. Kennedy became a Catholic, first Catholic president, right? the prejudice for Catholics in America was deep. People think prejudice for Jews was deep in America. Prejudice for Catholics were really deep in America, you know? And so people were like, yo, look, man, you know, why do I got to be a Protestant and everything? Because there was this pressure to be a Protestant and everything. And Jews, like, because of religious support, they're like, forget that. I'm not going to be convert to Christianity. Catholics, like, I'm like this. And so people wanted to make money from America. Let's see how people do now in Central American. They make a lot of money here and then go back to Central America or Mexico. A lot of Europeans want to do the same thing. They want to come to America, get rich, and retire into their countryside villa in Italy or wherever, France or wherever they came from. What happened was World War I and World War II broke out, and that stopped that, you know? And then post-World War II, you know, began the whole Americanization, and so people just said, okay, we're here in America and everything like that. And then eventually through movies and culture and everything, Catholics became accepted and everything like that, because the biggest opposition to Catholics was the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan rebirth in the 1920s was anti-Catholic. They believed that there was some big conspiracy by the Pope and the Catholic Church. And
yeah, but that goes back in history. You already know that goes back in history. You know, it goes
I know that, but
yeah.
In modern times, it's different when you're seeing in real time and people in newsreels and people saying it on television and stuff like that. It's different when you're hearing on the street corner in the 1800s, right? And seeing this in real time by politicians and everything like that in the most modern country in the world. They were like, man, what the hell is this all about? And then so what happened was over the time period, right, the culture of America changed, right? In other words, basically, Catholics were accepted, right, because they were white, you know, and that's how they benefit. Okay, you're Catholic, white. Now the Ku Klux Klan accepts Catholics into their role. Before it was like anti-Catholic. Now it's like, okay, since you're Christian, whatever. But there was always this belief among Anglo-Saxons, right? Because remember something, the Protestant church broke away from the Catholic Church, right? So there's always this thing, suspicion that the Catholic Church is going to, the Pope was going to send an army to Catholicize everybody, and the Protestant religion is going to go away and stuff like that, you know. And then towards like the 1940s and 50s and everything, when there was a consciousness in America of tolerance. There was a lot of propaganda in America about tolerance and religious tolerance and racial tolerance and everything. They benefited from that, right? The only thing that really did not change a whole lot was racial tolerance, right? America learned to accept Catholics. America learned to accept Jews, right? And even like the first, people don't realize this, right? The first thing about was Superman, this cartoon Superman came out, right? And Superman was a character, the first major cartoon that took on the Ku Klux Klan, right? And the protagonist of that was a Chinese man, right? Superman was saving this Chinese man who was being bullied by the Ku Klux Klan. Now, some people argued that they should have started with a black person as a character. It was a cartoon. It was the Superman cartoon. And the super writer said that if there was a black character, right, America would not accept it. So they had to start with an Asian, right? They had to start. Matter of fact, the civil rights movement integration was really supposed to start with in the Asian community. But for the most part, they couldn't galvanize the Asians, right? They couldn't galvanize the Asians to buy into this. So they found black because they went to the South, right? They couldn't start it with the black people in the North and everything like that. So they went to the South. Said, well, this is a perfect place to build a civil rights movement because target is going to be the racist laws, the Jim Crow laws in place. But the civil rights movement has solved many fundamental problems in American culture, the power dynamic of race and culture in America. I tried to have an intellectual conversation with early European Americans, Arabic people, about Kemetic people, African American. They call them N-word and other slugs. But well, that's what you get when people basically try to have a conversation with these people, you know. And we were hoping that some intelligent white person would come by and have an intelligent conversation. they got to start with the N word and stuff like that. So what gets me is what gets me is, like I said last week, I can't believe if any black person to this day think that white supremacy and white people holding them back, I smack them in the head. These people are really freaking stupid, you know?
I mean, think about it though, Kyle. Like, if you notice these people that do that type of stuff, like troll channels, like what's the other dude name, Afridamus and stuff.
Yeah.
These people always hide their identity. So imagine that, right? Going back in time, 100 years ago or so, where they were so bold and brave. You know what I mean? They would have never hid their identity until, you know, the KKK or whatever. But in today's time, they got to call private. They got to put mask on their face when they go on live streams and hide. And it just shows you, like, you know, the cowardice and just delusion. Like I was saying earlier, like it's over. Like this whole idea of having America be a white country that's just not gonna happen. Like you gotta accept
everybody,
that.
not just a white country, but everybody has to kiss the feet of the white man, right? We can't tell him
That's
shit
done.
America, right? We gotta the white man. He always has people of color fighting against each other. He has black
Even in
people.
like the UK, that's even in like places like France or the UK, it's like it's like it's not gonna be how you think it's gonna be. You know, the chickens are coming home to roost at the end of the day. See, America, you know, the United States failed at developing basically the North and South American continent. They wanted to be the big top dogs, and now that's basically coming back to haunt them. And
let me build on that. Let me build on that. Look at Japan. Looked at all these underdeveloped countries in Southeast Asia. They said we're all Asians, but we don't want a bunch of people, millions of people flooding into Japan, right? We said we'll bring them in as we need them. There's a lot of Vietnamese and people, Filipinos live in Japan, right? But orderly, right? So what Japan said, we have a plan long term is to develop Asia. Let's make the Koreans happy in Korea. Let's invest in the Thai auto industry. Let's invest in Vietnam. Let's invest in all these countries that it tried to conquer and to being development, right? So as these countries become industrialized and develop and everything, they have no need to flood into. America says we freed all these people, but look in the wake of America, right? You got America with a stupid embargo on Cuba, right? Right? Everywhere you see around America, Haiti, the poorest country in the world, right near the U.S. border. All these countries, America, Central, South America, in poverty. The United Fruit Company, Chiquita Banana, all these countries, the term banana republic is actually real. Fruit companies used to prop up governments in Central and South America, you know, and send the CIA when somebody got out of line. They were what they call banana republics. Literally, banana republics. America has done so much damage in Central and South America. It has not, but look at Japan. Japan has took its wealth and everything like that, its powerful yen, we call it the Enindaga, that means the powerful yen era of the 80s, when and transfer all those trillions of dollars of yen into development capital and loans and everything and development to Southeast Asia. Now it has trading partners. The trade between China and Japan is like $400 billion a year. The trade between Korea and Japan is like $300 billion a year. You know, trade between Singapore and all these other countries, billions and billions of dollars a year worth of trade and business activity between these countries. Look what America has right here. Nothing. You know, nothing. It has all these countries in Central South America America's never invested in.
Yeah, to allow Brazil to basically be, you know, that's a major L right there with the Brazil and Russia and all that stuff. Man.
You got Brazil in the Western Hemisphere going to be a BRIC nation. So Brazil could be in a position to free South places like Venezuela and all these other places. You know what I'm saying? No, like I said,
and then you got Angola right there too.
Yeah,
and you know, these Portuguese-speaking places. I'm like, Brazil's going to be a powerhouse in the next maybe 10, 20 years, and they got all the agricultural land. And then you got Argentina. They export a lot of meat, so I'm like, Argentina's right there too. So, you know, they're gonna be some powerhouses.
But the average American does not think. The average American in foreign policy still thinks America got to do peacekeeping. Pretty soon, other countries are gonna have to start doing peacekeeping in America, because it looks like America's you can't sustain this. People rioting and people looting stores and the chaos and everything in the streets, and we completely lost these cities. This is not sustainable. So you might see UN troops in America soon.
Yeah, that's a lose-lose, because even if Trump wins, you know that they're going to start staging a whole bunch of, protests and burning
Oh
cities.
yeah, I know that's coming.
And then if he loses, it's going to be the opposite. So it's like either way, it's a lose-lose at this point.
If he wins, they're going to basically be like, oh, well, the orange man's in, so we could just riot and do whatever. They orchestrated, CNN orchestrated fucking riots and encouraged riots during Trump's administration, to basically say, look what it is. We thought that once he got, you understand, when you whip people up like that, right? That wasn't up, because people are still doing the same thing under Biden administration. We've had more riots.
Hey, be careful, Bomani. Be careful. Be careful with that.
Yeah, this documentation this devil asked me to look at. So
I was like, be careful, man. That could get your channel, struck down.
Yeah, I don't buy this idea. It's like I said.
What it's doing is just giving some numbers. But I mean, my point.
It's like saying who owns stuff, right? Like, oh, this person owns all this.
It's on ownership. But this is not. These are not. These are not what we are. Let me stop this sharing. That's not what we're really talking about. So, like I tell them, it's like, okay, so if a group of people own certain things dealing with economics or media and so on, what do you want me to do? You want me to just be mad at them and start talking about them? But yeah, I'll take your advice on this.
Well, I say that because the guy that whole Buffalo thing that happened, the shooting over there. He was talking about similar things, you know what I mean? That's why I say be careful, because they might, say, oh, you're spreading, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. You're right to the point. So you're trying to set me up. So I got it stopped out. But yeah, I'll see what he's saying. It's like, okay, well, so are we supposed to just be going in on that? And it's like, I don't have time for that. We're talking about one thing. We're talking about white America.
It's crazy, like Kala said.
Let me, because I'm about to super block him in a second. Let me just get him back on. Hey, greetings! I found your GTV flyer. You trying to get me? You're trying to get me set up?
Listen. The fact that you can get quote unquote set up proves my point even. But off stream, you look at the names. Every person listed there is Jewish. I'll tell you another thing. I believe in this to the point where I will lay down my life over it. Right? This isn't any joke shit. White people are just as threatened as black people right now, and there's a It's funny the way Genesis talks. He doesn't realize that all the shit he's been researching and looking up, he's been conditioned by Jewish media. When the Jews own everything, look, World War II, Nazis lost, right? Who writes history? The winners, right? Everyone said, "Oh, the Holocaust! What a terrible thing!" You ever notice that? Why did Ron DeSantis announce his campaign? You think I'm a Republican, bro? Get the fuck out of here! Why did Ron DeSantis announce his campaign in Israel? Why is Trump's fucking fund all?
Yo, is there any way you can speak like an intelligent person without using profanity every few seconds? Come on, we're having an intelligent conversation here.
I didn't even curse.
You cursed several times. Come on, as you can see, we've been talking professionally. We don't. If you're looking for some raggedy folks, it's plenty of them on YouTube. We're intelligent brothers here, talking about the things that we need to talk about. So please go ahead, continue.
I mean, that's about it, man. I just wanted to say, I don't like Jewish people, and okay. Let me put it like this: I don't like black people.
Okay.
I really, 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 really don't like Jewish people.
Well, okay, so you don't like black people and you don't like Jewish people.
Let me ask you a question.
So, what do you like?
I always wanted to ask these guys this question, Bomani. You gotta let me ask them this question.
Sure, God, absolutely, brother.
Okay, the question I always ask is this, right?
Got a question for you.
Okay, my whole thing is, right, I hear when people say I hate blacks and Jews, they always lump us together like we're in some kumbaya. I really got nothing, no love for Jews, whatever, like that, Everything like Jewish people or white people, just all the same to me, Bottom line is this, I do want to say is this, right? When are black people going to graduate to the point where we're the number one problem of you guys talking about, and you guys could leave the Jews alone and just focus on us, right? I want that honor of being the number. I'm a black bastard. I realize that, I'm a black bastard, and I'm a no good black bastard. I get that, we're trying to, as black people, right? We want to build our own shit, build our own nation, want to build Africa and whatnot, and get the hell away from you people, And there's nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that. You guys do whatever you want to do like that. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? I have no desire to be with your women. I have no desire, none of that stuff like that. Me. But what I'm saying is this, though. Why can't you give us the credit, right, of doing stuff, right, without saying that it's a Jew? Because what you're saying is we're too stupid to do anything. That anytime we do something, there's got to be a Jew behind it and everything. Why can't you just blame us for what we do?
What was that last part? Can you tell me?
I said, why can't you blame us directly? Blame us directly, black people directly, for the problems you say we have. When I'm willing to take responsibility. I know black people are fucking up and everything like that. We got a lot of fucked up situations that we try to deal with. And also, yeah, I know there's Jews that had the record industry that's fucking shit up and everything like that. I don't know if it's because they're Jewish, but it happens to be Jews, whatever like that. I understand that. But the same thing is, though, is that nobody makes these rappers sign record deals. They do it on their own and everything like that. And we basically go out there, we do all this stuff like that, that mess up the community, mess up our life, everything. Why can't you guys just blame us directly? Why you guys make it seem like we're just stupid, we're just puppets, and we're just going along with what the Jews say and everything like that? They have nothing to do with what we're trying to do.
Can I say something?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm basically a Nazi, right? And
we can figure that.
Website that I gave you, he's a live streamer, so it's a different web. Same type of thing. And it's funny the things what Genesis just brought up. He says the guy I watch, Handsome Truth, he's active all over Florida, Orlando, Georgia, all that. He use black people as shields. It's hard to explain, man. It's really hard to explain. Can you ask me a direct question so I can kind of like respond to it?
Okay, I ask a direct question, right? My direct question is this, right? Okay, you believe the Jews have all this power, right? Right. I want to ask you a question. If you guys are supposed to be so superior, how did the Jews get one up on you? How did they do it?
Okay, I like that you asked that. And I'm gonna not. I've been asking myself the same thing. I've been asking myself the same fucking thing. And when you ask about it, with people, on the internet and stuff, some people will say that back in the old times, Christians, they wouldn't go, union and all that, like debt slavery and all that. They say that Christians would refuse to because it was against their religion, but Jews did it, so that's why Jews were able to become bankers and these very professions. That's one answer, but that question you just asked, because you know what, it directly contradicts me as a white supremacist saying that I'm better than black people, or no, it contradicts me in the sense that, like, in my head, okay, yeah, whites are on top because they're better than black people, obviously above whites, right? But these Jews have fucking managed to, and your question, I would love the answer to. You have a very valid point. I gave you the one response with the, hundreds of years ago, usury, all that shit. It's the whole answer. It kind of makes sense, but there's these. I have a very when the word Jew rolls off your tongue, it rolls off your tongue where you have a bad aftertaste. Even as a kid, before I knew all this stuff, I was like, Jew. My parents are in the music industry. They're friends with Jews, and it all made sense because all the goddamn Jews I know are multimillionaires. So it's just fucking weird, and I would love the answer to your question just as much as you would.
Let me ask him a question. What is the point of being a Nazi in the United States? Where the white numbers are dwindling and they're not going to return. So what's the point of just going out there, maybe getting yourself arrested, going to prison, just to say what? You know, like, hey, I'm a Nazi, guys. I don't like Jewish. Like, what's the point? What is the goal? Because you're like, it's never going to be a white nation.
Listen, I'm not stupid. I have money. I have a life. I have a family. I'm not a reckless person.
So why not just live your life? Because
What?
you know, what do you think is going to happen in America? Like, do you think what is the goal of your like
So listen,
Nazi ideology?
5 to 10 years, there's going to be a reckoning in this country. What that reckoning is, I don't know. I think a lot of people can feel it, but they just don't know what's going to happen. Personally, I hope it's a Holocaust actually happens, like a real Holocaust, not like the fake Holocaust.
You do know that probably less than like 5%, maybe even way less than white people would even agree with what you're saying. You're not going to be able to get the 60, 70 million Latinos on board, the 50, 60 million black people obviously on board, and then most white people don't agree with you. So you would probably just end up being the one that lose horribly in that scenario.
Yeah, you guys are phasing
It
out,
wouldn't
man. You
even-
guys are about to be obsolete, man. You guys are almost going to be non-existent in the next few decades.
Yeah, what I would suggest to them is
I mean, it's not about violence. It's because you're not producing
I would
children.
ask a question, right? Now, these are things I like I said, we did the show because we want to make an outreach to our white brothers and sisters. You know, that's what we do the show tonight, right?
They need help, brother. They need help. We need to probably help them.
I'm deeply concerned, right, that white people basically don't care about other white people. Like, there's white people have a serious opioid problem in America.
We have it so easy, so weak men are created. So everyone's a fucking.
So let me ask you a question. What are you going to do about the white people?
And hard times create strong men. Easy time. What's that quote? You know what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, the thing has a difference though, right? I'm looking at white America, right? And I'm saying, I'm looking at your towns are dying, right? More white people, towns are dying in America than their black towns, abandoned, people on drugs and stuff like this. All this stuff like this going on when more white kids on heroin and stuff like that and everything, gender confusion, those are things you guys should be fighting against, They're probably trying to put you guys boys boys into dresses, trying to change their gender and stuff like this. That's if I was a Nazi and I cared about my race, that's what I'd be talking about, not Jews, And that comes from like white people, white, blonde, blue-eyed people who look like they're deranged and crazy and whatnot, trying to basically think. I think basically America is just a sick country, right? It was sick when it decided to say one race of people is superior to other races with no real scientific proof, right? And they began to believe in that. So if you could believe that, you could believe anything. Now they believe actually they could change and alter thousands of years of humans' existence on this earth, right? And say there's not, the gender is binary and gender is subjective and everything. Only the white people are saying that. Why is that?
All right, you're up live.
Like, what the fuck? But if you looked at that website, and by the way, Bomani, I was in no way trying to. I told you beforehand when you pulled that shit up on the screen. I told you, yes, you very well can get banned. Just so you know, I was not trying to get you in any trouble whatsoever. But that's besides the point. What you're saying about all these trannies and fats and all this bullshit. It's all Jewish. It's all Jewish, and social media is a cancer to every goddamn race.
Is everything with you about blaming other people? Look at your own white civilization. Look at. I mean, you reap what you sow. All the wicked stuff that your people have done for thousands of years. It's coming back. It's coming back to take reality on you. To where next you turn around in America to where is white people going to be like an endangered species.
That's what you want, isn't it?
No, that's not what I want. I'm saying that's what's happening. You guys are not producing children, and you guys have hatred towards everybody else. You have hatred towards every other race of people, and America is more diverse with other race of people. So what are you really gonna do? You're gonna have to devise another plan. Let us know how we can help you.
Saying diverse, you keep saying diverse, you keep saying this. This is all Jewish. It's all fucking Jewish. And can I tell you guys something? Do you know why the Jews want to take out the whites? You're not going to like this one. Because once everyone has no identity, once everyone coffee or a little bit lighter than coffee, they're a mocha espresso, double quad espresso from Starbucks. So everyone's the same fucking color. Everyone's this, everyone's that. No one has an identity anymore. They're groomed by social media. Everyone turns into a faggot, tranny, fucking whatever who wants to cut their dick off.
All right, listen here. You're a sick person. Listen here. I'm gonna hang up on you, and we're done. Okay? You learn to speak clear. You have a few seconds.
Oh my God.
Well, stop using all these foul languages because I can't understand you if you're using a bunch of foul languages. Speak English.
Sorry. Okay. The only things the small hat people and world domination is white people. That's the truth. And that's why they want us gone.
Where does he come up with this foolishness about people wanting them gone? Y'all think people sit around? I mean, do you think people sit around and think about y'all?
Okay.
No, no one sit around and think about y'all. People are trying to make a living.
Who has nuclear weapons?
Can I offer you proof right now on
Go ahead.
Pull up Google on your screen and you search a racial plan for the 20th century. Just search that. Just search that.
You and all these Google searches and everything. You have to explain some valid points. That's like right now what we're talking about. Right now what we're talking about is white America is in serious decline.
But this is directly related. This is directly related, and that's what you don't want to grasp that.
So let me ask you. I want to ask a question. I want to ask a serious question, right? We said white America is a serious decline, right? And we talked about certain things and everything like that, right? And what I'm getting from this gentleman is that instead of saying, you know something, we are in decline and everything like they do with us. Black people always like Black America, you got problems and everything like that. So we sit around, beat ourselves over the head about our problems and everything like that, right? I never see white people say, you know something, we got problems, right? You got Hell's Angels. Let me ask you a question. Who are the Hell's Angels, right? Who are the outlaw bikers and everything like that that's spreading fentanyl? Are they Jewish? Who's the Aryan Brotherhood that's spreading heroin? There was a friggin' Hell's Angels that killed the Aryan Brotherhood who tried to testify against them, got life imprisonment. When now Hell's Angels, because they were both into the heroin trade and everything like that. And the Aryan Nation Brotherhood guy flipped on him, and the Hell's Angels had his family killed. You know, are those all Jews? Serious threat.
No, of course people are going to take, opportunities for money. I'm not saying it's not everything's not absolute. I understand what you're pointing out. And I'm disappointed in white people.
Well, that's where you should start. You should start with your own people, right? Because what the problem I'm saying is this. You're talking from a standpoint of, you said that you have a house, you have money, you have a family, everything like that. You project as this white, middle class, perfect person, right? Everybody else is a problem. Because I'm white and I'm middle class and everything like this, right? Bottom line is this. But here's the problem with us. I have is this. When it comes to Black people, I can say the same thing. I got a family, house, everything like that. It does not matter. The yoke of Black problems is always put on my neck. I walk out the house and whatnot, I'm looking on the news. Oh, man, I'm thinking, damn, how do I gotta explain this? 2 Black kids robbed the 7-Eleven. Black girl acting stupid on social media, Black Billy. And we get his joke. But you guys basically completely divorce yourself from the problems in your community. But everybody else, minority groups, right? They got to basically be responsible. Like every Jew is not responsible for the Jews that I know that do wicked shit, right? So every Jew is not responsible for that, right? But just like every Black person is not responsible for that. But we all got to keep defending us. That's why Jews got the Anti-Defamation League, and stuff like this. But the white people, right? You guys can have all these problems because you're in power and your power's dwindling, but you guys' power, you don't feel like you have to defend yourself against all the stuff that white people do. We have to always constantly keep defending ourselves about also every talk show. Mark my words. Watch The View. Oh, Black people are this. Studies show that Black men and Black women can't get along. Studies show that Black men are deadbeats. Studies show that this and the other thing. But when it comes to white people, you guys get a pass. You guys get a pass on everything you do. Somebody white kid just shot up a bunch of Black people for no reason in the Dollar General, right? White people ain't come out and say, you know something, we're so sorry, everything. They don't. Oh yeah, that's him. That's power. That's privilege, you know. But instead of saying, you know something,
Yeah, privilege like Hunter Biden.
Yeah, Hunter Biden. Look at Hunter Biden. You know, this guy arrested several times for drugs and everything like that. You know, they do all this kind of nefarious stuff, right, and get away with it. But black people, we're under a microscope every day. Everybody else is like this. Or a Jewish person does something, oh wow. A black person does something, oh wow. But white people, oh, it's okay. Nobody ever says that white boy Hunter Biden. You know, nobody ever says that. You know, and so I'm saying like this. I asked you about the Hell's Angels. Hell's Angels is the biggest friggin' heroin distribution in the world. They're fentanyl. They're killing other white people with the opioids and the fentanyl. But no one talks about that, right? Because they're white. And so, like I said, if white people like this, white people have a serious problem in the decline, right? You got white girls out there doing OnlyFans, $6 billion a year. Doing OnlyFans, girls selling their bodies in prostitution, so like that, you know. And I'm saying to myself, where are the white men? Where are the fathers at in your community? Where are the men at in your community saying, no, you know, don't do that. You know, you need a father figure. I'll be a father figure. You know, you don't have to go out there and sell your body like that. But white people don't think on that level. They just want to sit there. Oh, the Jews are behind everything. Instead of saying, you know something,
about everything you're saying is, I would literally everything. You know, there's a guy in the bottom of this chat. He's a trucker. He's not a criminal. You got your head on your shoulders. Close to the stream, Bomani. I was just telling him. I was not speakerphone, I don't think, but I was telling him he's a respectable dude. He served the country. He worked his jobs and shit. The thing that just pisses me off the most is that it's like 95% of the shit y'all say. That's the most retarded shit.
What about 95% of the things we saw?
Everything you're fucking saying. First of all, you talk about white men where the fathers with the OnlyFans. I agree with you.
Well, that right there, like I said, you know what it is? Nobody. This is the first time. This is the only show, right, where people will talk about. We're examining the problems in white America.
Yeah, Kala, he's let's make him finish. Go ahead, so we can just hear what he's saying. I'll continue because y'all was both talking at the same time.
My bad. No, listen. I'm just saying, it's just so frustrating to hear, especially Genesis talk, and everything you're fucking saying, I agree with, bro. And you know, want to know where my animosity towards black? It's just like seeing that constant shit in the news, seeing it in real life. You know what I mean? That criminal element, that same bullshit. And then I see dudes like you, who I can tell off the bat, you're like, it's Bomani, like you got a business, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're helping your people, you know. And it's just like we all agree, but it's like there's like 1% or 5% that causes all this chaos. It's fucking crazy to me, man. It's like everything you're saying about this, the homosexuality, the this, the that. I agree with you. I think most Americans would agree. And I just, power corrupts, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's fucking crazy.
I would say like this. Look, there's people out there. Like I said, I look, as a human being, right, a person, you have a right to have what you have and everything, live in peace, right? I would never be like, you know, something you're white, I gotta take from you or something like that. You know, I don't know how you feel about us or whatever like that, but that's what I feel, right? And the bottom line is this: you have to believe that the majority of people, right, just want to live their life. They don't want to bother nobody. Just want to work, pay taxes, everything like that. Yes, there are people out there that are active and doing destructive stuff and doing bad things and everything like that, right? But you could put all the bad people in one group, whether a Jew, white, black, whatever like that, in one group, right? And the average person, right, the majority of people just want to see themselves, the family, the people just have what everybody else have. And just live a life. That's 90% of the people.
But let me speak on that, Colin. Let me speak on that because that's kind of what I was getting to with the whole asking him what is his goal. Because at the end of the day, that's something I've noticed too. Again, I've been in warehouse work, I've done trucking work, whatever. So I work with white men, black men. I hear what the everyday middle class man thinks, and nobody, like, there might be 1 out of 1,000 that maybe says some radical stuff like this guy is saying. So the majority of people is just like Kyle said, they want to get their paycheck. If you know, they want to talk football and they might talk politics, but I've noticed whether it's black men, Latino men, or white men, usually the men have the same political values that you don't really see on the media, but in like the middle class, you know, blue collar work, people tend to have the same ideologies. Even if a black person might not say I'm a Republican, their views line up with someone who's a white man that might say I'm a Republican. And there might be one little radical person in there that says some, you know, out of line stuff like, oh, we got to shoot the people at the border or something like that. And then they just look like a complete outcast. So that's what I'm saying. Why have all this built up anger and say, hey, I'm a Nazi, look at the Jews, blah, 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 blah. Why even waste your time doing that when you could just go to work, get your money, you know, love your family, and just live a good life? And just if you want to be only around white people, just do that. But it sounds to me that you have this crazy built up anger. You know what I'm saying? That's almost going to destroy you in a way. You know what I mean? It's going to destroy you mentally. And I see people in the pro-black spaces do this too. They let that stuff destroy them, man. And they can't even live a decent life because they're worried about white people all day. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. You're on.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
To the trucker guy, specifically when he said, it's a crazy thing to say, yeah, let's put guns at the border. I guess that's where me and you will have to differ because
No, not put guns at the border. Someone said that we need to shoot them.
You do not have these immigrants are no good for black people just as they're no good for white people.
Wow.
There's a reason they're being brought in, and it's not for any good reasons. With what you're saying regarding to why be so extreme, I'll respond to that and tell you. The other day, I'm walking around with a lot of anger, especially towards these Jews. Like I really wake up sometimes. I'm like, wow, I can't say this on YouTube. That's the quote. You get it? I can't say this on YouTube, right? And I've realized that, and I've let a lot of it go. Hate, that real 1939 hate towards Jewish people, right? And you can't carry it with you, but that doesn't change the fact that I know who. Just like I was saying, Genesis, you need to switch your target. You need to put your block on the other target, bro. I know.
That's not our target.
I can't walk around with that hate because it's not good. It's not healthy.
Yeah, the hate that you have. I mean, you need real healing. You know, what I mean, you need to go somewhere and get some yoga and meditation and go. You know, what I'm saying, go get you a nice little Asian lady. You know, somewhere out there.
But yo, Bomani, let me clear something up. I wasn't saying that I agree with illegal immigrants. What I was saying, if somebody's saying we need to shoot them at the border, that's completely that becomes a humanitarian issue. Yeah, that's not acceptable nowhere in the world. In the world, you know what I mean?
Now, if you want to build a wall,
you don't gun down oppressed people that are trying to get a better life.
Wall and deport people, do the civilized thing of deporting people.
Suppress wages for both white and black people.
We agree. Look, let me say this, right? I agree that you can't just bum rush the border. I agree with that, right? But you have to understand, where did this all start? It started when the United States put sanctions on Venezuela. The United States meddling. Did you read the history of the United States involvement in Mexico? Reason why we got cartels? The cartels were willing to do the bidding of the U.S. and the CIA and stuff like that. And America has been undermining Mexican governments for a century, you know? And so America has been basically undermining countries in Central and South America and doing covert operations just so they can get their bananas out.
I understand that, but we can't let our chickens come home to roost, because if our chickens come home to roost, aka the entirety of South America coming across our fucking border, there's going to be a fucking huge problem and we're fucked. So even though we deserve
let me ask you a question.
America has destroyed a lot of economies below America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean islands. So the people, you know, they're in a situation, and this is where they're coming. So they brought these issues on themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't the Jews. It was American foreign policy, right? Everybody wanted cheap labor, stuff like that. So the bottom line is to scapegoat the Jews now for something that white Anglo-Saxon men created.
Go on BTV Flyers and look at the immigration one. You can look this shit up.
You know what? You have an sick obsession with with Jewish people. You really need help. And I don't know if you're a Nazi or not. I don't think you're a Nazi. What I think you are is a white trailer trash that really need help and somebody to give you a job. So what you do is go down to one of your go down to the city and tell them, hey, I'm saying, what do you have for a white man? Because I need a job and I need an opportunity. And I'm sure somebody will feel bad for you and help you.
I do believe white men need healing. White men need healing.
You guys need healing. You need help. For real.
You guys need help, man. You guys need help.
You guys have so much anger and hatred towards everybody else. Everyone else is just trying to progress themselves, and that's because at one point you devils dominated the world. The game is over. It's over. 10 years from now, America, you're gonna barely even find any white people because you guys are not producing. You guys are dying off. You're dying early of simple diseases. The ancestors, the creator is. Well, 20 years from now, let's see what the population is, because the video we played earlier and other resources that we have, it shows a decline in many things. And also, we looked at the population of compare white people to everybody else at one point 20, 30 years ago. The situation is getting a lot closer. Look at your corporate buildings. Look at your factories. Look at all the industries that people are working at. It's no longer like a whole bunch of this like 95% white people working anymore. You got to grow up and learn to understand the world has changed, and you may need to also change. You may need to
sound like a Jewish.
All right. Well, you take care and just have a good day. And then just
Just call me a cracker.
no, just I'm not angry towards you. You need help, and you.
Join your call. Don't go to sleep. I'm gonna join your call in 20 minutes.
We'll see about that. The link is there. Join. You take care. All right, my brother, color Genesis. We know play one or two more videos and get ready to see what's going on. Hopefully, you can hear the audio of this whoever this person is, and things like that. But they were clearly watching our show. It seemed like it was a bunch of them. Because at one point, it was like a lot of people on the stream, more than usual. And I don't think you and I have said anything like that's offbeat. Everything is just on point, and it's just it's analysis. They have to learn to deal with the truth of the situation.
Yeah, Brian, just like I said, you have serious problems in white America, right? We black people, we talk about gangs, right? The gangs are tearing our community apart. Where's the white people talk about the Hells Angels and these bikers clubs and everything? You saw it just the other day. There was a shootout. 7 people got killed in Los Angeles, biker club bar. You know, where's white people? Hell's. I don't know who. I think it was Hell's Angel. Well, I forgot who it was. I'm not gonna say whoever. I'm not putting Hell's Angel on with them knocking on my door.
Yeah,
but I'm saying,
man.
So the bottom line is this: they got serious problems in their community. I said, look, you got white girls out there, doing OnlyFans. White girls out there being sugar babies. Going out there getting with Arab men doing sugar babies. Y'all got to get y'all women under control. They're out here doing interracial porn and everything like that. All this stupid shit that goes on. Instead of them saying, something, man, we got to fix our community and become a people again. They want to basically talk about the Jews. If you get rid of Jews, your problems are still going to be there. Jews are not. Because white people have never been able to take accountability and responsibility for what they do. It's always somebody else. The slavery. It was the Jews who sold into slavery. You got black people believing that shit.
Yeah. All right. Hold for a second. I got Dodge Charger on here. Dodge Charger, I'm gonna let you on the stream. I'm gonna ask you, please, that we don't know who you are. Just introduce yourself and please, no profanity and keep the language down. On here, Dodge Charger.
Yo, can you hear me?
Welcome to the live.
Hello.
Greetings. We can hear you loud and clear. Introduce yourself.
Hold on, this guy. Hold on. The hell?
You said you had a real good job.
I can hear you. Not if you can hear me.
I can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you loud and
me.
clear. Go ahead and say what you have to say.
Bro.
But please remember, keep the language down. You know what I'm saying? We're respectable Christian people.
We church boys.
All right, let me see. Here it goes. Here we go again. There you go.
Yo, it's
all right,
not
Charger, welcome to the call.
The fuck?
Hey, is there any way you can control your language? It's like every other word out your mouth is so filthy.
For some reason, you're muted. I don't know why.
No, you're not muted.
Oh
None of
my
us are
God.
muted. Make your mama proud that she raised an intelligent
It's
young
like
man.
every other word out your mouth is so filthy. For some reason,
Yeah, you gotta.
Yo.
You gotta take off the live stream.
1 second. Man, I don't know why I can't hear you in this.
The live stream. Yeah, you got. He's playing a playback. He got X out the playback.
Yeah, once you click on the live link, anything else playing, you have to close out. So let me give you a few seconds to work on what you're working on. All right. So yeah, go ahead, Carla. You know what? I was really hoping that we have some intelligent people that we can have a conversation with. You know me, I'm always open to dialogue and talk. Maybe we learned something, but I've been disappointed, brother. From the other last conversation that we had.
Sad part is, it seems like the only white people that actually that should be having these conversations are the neo-Nazis and the racists. The average white person, he got to get out of friggin' the going to Hooters and the football game and start worrying about his damn community, same way we do, you know? He got to start worrying about his community. They're mad because the Jews at least take care of their own.
Dude, what is wrong with this? For some reason, you guys are muted. I know you can hear me, but it's you guys are muted, and I don't know where to go to switch that.
Wow, you know, wow. We can hear you loud and clear. Let me get you off mute. There you go. You're off mute. So you can't mute. All right, please make this interesting because we're not up all night long. This is a comment from our good brother Baruti. Baruti say it seems as though Nazi healing shouldn't be disconnected from that of whites overall in the
Oh
US.
my God, dude! For some reason, StreamYard just not. I can't hear you guys. It's fucking
Africa
gay.
instead of more white dependency. Your views.
Bomani's probably complaining about my cursing right at this point.
He can't.
Yeah, the thing is, we can hear you. You
he can't hear us, so you gotta drop him down till he figures it out.
Yeah, this go ahead and do your test and send me a link when it comes back. So this is Baruti comment. Yes, you know, all wicked, evil people, you know, from how long the generation has been, their descendants need healing because you know that stuff psychologically affect them, especially when you're told that, you know, white people are the greatest people, and then now you don't see it because you see so much other race and nations of people that are competitive and doing well. You know, there's no longer this, you know, so you guys gonna have to learn to deal with the situation, just like you know how Black people have been dealing with the struggle of being around people that are dominating us. I mean, you know, we have to grow up as a people. You know, all this little, you know, so I don't know what to tell these folks other than go get some healing. I mean, I'm sure you guys got access to information to educate yourself. Let me see.
And what gets me is this, right? They say,
all right, can you hear me? I feel okay. I figured it out. I got it.
Oh my God, you finally figured it out. Thankful to the ancestors.
You're a white man. You're disappointed to your race, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen.
I thought you'd be a lot smarter person, man. Like it was like,
why do you keep attacking me, bro?
no, I'm
Just
not
calm
attacking you. It's
down,
kind of like when I
dude.
was in high school, I thought white people were the smartest people, and then when I joined the U.S. Navy, I was like, okay, I can compete and beat them. And I competed well, you know, as far as all my courses and all the things we did in the military, you know, especially in boot camp. I mean, the people that I saw crying and complaining about boot camp were the white guys. As a matter of fact, several of them had to leave. They couldn't deal with it. I mean, the thing of it is, you're in a system where it makes everything.
Why don't you just summarize it and just say you really hate white people?
I don't hate white people. I don't have hate.
Yeah, you do. Come on, bro. The way you talk, just admit it. It's okay. I don't like Black people. It's okay. Just say it. Just stop acting like you're above it. Just at least admit it. Come on.
No, I mean, there's no need for me to admit something.
You have very good reason. You have very good reason to not like white people. It's okay. There's nothing wrong.
You already know the type of people we are. Black folks have.
Let me say this. Dodger, let me say this, right? See, the difference is this, right? What you're trying to do is put us into a black-white paradigm and conundrum, right? Where we're in this constant beef between Black. We don't do that. We talk about Black African infrastructure, nation building, and stuff like that, right?
Just remind me of something.
White people are a side thought, you know. White people are a side thought. We just tried to do the show tonight to reach out to the white community, you know.
I got you. So
Well,
I actually
let me
meant to
finish.
all right, yeah,
Finish.
my bad.
Like, we're trying to say that, all the time, right, on the media and everything, social media, everybody got the answer to black people's problems. Everybody getting up, giving advice to the black man. You need to do this. Y'all communities do that shit that we have no control over and everything. I can't control what some knucklehead does when he decides to join the Bloods and the Crips and do stupid shit, but I had no problem with that. So what I'm saying is this: so when the white man goes out there, like at the Hells Angels bar, like last week, and shot up a whole bunch of people in a bar, I heard it was ex-cop too, shot up a whole bunch of people in a bar and everything like that. No white people take responsibility and say, you know something, we got to do something about the white people. We got a lot of white men that are angry. A white boy came in and shot up a Dollar Tree in Jacksonville, Florida and whatnot. And there ain't no white people came out and say, you know something, we got to do something about that, But a black person does something.
The same white people definitely came out. The same white people who call you guys people of color and that you guys hate and they think you guys love them. Those are the people who came out for you. And couldn't I reverse exactly what you're saying on you? That every time you see a black kid do something or a crime or whatever, and you see the mom get on the news, say he was a good boy, blah, blah, blah.
Well, the mom always do that. The mom always say, my boy ain't do nothing.
I know, but my point is they mock it. They mock it. You know what I mean? They say,
the mom always say, my boy, my boo-boo ain't did nothing. He the good boy. That's what mothers do. But you guys take that. You guys do what you guys do, and I watch you guys. And I watch you guys very carefully. And you go, every time a black person does something, you go on TikTok, it's to be expected. Usual suspect, the 13%. You know what the heck I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
so basically, you know what I'm talking. I know you guys are racist.
Of course, I do.
You guys basically are just racist. You guys just love being assholes. You guys like being assholes because you say 13% of the black population is black.
Actually, 7%. It's actually 7% because half of 13 would be 7 or 6.5, which is the black male population. So,
it's all about the black male population. The black male population. You guys basically say, "Oh, this black male population is but they don't say something, right? How come you guys don't say that 10% of the black male population is in the top income earners of America? That 65% of us in the middle class, that most of us, 90% of us don't commit crimes like that. But you take the black people who are screwing up, right, and make that the thing because you want to paint a picture of us doing all this nefarious stuff. Now, we flip the script on you and say, hey, wait a minute here, man. All the mass shooters are white, all the people that's spreading porn and the degradation are white, the people that's spreading the people that, matter of fact, I'll go on like this. Black music didn't start going down where now until white people start consuming it. That's the truth.
Jews own all black artists.
Well, the thing is, though,
what do you think about what Kanye said?
Well, look. I agree with that, but the thing is, though, you say the Jews, right? But the thing is, though, who basically consumes most of this degradation music out there that we don't consume?
Okay, let me give you personal experience. I went through, Bomani, can I have permission to say a bad word?
No, I mean, if you're going to say a bad word, use N and then use B or MF.
Okay, I went through N phase, but if you replace the N with a W, I went through that phase just like a lot of young white males go through. I remember I heard 50 Cent for the first time. Oh my God. I thought I was like, what is this? I was the biggest.
That's what 50 Cent the money. White boys like you.
Yeah, 100%. No, 100%. You're right. And I totally flipped from that. And now I'm like the opposite, but it's just, it's conditioning. And as I didn't know better. I didn't know any better, but now I know better. I don't want to listen to music that glorifies this or that. And I'm not trying to, I think a lot of rap was a lot better maybe 10, 20 years ago. That's besides the point. But I went through that phase, but it's just crazy because you're going to roll your eyes. But it all comes back to Jewish conditioning. It all comes back to that, right? And Bomani, if it makes you feel better, maybe Jews are white. I don't want to claim them. I hope they're not.
Well, I don't really know the demographics. I'm sure some of them are white and some of them maybe consider something else. I mean, I would have to get one of our scholars and experts on you. But hold that thought for a second. Navigate freely out. Welcome to the call.
Oh Lord,
we're here with Dodge Charger, and do you have something to
Oh
share?
God, I remember this. I rember this guy. He's a black supremacist for sure. I remember this guy. What do you got to say, bro? What do you got to say?
You guys internet back on.
Navigate, go ahead, and Dodge Charger is looking to have a conversation with you.
Oh my God, he's about to destroy.
Well,
me.
I'll be happy to speak for myself. I'm a Martin Luther King proponent. You know that
a Jew wrote his speech. A Jew wrote his speech.
Are you going to interrupt me? Are you going to
sorry.
interrupt me?
I apologize.
That is so rude.
I apologize.
Okay. I'm a Martin Luther King proponent who believes that people should not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And there's numerous people, you know, of all different shades of color, you know, who are righteous and unrighteous. So, and the word Jew is not a color. And, you know, and there's many people that claim to be Jews of all different colors, you know, so the argument is so disingenuous, it's so unsophisticated and naive, you know, that I just had to come in and put my little 2 cents in here. And as far as the borders is concerned, everybody that's crossing the U.S. border is not oppressed. That's the most of the people that's coming across the border have been invited. That's why you have so many coming across the border. They have been invited for a reason. But no one wants to, you know, try to put their minds to the task of finding out why, you know, the borders of the USA is being, you know, overran. You know, it's for a reason. And in many countries around the world that's coming through the border, they're sending people, you know, that they're getting rid of their degenerates. Everybody that's not coming across that border is a wholesome, you know, person that's looking for a better life and looking for righteousness and come here, you know, to advance, you know, the nation. I'll be willing to pause for a second now.
Okay, I just want to respond to what you said about how different people claim they're Jews. When I'm referring to the Jews, I'm referring to the people who live in Israel and
well, say that then.
And infect the U.S. government from head to toe. And the second part of what you said about the people come through the border, that's what I was just saying earlier. I agree with you 100%. In fact, I was alluding to the reason earlier, and I believe this, and you'll probably roll your eyes and think it's bullshit, but the Jews, they're trying to take out whites because then there will be no to world domination. After that, who's the other competitor? Right? Who do they have in their way? No one.
China and India. The two most populous countries on the planet.
Yeah.
Well, evil people of all groups, you know, are trying to take out each other. Some of the evil people, you know, in the groups are in cahoots with one another, you know, to take over the world, to take over all of us, you know, who are just trying to live a righteous life and trying to have peace in this world. You know, so it's not just the Jews. The Jews, you know, they have their historical dirt on them, and the Jews can be criticized just like anybody else, you know, and they deserve criticism more than most, you know, if you have any historical knowledge.
Thank you. I agree. I just wanted to say, Bomani, you said China and India. I really don't view China as a threat in any sense. I think they're a lot. It's kind of like a paper tiger. India, on the other hand, they are. I view them as a lot more legitimate. I don't want to say threat, but a lot more legitimate contender than China. China, you know, I watched this guy on YouTube. His name is Serpenza. You might have heard of him. He's a white guy, but he kind of like he used to live in China, and he kind of exposes them now, and kind of, you know, it's an interesting channel. And China seems to be a lot of just similar to North Korea, but you know, obviously China's bigger and more dangerous than them. But I would say India is kind of like that, like motherfucker, the person in the back. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse. The person in the background that's kind of like the underdog. India, but China is I don't know. I don't view China as a as a real threat, unless you're talking about like trade, you know.
I don't view China as a real threat either, you know, because you know of the historical facts. The historical fact is China did not come to the continent of Africa and subjugate the people. Nor did the Russians come to the continent of Africa and subjugate the people for the past 300-400 years.
Yeah, but navigate. You got to understand something, right? What they did in the past. China is a human being, just like the Russians, just like the Europeans, everything like that. You give anybody a chance, right, to dominate, they will do it. You haven't studied history enough to know that anybody basically sees an opportunity, they're going to take it. If China basically can get one up on the continent of Africa and take over, they will do it. You know, I don't buy this that we got a Chinese savior and everything. The Chinese,
I don't buy that either. I don't buy that either. And I agree with you. You know, everyone has to be, you know, scrutinized, even China. But I'm just talking about the record. You know, the record shows that China has not come to the continent of Africa and physically and violently subjugated the people, you know, and exploited them, you know, to the utmost hilt.
Can I just say something? I just seen Kala ask a question, and I just want to say that I cannot atone for my ancestors or whatever, the white people, and it's like what she said, or whoever Kala said what my solution would be, and I immediately thought of like, oh yeah, black people tried to build their own shit, and then white people burned their towns down, and all that shit. You know, in U.S. history, you heard of that. I know you guys have all heard of that. I know you guys fucking obsessed with that shit. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I'll just tell you, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
The fact of the matter was done. Here's the thing. Here's the problem.
And we were never compensated for the damages that happened to our people.
Not only that, right? Here's the thing, bro. Dodge, right? Is that I've seen Rudy Giuliani, right? He thought he was doing a victory lap one time. I think when Trump was running the first time, whatever like that. And I don't hate Trump and all like that, but I don't like Giuliani at all. Rudy Giuliani, I don't like that motherfucker at all. But anyway, he basically was like, we did this for the black community and everything. And the black community basically got to take responsibility that as a collective, they failed, right? So he said like that. And everybody was like, I think he said to Tucker Carlson, whatever like that. And he was taking a victory lap. Oh, Julie, he just made such a point. And I said, like,
call it, none of that. What you just said made any sense whatsoever.
Hold on. Let me
don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking around in circles.
No,
give me a chance to explain. Dodge, give me a chance to explain. Go ahead, Colin.
You can. The bottom line is this. What he does not say is this. How did black people, why did black people have to come to New York and Chicago and all these places in large numbers, right? Because our cities, towns, everything were raised by the Ku Klux Klan. They basically, in towns like St. Augustine, Florida, they built highways right through the town, bypass them. They were deliberately Nicodemus, Kansas, right? Black people tried to build their own town, right? White people made sure the rail station depot was put so far away, right? The post office, everything so far away that the towns were struggling. They said these hardworking black. Why? Because the white people in Kansas wanted to use the black people as their cheap labor and everything. They didn't want the black people to live in that area and be in peace and whatnot. So the black people.
I'm still missing the point. The
point I'm trying to make is this though: the white people and their racism and their structure that they did to black people for the last century, right? From Rosewood to the burning of Durham and all stuff like this, right? Is the reason why the community was. We didn't have the immigrant story and everything like that. We were basically went to New York and the big city.
I agree. That's quite obvious. And who invented the Ku Klux Klan? Who invented the KKK? Who invented the Jim Crow? Who invented lynching? It was white people, specific white people. All white people are not like that. You can't judge by the color. It's not about colorism.
No,
it's about character. It's about character, not colorism. It's going to take good character white people to solve this problem that's in this world. You just can't condemn people just because of the color of their skin.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the fact of the matter.
That's what you said.
Hold on, let me say. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, right? White people had like 100 years, right?
There you go again.
And they didn't do it, right?
He said, "There you go again."
And so they basically had 100 years to say, you know something, you know, we did wrong and everything like that, and we have to make amends.
Some of them say that. Those
What?
are the ones that don't have the power, and those are the ones you're not listening to. Because most black people in the USA, they cleave to the Democrats, and those are the ones that invented all of this crap.
Well, the Democrats
They've been so black people. We were and we still are systematically altered, socially engineered, like cats and dogs, been dumbed down, you know, not to function properly with each other. We need help.
Oh my God!
Just to see who most black people can't even see who their enemy is. You hate Giuliani, and Giuliani, you know, he pulled all the racketeers and the white gangsters out of New York when he was made.
Oh, that's another lie. Giuliani basically arrested Fat Tony Salerno and everything, and come to find out that he wasn't even actually running the mafia. It was Chin Kagante and all of them said, "Look, we got Giuliani doing a victory lap, thinking he busted the mafia. The mafia was actually still going stronger. They're
still going strong.
Huh? They were still going strong.
Well, the mafia is still going strong today. He
now.
didn't do a good enough job. You ask me, I agree. He didn't do a good enough job, but he was bringing focus to it. He was acting on it.
Well, he grabbed the headline saying
they got some of the top heads of organization, but you know, we know what happened. Other young folks come up and they keep the movement going. They understand it's a chain of command, and they're gonna keep it going.
Hey, listen. I just want to say two things. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes, but also I just want to say, navigate freely. If you ever decide to run for president, you got my vote. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's real funny. That's what white folks want. They want some token ass Negro to just literally do their bidding.
Shoot, I'm not even in the United States anymore, and don't plan on coming back. I'm waiting over here in the continent, waiting for Collar to show up.
I was just there.
Well, you know, you ain't come to my town.
Nah, I'm not going to that shithole. You know. And you
well,
guys
when I first came to Ghana, you know, me and my friend over here, we used to dream about the Bomani bus pulling up, you know, in our area.
Well, we're gonna be avoiding coming in that era because you guys have litigations in courts and a whole bunch of other stuff.
No, we don't. All of that has been solved. All of that has been solved. We got the best Pan-African village community in Ghana going up right now. We have over 50 structures going up right now, and all that land litigation stuff has been taken care of.
What happened when y'all lose that court case, and then
we didn't lose the court case. It's all been solved. Everything is fine now.
Yeah. That's why you're calling tonight.
Well, that's not why I'm calling. I'm calling tonight because I can't get in the chat because I've been blocked through the chat, so I can't communicate in the chat.
How you blocked in the chat, but you can get on the
live? Every time I spend my time in the chat, and none of my chats go through. You block me, so but I noticed that I can get through.
I miss it all the fun, guy. I miss it all.
You know, I rather be in the chat instead of engage in conversation, because that never goes very well with me when I talk to you guys.
Yeah,
so just because, hey, listen. So just because Navigate, I heard right when I was walking out, I heard Bomani say, just because Navigate Freely has a differing opinion, it's just like a Democrat when someone calls everything racist. Just because he has a differing opinion than you, Bomani, you call him this, and that.
You guys always want some token ass Negro to represent you like Obama. You know what I mean? Obama was like your best thing. So y'all want more Obamas.
What the fuck?
I'm not Obama. I don't like Obama. Obama is the worst president the USA ever had, in my opinion.
No, well, he wasn't that bad.
He's more and more in global politics news, because there's something going on here. There's a war going on. Most people don't recognize the information war that's going on. They too busy stuck in the regular paradigm, where it's Democrats against Republicans. Politics is not a team sport. It's not a rooting for your team, whether they win or lose.
We've been in a race war since the humanity started. We just don't realize it. And guess what? Everyone in this chat room right now, we're not the people who are winning.
It's bigger than a race war. It's a war between the haves and the have-nots, and the haves are of all different colors. They're all in cahoots with each other.
Bomani, you're a young dude. The energy you have, I have the same exact views and the same exact energy as you, the same exact everything, but you just replace black with white, and you get what I'm trying to say. I just wish, and it'll probably never happen. Everything will probably go to shit, and the world will probably be on fire. But it would be nice to have, and I'm trying to be nice here. I would extend my hand to you, no homo, to join together, because we really are looking at the same enemy, but we just don't know which one it is. And
I concur.
Same enemy.
It's not about skin color. We're not going to be. This world would not overcome, if it's about skin color. That means black people got to get all on the same page and have disdain for whites. Our enemies don't think that way. Our enemies recruit blacks and everybody else that support their agenda.
Well, how about this? Once the black people have our own industries, once we have mining companies, once we have international business and stuff like banks and stuff like that, like the white people have, then we can sit there and talk about friendship like the Asians have now. So like you guys got a little plot of land in Ghana. You think you got something to navigate when until we have what?
There you go, being condescending.
I'm not being condescending, man. I'm just saying
being condescending.
No, I'm saying
that's not nice. We can't even unite with each other to get the things that we need, with this type of attitude. Just because I disagree with you don't mean I gotta hate you. I don't hate you because I disagree with you. We gotta think and talk for a much better understanding. And what we've been through, we can't go tiptoeing through the tulips, trying to, reason with each other. Sometimes we do gotta bang on the beast that's within ourselves in each other.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
What I'm saying is the fact of the matter is that we have to develop, black people have to develop themselves, right? Educationally, culturally, socially, and everything like that. We have to rebuild black families and everything. Once that happens and everything, and we have, you cannot.
I agree.
You cannot deal with anybody right now. White and black people are not on an equal basis.
I agree, and there's a stage for that. There's a formula for that. A formula.
White America is declining, right? And white America is declining. Where does that leave us?
Let me just tell you guys, and I think you guys know this, but white America, this decline, and I tell you this, and this is coming from my heart as a 28-year-old white man who is armed to the fucking teeth. White America will be a violent, long, and bloody fucking fall. Because if any of you think that white Americans who have been in their place for this long and now they're being blamed for shit that their uncles and grandma did.
White Americans are not all the same.
I agree with this guy.
Not the ones in New York. Not the ones in New York. I'll tell you that. The ones in Florida.
New York guys just made rednecks as Florida does. Trust me.
They got rednecks with fucking 10 magazine legally allowed clips.
But what I'm saying is this: the bottom line is this. White America, right? As white America goes down and everything like that, falls, whatever like that, they would rather blow this country up before they hand it over. So you got people.
I rather call them white supremacists because white nationalists and white supremacists are two different people.
You don't understand something. If you take this this gentleman's 28 years old, right? The bottom line is this: you cannot dismiss all those graves that are in the Arlington Cemetery. You cannot dismiss all those graves in Normandy and stuff like this. You cannot dismiss everything these people have built and everything like that and think you're going to have a demographic shift where these people, like I said, it's not even black people, right? You got people coming over here and basically say, something, America is too white and we're going to change the demographics and everything like that. We're going to do all this stuff like this. And not think these people are going to respond.
America is not too white. America is too corrupt. It's not about whiteness. It's not about skin color. It's about corruption.
Let me say it. There was one lady that was working for Barack Obama, right? She said
he half white.
Hold on. Obama's problem was Obama wanted to be fully white. He probably resented his African black blood in him, And basically, he feels that because he didn't
I don't know how he feels. I just know what he did and what he didn't do.
I can tell, just having
you can't tell nothing. You're not psychic.
Well, I'm just going by just being an intelligent person, right?
Yeah, you're just trying to just throwing out some propaganda.
Navigate. Let me speak, right? He reads between. You can read between the line, right? Well, he basically is sort of being dismissive of the significance of white and black. He says black people who talk about race are professional blacks. You know what that means? That if you talk about black issues and black concerns when you're a professional black. And that means basically stop thinking of terms of race. And then he says white people who have concerns about this are so-called professional whites and everything. So in other words, basically he's completely dismissive of a real racial dynamic, slavery, Jim Crow, confrontation, and sometimes even getting along and everything. Because it's pretty remarkable that two groups of people that hate each other can basically bring billions of dollars into a game called the Super Bowl. And
that's why he was the worst president USA ever had in history. That's because that's the way he was.
But what I'm saying is,
how can he do? I mean, I'm no big Obama fan. But how can you call him the worst president in American history?
It's the worst president.
Yes, in my opinion, he's worse.
I mean, Biden is the worst. Biden is the worst president you have ever seen.
Well, Biden is not the president. Obama is in his third term. Obama, he got his hand up Biden's behind. Obama is running this, not
in other words,
you
like the Jews do.
Are you serious?
Like the Nazis
I'm
do.
serious. I am serious.
Just say, see how they do, Bomani? You know what I'm saying? If you to protect Joe Biden, massa, you're saying that
I'm not protecting Joe Biden. Joe Biden is terrible and senile old man. He's being controlled by Obama. I don't like Biden either.
Biden's a criminal. I would say
he's a criminal.
He's been in politics for 50 years and I've done nothing for black folks, and you're gonna blame
Biden is literally. Can I just interject here? Biden literally has a quote, and he says I can't quote it exactly, but it's something along the lines of white Europeans will be a minority in this country by whatever year, and that is the source of our strength. So
Obama has a quote also saying that, I do a third term if I can sit in my basement in my pajamas, and have a bug in the person's ear and tell them what to say and what to do. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Navigate. Which country are you in? Where did you move to?
I don't think Obama is behind. So with all the years,
I do.
Check this out. When Hunter Biden and Biden had documents, right, in his Jeep when he was senator, in his Corvette. Obama was in office right then. Joe Biden got his son Hunter out of cocaine arrest, and then also they said his first wife was killed in a car accident. I think she was drunk one night, but somehow the guy who got accident was blamed for it, was allowed to take the fall for his wife getting killed first wife getting killed in a car accident. And so Biden.
Well, Biden has a long, nasty history, but Biden, he committed crimes during the Obama administration. Hillary committed crimes during the Obama administration. So what do you think? You think Obama didn't know about this stuff?
Well, why would you blame Obama, jump on Obama for what Hillary and Biden did?
Obama, the one that gave Biden the job of Ukraine and made him front man. Obama, the one that made Hillary the Secretary of State. Obama, the one that was communicating with her through the server in her basement. Obama is in the middle of all of this. Obama did it.
You know why Obama did that? Because his presidency is weak, and the fact that Hillary basically had
he's corrupt.
No. Had he not done that, right, the Hillary people would not have voted for him. He would not.
Hey, Bomani, wake up, Bomani. What happened? What's going on here?
I'm here. I can't talk while everybody else is talking. So navigate freely. You have been unblocked. You've been unblocked from so you can do your chats and things.
Hey, listen, I just want to say, Bomani, I appreciate you having differing views here, even though every so often you'll get passive aggressive and pin a comment about how we're stupid or whatever. But you shouldn't have banned him in your chat. Bro, you got to have differing opinions, or how are you going to have a talk without differing opinions? But you do. So I appreciate that. I just want to say
some Uncle Toms I can't deal with.
Oh, my God.
I'm definitely not a Tom. I believe in security first. Security, freedom, and justice in that order for black people in this world.
I really
if you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours.
I really like this guy. I'm just saying.
I may be
Trust me,
slow, but I'm
you,
quicker than most.
hey, Dodge, you can have him. You can have him because we don't want him. You know.
Oh
As
my
you can see,
God.
Well, I'm not gonna hate you, Bomani. I've always liked you.
As you can see,
You know,
we
even
blocked him
though
because-
you've been listening to too much collar, you okay with me. Just because I don't agree with you don't mean I'm gonna hate you, black man.
If I, as a white nationalist, basically neo-Nazi, am telling you I can fucking lower my fucking being a dick and extend my hand out to you, but you can't do the same with your black nationalistic attitude, how does that make you any better?
Color, explain it to him, man.
Motherfucker, yeah, exactly, motherfucker.
Yeah, forget collar throw out some nonsense, but he asks you the question.
No, because we've been dealing with Navigate for a long time, and
Genesis, you have a lot of good things to say. I like a lot of what you say, Genesis. You're a smart dude, and that's why I wanted to get on this call mainly because a lot of the stuff you say and a lot of the stuff Navigate freely says, I agree with, and that's the fucking retarded thing. Because I'm sitting here and listening to this, and I'm like, bro, 80-90% of the things we both agree on, but it's just the people,
We agree on it, but collar has a tendency of twisting what I say and throwing something else in there, with ad hominem attacks. He does that. He can't let me speak for myself and cling to my words. He has to throw something in there. He has to put his words and his feelings in my mouth.
Navigate. You see this sly shit Bomani just pulled? He just yeah, you better pull that away. Yeah, put it back. That's right. That passive aggressive, you mother.
Yeah, Uncle Tom's and and crap like that, a disagreement. Just because I disagree with somebody don't make me, unrighteous.
Yo, Bomani, how come your website is built like a 2006 MySpace page?
Oh, thank you. Maybe you send me a donation. Maybe send me a donation and I'll upgrade it.
Yeah,
listen, I was on it before, and I clicked to one page or whatever, and out of the blue it started playing some music, and I'm like, bro, it made me throw back to MySpace days, 2004. You went
it's an ingenious build. Shows all of our documentation. Maybe
it's nice. It's a throwback. I like it.
Okay,
how many listeners do we have now? Because when I got on this live, there was 35 listeners. How many listeners do we have now?
It's 36. We don't get a whole bunch of folks because some folks just can't handle our conversation. We're on a different level.
Well, I understand that. I can certainly understand that.
Romani, I swear to God, you are the biggest. If you were white, you would be the biggest Nazi white supremacist I ever see. We would be best friends because your attitude is exactly like mine. But you're a lot more. You got an edge to you. You're it's almost like you got a chip on your shoulder. I don't know how to put it, but bro, why are you so passive aggressive, bro? Just call me a cracker and get over with it. I'm not.
No, I want to call you a cracker.
It's just words. Stop.
Well, my family, struggled from Jamaica to come here for us to have a better life. So I'm trying to make the best of it.
Cracker in Jamaica. What do they call white people in Jamaica? I know.
All the stuff I learned about everything is pretty much in America. I mean, I went to the Golden Hour.
Hawaii, you call owlies. White people call owlies in Hawaii. They call owlies.
What does that mean?
It means white person. White people. Owlies. That's
skin color again. Well, there's some wonderful white people around the world. There's some wonderful white people in the USA.
Oh my God, for real?
Yes, there's some rotten, terrible white people in the USA too, and they're the ones that's running every damn thing. Well, right now they're not trying to only keep black folks enslaved. They're trying to enslave white folks too. That's why this war is going on right now.
It's a big war. True. Bomani, it's fucking true. Think about it. It's not even what he's saying is not some crazy conspiracy theory. Divide and conquer. Why is it so hard for you to believe? Just because you've been oppressed harder doesn't mean that everyone else is trying to get you. Bro, we're all in the same boat here. What do you think? I'm the president?
We're not really in the same boat, but we're kind of in a sinking ship with America. But
let me ask Dodge Charger a question, right? Now, I asked the last guy, I forgot his name that was on the phone, but I asked him a question, right? I don't know if you're listening, right? I asked him that
that was me.
That was you I was talking to?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So no such answer the same question. My point I'm trying to make is the fact that white people, the point of tonight's show and going forward, right, is that, and I'm glad you're a white nationalist, right? Because most white people have such a privilege. They walk around, they have it's like they can walk around and they can be white when they want to. You know, you wear your whiteness on your sleeve and whatnot. And I appreciate it. I wish most white people were like that, right? Then we can have a conversation, you know? Most white people, when you meet them and stuff like that,
most white people that you come into contact in the street, they'll call you. You know what I said? I think it's so fucking funny. I really do believe that liberals and Democrats are more racist, but they just say it better. Like, bro, if I was black and a motherfucker or a Mexican and a fucking white person, Democrat, liberal, Joe Biden voter, called me a POC or a person of color, or if I was a Mexican and they called me a Latinx, bruh, now we having some real riots, because I'm just saying, dude, like, would you rather a white person come in it like in a real way, or this weird ass political correct fucking, I don't know, dude. It's just fucking weird.
Well,
like,
today we have black people leading the lynch mob today. You know, white supremacy is so sophisticated. Them Democrats, you know, and those white supremacists, they have manipulated the minds and the emotions of black people in this country so much that they will lead the lynch mob now against black people and white people.
Let me give you guys a perfect example. Okay, I carry a gun everywhere I go. I ride around. My car has, I wouldn't say explicit, but it's pretty clear a white boy's driving the truck with the stickers on it, right? My parents are New York liberal Democrats as much as you get. They got millions of dollars and they believe Black Lives Matter and all this bullshit and all this whatever. But you want to know the most juicy part of this story is, I remember in high school, I was in 9th or 10th grade, and I didn't have a racist bone in my body. And I'm not kidding you, I went to a school and there was like 3 black people, right? And one of the dudes I became friends with, he was like I was in like 10th grade, he was in like 12th grade, and we were just smoking or whatever. One night we decided to head back to my house, right? Bro, we're just chilling in my garage. My dad, keep in mind, you know, he's like all against Trump, and he thinks he's like the fucking, he thinks he's so smart. You know, like those typical like champagne liberals. I don't know how to put it to you guys. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the people, they have so much money that they smell their own farts. You know, that's my parents,
that's
right?
really.
Yeah. Okay. So we were in the, and this. I keep in mind, I'm in 10th grade. I really didn't have a racist bone in my body. There was no. I'm 28. There was no politics.
Racism is not an individual sport.
Okay, but listen. So, anyways, we're in my garage, and my dad opens the fucking door, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse. And he sees this dude, and he chases him out, and he didn't say any, choice words or anything. But bro, he didn't even chase him off our property. He chased this dude up the street, man. And this dude, he was in 12th grade. He was, 17. He could have beat my dad. He could have beat him up. But I could just tell something was off, because I never seen my dad act that way. And then I talked to him about it later. I'm like, Dad, are you, my little dumb A. I was like, Dad,
that's
are you
bigotry.
racist?
That's bigotry.
Yeah. I was like, Dad, are you racist? And he's like, no, like, it was late at night. He could have stole but in my head, I always knew. I'm like, okay, yeah, but a lot of people won't admit it. A lot of people won't admit they're racist or they're this and that, because it's such this like taboo word. But even my parents who vote blue across the board, it's not a party thing, man.
They were bigots. Right, bigots.
Yeah,
racism is not an individual sport.
No,
the bottom line is, I always said, right, and me, Democrats, Republicans, it don't mean a damn thing to me. You're white in America. You're white in America. And also,
racism is not about color. It's not about color.
Here we go with this philosophy crazy stuff.
Racism is about power, not color.
No, it's about color.
It's about power.
You're killing my flow, Navigate. You're killing me, man.
You haven't heard of the black boule, have you? There's plenty of black people that's supporting the system of racism, white supremacy.
Navigation.
They call the boule.
Hey, yo,
let's take a break and play one of these videos.
Anytime that I want to hear a white nationalist more than I hear a Negro and
there you go again. There they go again, trying to denigrate.
Racist Genesis. How dare you? That was racist, bro. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
that was just wrong. That wasn't racist. I don't hate him because he's wrong. and he's intolerant, and he's narcissistic.
Well, Navigate, you don't want to love Black America, and you want to be a Ghanaian.
You want to be a Ghanaian?
I'm gonna be who I am.
Well,
I'm
you're not
black.
a Ghanaian.
I'm a black man on this planet.
You're not a
I'm
Ghanaian.
a black man on this planet.
You'll always be
I'm a black man on this planet.
America.
Yeah,
Yo,
and
can
I
just
live
say
in
something?
Ghana.
Can I just say something? I feel like if because okay, Bomani, you're a lost cause. You really got a lot of hate. But I feel like if Genesis, listen, I feel like if Genesis adopted Navigate's attitude, Genesis, you would be like unstoppable, bro. I'm telling you, because you
fell out.
No, man,
Nah, I
I'm
mean,
telling you.
I mean, brother Kala, think about that, man. You know, that's why we block Navigate, because he's not one of us.
See, because anyone who speaks against you, you block. That's bad, bro.
No, I'm not one of you guys. Totally. You know, I'm just not as arrogant as you guys are. If I'm wrong, I will admit it and I will change. There's no change and no admitting it in you, Kala, whatsoever, because you ain't wrong about nothing. Every time you talk, you start saying, you say, right, you know, right. That's all. You know, you ain't right about everything. You know.
He's got that cocky chip on his shoulder. I can see it right now. You better brush it off. It's on screen. That's on camera. You better brush that off. It's on your right side.
Hey, Bomani, play the video. I want to see what this video is about.
Now, Charger, you have a new friend, Navigate. You can have him. We don't want him in our race. You can have him.
Oh my God, so aggressive.
It ain't about race.
Exactly. Like you said.
There's three kinds of truth. There's your truth, there's my truth, and then there's the verifiable truth. You know, let's meet at verifiable truth.
But Navigate, you know the thing is, Bomani and me stand for the exact same things, except the only difference is white versus black, and we agree with a lot of the same things. But he just refuses.
Well, I don't agree with either one of you then.
Oh, he just really hates me. He really hates me. He hates me because
I don't like you. I actually don't hate you. I was trying to get you to come on the call, and thank you for coming.
Well, I don't hate you. I just don't agree with you.
We like for white devils to come on and show their true colors.
Bomani, I do appreciate, even though you think I'm a white devil cracker, Hershey.
I mean, you called me like 30-something times for the last few hours. I'm like, yo, what the hell?
I know, bro.
It's either you
counterproductive. You know, racism is about power. You know, do this guy have the power to change, you know, the trajectory and the lives of another group of people? I don't know. I don't know him. But you know, as a group, there's many people, you know, like Biden, you know, who has had power, you know, with his fellow white supremacists, you know, to alter the trajectory of black people in the USA, not for the good, but for the worse. That's racism.
Well, perfect. Appreciate you sharing. Hold on. We're going to play this video and watch it together, and maybe we'll learn something. This is called Black History, Why Black Africans Were Viewed as a Threat.
Yeah, who's this from? The ADL YouTube channel?
We're going to see it in 1 minute.
Not only hate, but people feel jealous of blacks and see them as a threat. Vox reported a study done by the American Psychological Association that showed black people are seen as a threat. This trend has been seen for centuries, but why is that so? Evidence shows that there are some reasons carved in non-black people's minds that subconsciously provoke them to feel jealousy and hate. Well, yes, the underlying reasons are shocking. From the fear of losing their partners to being jealous of black people's physical superiority and fear of getting extinct and genetic annihilation, various reasons trigger jealousy. Welcome to the Black History Archives, a channel where we present the forgotten black history and events that every black or white should know. We feel black people are often misguided by being bombarded with propaganda that forces them to forget their glory. Our goal is to educate you about the factual events that shape everything. Let's build a black community that grows together. In this video, we will tell you the reasons why black people are viewed as a threat.
The Black History Archives.
Reason 1, fear of losing partners. Picture a white man deeply in love with a white woman, committed to each other in a strong relationship. However, hidden beneath the surface, he harbors the secret worry, the fear that his partner might be drawn to other black men. It's a fear born out of society's perpetuation of stereotypes, associating black men with sexual prowess and physical dominance. These stereotypes can trigger deep-seated insecurities within the white man, causing him to question his own sexual performance and physical attractiveness. In today's world, where interracial relationships are more accepted, some white men may feel threatened by the attention black men receive, fearing that their partners might find them more sexually appealing. These anxieties can undermine the security of the relationship and create unnecessary tension. Even reports have suggested that black men might be pro-masculine, having abilities to satisfy their partners better. This has led white people to feel threatened by black men. Interestingly, if we look at the current landscape, we can observe a rise in relationships and marriages between black men and white women. It's possible that this trend reflects a growing recognition of the sexual charisma that black men possess, which is now openly acknowledged by many. Reason 2. Physical superiority. Throughout history, blacks have been recognized for their exceptional physical strength and charisma. These qualities have at times evoked fear and insecurity among non-black individuals who see the potential dominance of black people as a threat to their own status and values. Even white men see black people as superhumans due to their experience in which they are often outperformed. Non-black societies, such as European colonizers, established social and cultural structures that marginalize black people. They devalue physical labor, in which black individuals excelled, and instead celebrated delicate fragility as a sign of refinement and civilization. Ancient philosophers, like Aristotle, further propagated the notion that black individuals were inherently subservient. These distorted beliefs were used to justify the enslavement and mistreatment of black individuals. However, no matter how much the physical work is degraded, white people feel threatened due to blacks' physical superiority. They have genes that help them grow muscles, enjoying the natural biological supremacy. Studies have also revealed that black people are blessed with genes that help them not only to have cognitive superiority, but also physical dominance. Reason 3. Fear of genetic annihilation. During the era of black enslavement, black individuals posed a significant threat to their non-black masters due to their physical strength and charisma. The fear of genetic annihilation arose from the understanding that if non-black individuals married white individuals, their own genes would be rendered submissive and eventually extinct. Biologically, when individuals mate, their genes combine and influence the traits of their offspring. White individuals feared that intermarriage could lead to the dominance of black genes over their own. This is because of natural selection, where nature selects the genes which have more chances of survival. Genes having specific traits from a mother and a father are combined in their child. However, the gene having robust capability dominates while the other is suppressed. Since black people are better equipped for the environment, naturally, the probability of their genes' domination is more. Hence, if a white woman and a black man, or a black woman and a white man marry, black genes will have superiority and white genes will be suppressed. In the past, owing to this fear, interracial marriage was prohibited. The one-drop rule was established to maintain the oppression of black individuals. This legal principle said that a person having even one black person as an ancestor should be considered black. Therefore, they should not be allowed to marry a white person. Today, as this cannot be added to the law, fear and hate exist after knowing this reality. Enjoying the video so far? If yes, here's a little reminder to like the video and subscribe to our channel to get more videos on Black history and culture. Let's continue now. Reason 4. Fear of extinction. The fear of potential extinction often plagues groups who believe that their cultural, ethnic, or racial identity is under threat. White supremacists, in particular, harbor intense fears related to black individuals, perceiving them as strong, attractive, and superior. This fear stems from a sense that the population, influence, or power of white people is diminishing. Demographic changes, including migration patterns, cultural shifts, and changes in birth rates, can amplify these fears. White individuals may feel that black individuals are replacing them, which, coupled with the perceived genetic advantages of black individuals, intensifies their unease. This fear can lead to a desire to preserve their own identity, resulting in racism and discrimination. Fear of extinction stems due to genetic annihilation. As Black genes are considered better equipped, white genes will ultimately be suppressed. As a result, there is a fear that the white population will become extinct. Reason 5. Fear of being replaced. For generations, white individuals have enjoyed certain privileges and advantages due to an unequal distribution of wealth. However, societal changes are challenging this status quo, leading some white individuals to fear being replaced. Previously, systemic barriers prevented Black individuals from acquiring property, keeping their circumstances unchanged regardless of their efforts. Today, the removal of these barriers allows Black individuals to fully pursue their aspirations. The perception of being replaced by Black individuals can generate anxiety and fear. This fear is amplified particularly if white individuals believe that Black individuals possess advantages in areas such as economics, culture, or demographics. These concerns can lead to a defensive mindset and resistance to societal progress. Since Black express better cognitive abilities, and there is no limitation that can suppress this today, the fear of getting replaced becomes obvious. Earlier, this fear was avoided by structural and institutional racism, but today, no such systems exist. Reason 6. The inferiority complex. Some ultra-white conservatives and supremacists may implicitly recognize the perceived superiority of Black individuals in terms of survival capabilities, yet they refuse to accept it as reality. Instead, they experience jealousy and an accompanying inferiority complex, which fuels their hatred.
Do you realize how
Inferiority
biased
complex
this shit
arises
is?
from feelings of inadequacy and inferiority compared to others.
Bro, do you realize how biased this is?
It's not about biases. We're playing a film, and then you can, as soon as we finish, you can let us know what you think of it.
Oh my God.
It's almost finished. I appreciate you.
Perceived as strong or exceptional. This complex can manifest as low self-esteem, self-doubt, and resentment towards those deemed superior. In conflicts between white and Black individuals, the underlying cause is often rooted in the inferiority complex of white individuals. Their hate is a manifestation of their feelings of inadequacy and resentment towards Black individuals. White individuals may feel intimidated by the perceived superiority of Black individuals and view themselves as incapable of achieving the same level of success or excellence. Focusing on their perceived shortcomings or weaknesses, they may harbor resentment and direct their anger toward Black individuals. Reason 7. Fear of losing white supremacy. Extreme white conservative supremacist groups often experience a deep-rooted fear of losing their grip on white supremacy. They interpret increasing racial and ethnic diversity, progressive social movements, and evolving societal norms as direct threats to their social, cultural, and political power. White supremacy ideology asserts that white individuals are inherently superior and chosen by God. Faced with challenges, fear arises within these groups. Paradoxically, this fear stems from the realization that if white supremacy were true, white supremacists themselves would not fear Black individuals, as they would be the chosen ones. This fear often manifests as xenophobia, racism, and a desperate desire to maintain traditional power structures. These concerns stem from the belief that white supremacists will become a minority in their own country, relinquishing the advantages they have enjoyed for generations. Political rhetoric that reinforces these beliefs and promotes an us versus them mentality can further exacerbate these fears. In some cases, these groups may resort to violence and intimidation to preserve their control and perceived dominance. What do you think? Aren't these reasons the major contributor to feelings of hostility against Black people? Will these fears ever end and there will be no racism and discrimination? Let us know what you think about
That
No.
was excellent analysis, and that was a perfect description of Dodge Charger.
It takes out it fits them. But here's what the thing is with Dodge Charger Boxwell, because that's what all his talking points were right there. Here's a problem I have with the video, right? Is the fact that a lot of stuff that when people say, what they don't understand is most Black people, if you look at history, do our best to avoid white people. Most black men are not trying to marry or procreate with white women and stuff like this, you know? So this idea, what if? The majority of black people are not trying to mix with white people. It's like, what, 1% of the black male population? And so the bottom line is this idea of white people fear, that's on them. They fear black men, sexual prowess, that's on them. What I suggest is stop watching porn, right? Because those black guys in porn are getting paid for that. Those white girls are getting paid for that. There's very little interracial mingling going on between black people and white people in America. Now, if you go to Europe, that's a different case.
Yeah, but Kyle, let's make sure we get Dodge Charger to give us some feedback, because these are some of the things that I think that frustrate him and other white men when these points out there.
Listen,
go ahead.
I'll just give you my honest opinion. I view white people in general as being more beautiful, more just better in general. Okay, so I'll start with that. I will also say
black people.
I will also, and that's fine, and you should, right?
Everybody
not
more beautiful.
Exactly.
Yeah, let him just finish. I wanted to address the video because the
no.
Video was a great breakdown. It's a great breakdown of why white men are so frustrated.
Okay, listen, dude, you are very aggressive. Okay, listen, I'm just gonna say that if you honestly believe, like, to be honest, that whole video seemed like a pep talk designed for Bomani, right? If you truly believe that maybe other white people do, but if you truly believe that my jealousy, which I have none, or any of this because I feel inferior to black people in general, you are just mistaken. That whole video was almost like a Jewish Marxist leftist pep talk to weaponize you against white people to feel exactly the way you do. You're just like violently, you're like a pit bull, and I love pit bulls, by the way. My dog's right here sitting at my feet. He's a pit bull, but it's almost like you want to bite when there's no reason for you to bite. I don't understand why you just want to bite. You want to Dodge Charger. Why do you think this isn't like, bro? I don't view. I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way.
I mean,
man.
Don't you wake up in the morning wishing that you had a black penis or something? You know what I mean?
Do you really? Can I ask you a question? Do you really believe what you're saying? Is that a real question? Are you serious?
Yeah, don't you wake up wishing that you had this beautiful dark complexion and had muscles and then add a certain swag? You know what I'm saying? And then you didn't get burned in the sun. Come on, be real. Because that's why people come. I'm from Jamaica. That's why white people come to Jamaica. They want to enjoy that kind of life. They want to.
Okay, I know you're just trying to mock me or whatever, but I'll be real. No, not at all. Not at all. No.
I know you probably wish you could get one of these fine, sexy, beautiful sisters that we have in Africa.
Are you fucking serious? The black girls don't even want black men. Come on.
Well, there has another thing I want to ask you,
Broke
right?
black men.
Let me ask you a question, Dodge.
Genesis, hold on. Before you ask me that, do you hear what Bomani's saying? And do you really give any credence to what he's saying? You know the way he's coming. He's coming out the gate. He's coming out the gate shooting.
Yo, check this out. He's joshing your socks. So we'll go with joshing your socks.
No, he's not. No, he's being real.
All right, no, he's joshing your socks, bro. The bottom line is, check this out. Now, you said black. I'm glad you asked that question, right? Now, white nationalists and everything like that, they always say, stay away from white women. That's what it's all about. You know, that's what I really believe.
White nationalists, white supremacists. White nationalists.
So they call themselves nationalist supremacists. I can't tell the difference nowadays. You know?
Well, you should learn.
Well, Navigate, can I speak? Can I speak for a second? You know? Okay, now the problem I have is this, right? Where is the white supremacist or nationalist concern when I see white guys out there bagging up black girls? We're not left and right. We're not, you know.
It's there. You just don't see it. Trust me. If I see, let me tell you something right now.
Oh, I see guys who are racist, whatnot, and they take some pleasure.
Emmett Till.
No. Navigate. Shut up, please.
This is why we block him, dude.
You understand what
I just said one word, Emmett Till.
I'm
And you fall apart.
No,
That's weak.
Yo,
That's mentally and emotionally weak.
No, I'm talking about the fact that when I see white guys,
it ain't no fact.
You don't even know what I'm saying. I said
that's right. That's right. I don't.
Oh, I say when I say white guys with black girls, right? I seen white guys that take black girls, fine ass black girls, right? And they be bringing around their redneck buddies, you know, wearing rebel flags and everything, and they got no friggin' problem with it. Oh, you
okay.
back?
Let me tell you something. I don't know where the f heck you saw that, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. I don't know
Only
where
thing
you
you're doing, Paul, is
on,
proving that video was incorrect. I agree with you.
Let me finish. My point is, where if you're concerned about black men with white women, how come you guys don't say, hey, you know, so when I first moved to Virginia, right? I came from upstate New York, right? You know, we black people and white people, we did not.
Right.
Hold up. I did not basically let my brother, my friends, my white friends. You didn't talk to my sisters. No whatsoever, right? I didn't talk to the white girls. Us black people stuck together. We didn't cross mix, race mix, or anything like that, right? So I thought that in the South, right, there was this old, black people here, white people here. I come down here, right, and I'm seeing friggin' black women in the homes of white men, in the cars of white men, and I'm saying to myself, I read about this, right? That white men have been dipping into black women, even not just slavery, all throughout the time. Black women got to work for them and stuff like that. So they don't have the same thing. It's like it's only when they see a black man would proceed with a white woman, But there's a vitriol from the white nationalists. But I never see. Have you ever seen a white man get lynched by his own white people for dating a black woman?
Can I just tell you? First, I would be the first one. You know how I said I hate Jews more than I hate blacks? I don't really even hate blacks, but let's get to the real point. You know who I hate more than Jews and blacks? Race trait. You know, and it's funny because it goes back to my point. We really are on the same page more than
I can't stand race traitors like the one that we have on here.
But I would like the white people to be honest with themselves because
Bomani, you are so passive aggressive. You're pinning comments about how I'm gay. I'm a closet. Bro, you're just grow up. You're talking about I'm gonna come on here and have a real conversation. No, listen. You're talking about I'm gonna come on here and have a real conversation, and then you're gonna act like a child half the time. You're not impressing anyone, bro.
That's a comment.
These are comments from the people that we have. So
yeah, but I know you got a boner posting that shit, bro. Look, I'm not.
Well, so far we all agree that video was a bunch of propaganda.
No. We don't all agree.
Well, you know, some of it was just symptoms of the system of racism, white supremacy, because white people are not jealous of black people, you know, primarily, and white people are not afraid of black people primarily because the facts don't show that.
Bomani, let me tell you something. If you are here to say that white people are in any sense jealous of black people, they want to be black people, this or that, I am here as a 28-year-old, picture perfect motherfucker you'd see posted up in a news article, a news headline. I am who Fox News is telling you about. I am here to tell you, as a Nazi white nationalist, no one is jealous of you. No one wants to be you. No one's scared of you. I'm just going to tell you that.
There's no problem for no group to prefer their own. Black people should prefer black people. And if white people want to prefer white people as the most beautiful and special people, you know, to them, they can do so. That's not the problem. That's not the problem.
God forbid, navigate freely.
Stop being an ass kissing Uncle Tom navigate. That's why we don't allow you in this panel. I want you to.
That's not Uncle Tom. That's being real.
You don't allow him because he doesn't agree with you. That's the issue.
He's a white version of us. You know what I'm saying?
Uncle Tom is just a catchword. It's a cliche. You haven't even defined the word. You know, I think black people should prefer black people. Why do you have a problem with black people preferring black people?
All right, go ahead. He can hold on. Because like I said, Charger, that video was factual, and that's throughout the history of time, white men have issues with black men, even still to this day. You know what I mean? It's still to this day. And my interaction with other white men, whether I work with them or not, is not always the situation. You know, because y'all
All right,
know,
dude. All right, well then go build your fucking village in Ghana and get away from us evil white devils, because obviously you want to censor the guy who navigate. You want to censor him.
Navigate is a sellout black person that we just don't want to be pushing racist, pushing those talking
dude.
points. He's on here trying to agree with you just to piss me and Kala off. You know, he knows that he knows we're genetically superior than white people. It's what it is. Look at us as far as, I mean, look at the best athletes and look at also the best intellectual
Okay, then
minds.
if you're so superior, then why is it called white supremacy?
Because that's the name you guys put on it, and what we have, what we call is black, and we have our own version. It's called black supremacy.
What is Jughead? What Jughead? What do you got to say?
Jughead, go ahead, Jughead. Say hello to Dodge Charger. He's one of our redneck buddies out here in the South.
Good morning, guys from the UK, man. I'm coming late. I apologize profusely. What's going on, man? Because the last time I tried to get on, we were discussing Brics. What's going on now? I'm confused now. What's the Brics? What's going on?
Well, just can you promise you're not going to stab me before we continue?
How about you promise us you're not going to shoot up a dollar store? How about that?
Hold on.
That was good. I'll give you that one.
You're the one that's strapped to a T. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen.
I agree that black people have some superior traits. It's all about the Dr. Francis Cress Welsing book that came out called The ISIS Papers. I read that many decades ago. And she talks about the chemical biological analysis of evil, you know, and a white, you know, talking about genetic annihilation. That's all old news. Those are symptoms of white racism, white supremacy.
He brings those points up because he wants to do what the white man did to the black man. He has just like the Jews are doing to everyone now after the fake Holocaust. Bomani wants to do what the white man did to the black man. He wants to reverse it because he's got anger in him.
How are you gonna say fake Holocaust? It's just like people said to me about what happened to black people, that we have fake Holocaust. Black people and Jews did not have no fake Holocaust.
Okay, man. Put on your small hat.
If any of these Holocausts was fake, explain it. Explain how fake the Holocaust was.
Black Holocaust is not fake. White Jews Holocaust is not fake. Those are atrocities.
I'm pretty sure they did a study about, you know, how they said they burned all the Jews and the ovens wouldn't have been able to keep up with that amount. But maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. I don't believe these dirty fucking Jewish scum.
And you sound like that Iran president, the former Iran president.
Who is that guy?
Ahmadinejad.
Yo, Jughead, come on!
Go ahead, Jughead, and go ahead and everybody, please give Jughead a chance to talk with us. Go ahead, Jughead.
I want to hear it.
Thank you. Right. What you've been on for a while now. What are we discussing now? What's the topic now? Because I'm confused. First it was Brics.
Okay, Jughead.
The topic was never about Brics. The topic is
Jughead.
the title that we have. Now, let me read the topic for you real quick. Just real quick. The topic is white America is in serious decline, and that's why we have Dodge Charger here. So so he can represent the decline of America. And then what is the future of Black America? So that's what me and Kala is talking about. That we have to get out of a sinking ship and build something for ourselves. So we're just having a dialogue.
Okay.
The world is in revolutionary mode. The whole world is in revolutionary mode.
Navigate, bro.
Jughead, go ahead, and please, no one cut Jughead off. He hasn't talked. He's been waiting for a while. Jughead, rock on, brother.
Thank you for the third time. Right. Now, I'll ask the second part on Black America's future. Now, as you know, I'm Pan-Africanist. If Black America if it continues on its way of individualism and niggernomics, Black America is finished. The future of Black America is powernomics and Pan-Africanism, in my opinion. You know, this matriarchy, this abortion, which has to stop. You're 30% because of abortion. Black women, I keep saying it before. This abortion rate is black genocide. That's
Kanye said the same thing. Kanye said the same thing.
I agree, Jughead.
I agree.
That's number one. Number two, niggernomics. That's got to stop. All this individualism has got to stop. Powernomics and blackonomics is the future, because as we said, the British nations now, they're getting serious. If America's continuing on this way, the dollar's in decline. It's numbers, it stays numbered. This fiat currency won't last forever. It won't last in perpetuity. It stays numbered. So when the Brics are coming there, with their commodities-based back currency, which isn't coming yet, but given the next 4 or 5 years, maybe end of the decade, America could be in serious trouble. Because you've got China, they all got African continents, Russia,
Yeah, we got
India.
the bigger guns.
What's that? Say again, Charlie, what's that? What did you say?
Well, I mean, we all got nukes now, but the reason America's on top is for no other reason than besides military.
Security is number one. If you can't secure what is yours, it's not yours. Doesn't matter how much money you make, how much infrastructure you build. If you can't protect it, you have absolutely nothing.
So Jughead, just so you know, the reason I said that is because regardless of the U.S. dollar going down or up or whatever you're saying, is the U.S. military is still going to be on top. And I might be wrong in saying that in response to you, but that's kind of what I'm getting from what you're saying.
Okay, well, my Dutch Charge, I mean, it's economic control, yeah. American military is powerful, yes. Boy, extraordinarily so, but more war costs money, Dutch Charge. Without the currency, you can't fund wars. Wars aren't funded on thin air, they're funded by currency and wealth. You know, so if America is surpassed by China, it's only conjecture. If America is supplanted in, let's say, the next 4 or 5 years, their ability to wage war with Qatar. Yeah, you got nukes, but so is China and Russia. Russia actually has a bigger nuclear arsenal than America.
Africans are completely capable of producing weapons of mass destruction, and all weapons of mass destruction are not kinetic.
What do you mean by that?
That means you can create a weapon of mass destruction that don't just blow up everything, blow everything to smithereens. It will kill people in mass.
Oh, you mean like the pandemic?
Well, that's one. You're thinking.
Hey, I have a really, really good question. Can you guys answer me this? Bomani, Genesis, and Jughead, and Navigate. Did you guys get the vaccine?
No, I wouldn't. I would no way in the hell I would do that.
Okay, Bomani, did you? Hey, Genesis, did you?
No vaccination, my youth.
Ah. Genesis, what about you?
Yeah, I got the vax.
Oh, I know you did because you're in New York. You gotta take the vax.
I'm in Virginia.
You believe in his master. He's a true believer.
Wait.
Why?
I had to get the vax because I had to travel. You know, that was the only way I could get my pat.
Well, that's a good excuse. That's a good excuse. It
was the truth, right? You get the vax.
Yeah, they wouldn't let you go if you didn't get it.
In fact, to tell you the truth, to be honest with you, right? Even the second time when I went over to the continent in March, right? They didn't even ask me for my yellow fever thing. They just wanted my COVID-19.
But if you had waited it out, you'd have been good by now. You could probably still travel, right?
No.
Come in.
To travel, they still ask you for your vaccination cards to get on a plane.
Are you serious? Oh, I guess it depends on what country you're going to.
Yeah, come in, guys.
For vaccination.
Well, I got to the continent 2 months before the COVID hit. I got here November of 2019. COVID, hit in January. And I was here already. I didn't have to worry about all of that. And I haven't left, yet. Although it might be safe to travel now without all of those shots.
It is. Come in, guys. It's after Charles' question. I did not take this jab. I'm a pure blood. And I will never take it.
See, I like you, bro.
I'm a pure blood. I'll never take it. I'll die first. Carl, you made a mistake, man. Carl, you shouldn't have taken the jab. You should have taken it because
like I said,
please let me finish now, please. You should have waited. Look, I love going to Canada. After Nigeria, I love Canada. But I've been free. I didn't go because I didn't want to get the jab. Because Canada's process was harsh. It was draconian. So I didn't take the jab at all. I'm going there for holiday in November. I waited for 3 years. You should, as Dr. Charles said, you should have waited. If it meant not flying, I wouldn't have flown. I'm a pure blood.
I can tell you.
That jab is not a vaccine. It's gene therapy injection. It's not a vaccine. It's a gene therapy injection. It's not a vaccine.
COVID was nothing but global. COVID was global social engineering.
I'll
global.
just tell you guys.
The flu disappeared and COVID showed up.
Listen. I was living in Canada for a few years. I'm a Canadian citizen as well. They're importing millions of people from India, and I couldn't even get a minimum wage job. You know, it's lucky my family has money. I couldn't even get a minimum wage job without showing proof of the Jewish COVID vaccine. That's when I knew I had to leave. So I came back down. I grew up in New York originally, and then I moved to Florida, which is where I've been ever since. And it's all because of that's why you see such a Republican shift in Florida, because a lot of people are political refugees, if you want to call it that. But again, Bomani, your response. You said, no, my youth. Bro, you know what's so funny? Back in college, you reminded me of this dude. It's just because you talked the same. I think he was Jamaican. His name was Dane. Bro, I used to sell fucking cocaine in college, and I was friends with this dude, and he's exactly the same as you, but you're just so blinded. You're just so pissed off at me for saying the N-word to you that you just want to kill all white people now. So you're just mad, bro.
Dodge, you're the one that called him a nigger, or you're the one that called him the N-word. An hour ago.
Yeah.
What? No, but don't
do that, man. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Because look, let me tell you something now, Joe. You sound like an intelligent man. You don't sound like a roughneck. Don't do that, man, because that word, the wrong person will get you murked. Trust me. Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Yeah. I know. Listen. First of all, I agree with you, but I'll just tell you, I know it's easy to say that in the UK where only the black people carry around weapons and the white people are not allowed to. But here in Florida, you will not catch me without my gun, and I will shoot you.
Okay, well, put number one. I don't need a weapon. Number two, if I was a
black people have to stop being so easily triggered. That's why we're so easily controlled. All they got to do is say racism, and then we get all in a tizzy and ready to march. All they got to do is get one racist white person to shoot a black man, and then they can control everything. We march, and then Antifa is in the background wreaking havoc. You know, we're so easily manipulated and controlled, because we're so emotionally, weak.
Navigate has 100% right. Listen. Navigate had it 100% right. Jughead, let me tell you something. You live in the UK where your whole government is basically a safe space for fags and black people. And by the way, I would be insulted if I was black because they group you in the same group as faggots and people who cut their dick off. Just because in the UK you can go around and act tough, and if someone says nigger, you're going to beat their head off, you're going to do this or that. It's not like that everywhere, and you will get shot if you put hands on someone. You do not have the right to put hands on someone or do anything violent just because they said a word. I need you to understand that, because it's not, and the whole world isn't like the UK.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Are you finished, Judge? Good. Now I'm to retort. Number one, okay. If I was an American, I'd also have a gun. That goes both ways. Okay, if I was an American, I'd be gunned up also. That's number one. Number two, because my training, I don't need a gun anyway. I've got my training. I don't need a gun anyway. My training, because I do a lot of martial arts since I was a youth. So I've got bad hands anyway. That's number two. Number three, regarding not being able to put hands on someone for verbal abuse, that's illegal. If you assault someone, that's even though it's not physical, you are causing that person harm psychologically, spiritually.
That's because you don't have free speech. Hey, listen, you don't have free speech.
They call them snowflakes. That's what I call a snowflake. They melt at the least.
You don't have free speech. You cannot tell me my speech is violence. You don't have free speech in the UK. You guys are a bunch of fags with no guns.
Dodge, I'm still finished. I'm finished. I need you to retort. Show me some clips I showed you. It's called.
Well, he's correct. That's how black people react. Like snowflakes.
Navigate. I'm talking. Please,
you're correct. That's how people react.
Navigate. I'm talking. Show some discipline. Right. So good, Dodge. I'll say for navigate interjection. Now, you know yourself, Dodge Charger. The history of America. That word is not just a word. It has history behind the word. It's a word of bloodshed and genocide behind the word.
You're repeating yourself.
Hold on. I'm talking. What's wrong with you guys? They're not disciplined. Thank you. Right, for the full time. Now, if you use that word, fine, but the wrong person, I said before, you will get done. And Bishop goes both ways. Blacks carry guns too. As a matter of fact, I'm amazed at patience blacks. I'm amazed at their patience. I'm amazed at their patience because what they've taken in the last 1 years is amazing. I would have taken it. But that's just me. Now, navigate. Well, you said basically snowflake. It's called conviction and self-respect, not snowflake. If you have self-respect, doesn't mean you it's called conviction.
I don't agree.
Of course, you don't agree. You have no self-respect.
I'm just as capable of being denigrating a person with words as they are denigrating me. If they call me the N-word, I got plenty of words I can come back with.
Oh, but never. Why would you bother? But that's kindergarten stuff. That's not a man behavior.
Yes, it is. It's all kindergarten stuff. That's why you shouldn't melt down over a word. That's too easily. That's too easily controlled. If I'm gonna be at a war with somebody that emotionally weak, the enemy is gonna trigger them, and we're gonna lose the damn war.
Let me say this. I've been sitting quiet for a while. The bottom line is this, right? If you're sitting there and you're being a civil discussion and somebody decides to call you N-word, I'll say, look, okay, I take that as a threat, whatever like that, and I would say, let's step outside and like, I wouldn't attack you like that. I said, let's go outside, right? Take your jacket off, and then basically face me man to man like a man. That's all I ask for the white man,
I would just use words.
Sissy and be like, I'll shoot you and stuff like that. No, if you say something to somebody, like, man, there's white guys that I see and whatnot, and real white men. This whole thing about what I'm talking about, real white men, they can have a rebel flag, everything like that. But when they see a real black man and whatnot, we get along. We understand each other. We know if we get into it, we can kill each other. Because of size, everything like that.
Exactly.
So hold on. But what you said, Dodge, is like, I can say the N-word and you can't do nothing about it. No, it don't work like that.
No way.
You can't go up to somebody's woman, and be like, your wife got a fat ass. What the fuck is that gonna happen? You cross the line. There's lines you cross. And you guys don't seem to understand that, right? You don't talk to nobody's woman, right? You don't disrespect somebody's mother, and you don't call certain names, you don't call certain people.
I agree. Listen. I agree with you. But there's a certain extension
level.
There's a certain extension that's been applied to this word for black people. And just, what's funny? After George Floyd got killed, I watch a lot of police body cam videos. Black people, I swear to God, every black people fucking body cam I see, these motherfuckers, they can breathe. Trust me, they can breathe. And it's like they seen the fucking George Floyd fucking media covers, and they're like, this is their catchphrase now. I can't breathe. Listen, if you're trying to justify me, and I agree with you about the man-to-man thing, and you're 100% right, because we will kill each other, right? But let's just talk about the law right now.
Word.
I know a lot of white guys are too scared to do that, so they hide behind stand your ground.
Ain't got nothing to do with fear.
Listen. Okay. Hold on, Genesis. You're right. I do hide behind stand your ground, whatever you want to call it. Let me just tell you something. If in Florida, if I use that word against someone and they attack me, bro, if you even throw one punch at me, I am emptying my fucking clip into you, and I will have
a word.
If somebody throws a punch at you, why can't you man up and fight him back? Why do you got to pull out a gun?
Well, that's a punch. That's different.
Because listen, Genesis, you and me both know that no one uses fists nowadays.
And I
do too.
Genesis, let me tell you something. Okay, you guys may, but the majority of people, and you can't, if I'm a betting man, I'm not going to bet, oh yeah, maybe he doesn't have a gun. No, motherfucker, you even fucking,
what you do is, if you're going to provoke somebody just out of nowhere, just feels your body, yo, fuck you, nigga. That's what happens. Somebody.
I've done it before. I've literally done it before.
Let me tell you something, bro. Let me give you some game to probably save your life, right? There's dudes out there, there's black guys out there, right? That I will kill you. Let me say this, right? There's an incident that happened. Navigate, be quiet, and I gotta tell you 2 stories.
I'm agreeing with you. There's black guys out there. You one of them that'll kill somebody just because they say your wife has a fat ass when she do have a fat ass.
Can I freaking speak? You never shut up. Okay, this was like back in 2019, right? I'm driving on the road, right? I told Bomani story before, right? And there was like a carload of Asian kids right beside me, right? So I'm looking over to them, look over me right now. So they look over me, right? They're bumping hip hop and bumping on stuff, looking like thugs and whatnot. And also, anyway, they were going one way, I was going straight. So they wait until they made their left turn, and I'll go straight. And then somebody else like, fucking nigger, right? So basically, but I don't think it's funny, man. You meet yourself, it's not funny. I'm not joking. Anyway, I said, okay. And so I saw where they were going, right? Yeah, I saw where they're going, right? So I went up to the the next light, right? And I made the left down Pleasure House Road, right? And then I saw them, right? I said, "Oh, I got you, right? I know exactly where they're going, you know." So anyway, I waited until the light comes, whatnot, and then also by the time they were down that one street, right, I saw them make the left. I said, "I know exactly where they're going, right?" So by the time they got pulled into the parking lot, I was sitting there waiting for them, right? And also, I came up to him. I said, "You want to repeat that?"
You feel safe doing that in New York, I bet.
Check this out.
Against a bunch of Asians.
They were all so fucking terrified, right? I said, "I will fucking bust all you up right now." No, it wasn't. I said, "You guys were just at the fucking light over there. And how'd you find us?" Or not? And I said, I got extra sensory perception, right?
I got nigga GPS.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh my God! I'm sure you had a strap on you, right? I'm sure you're strapped, right?
Me, I was just by myself.
You better been strapped.
I mean, you have your gun in your car, though, right? So you're good.
I just did not have my gun on me right time. I walked up to him, right? I said, "Okay, all of you, like I'll take like 6 of them, right?" I said, "Let's do it right now." These motherfuckers, like, no, we apologize. It wasn't. I said, "You saying it wasn't you, and you apologizing. What is it?" And the one kid was like, "I'm 17 years old. You know, he said, don't beat me up one night." I'm gonna tell you right now. I said, "You motherfuckers, you gonna talk this shit like that?" I said, "I'm gonna tell you right now, because I'm a peaceful man, right? But you're gonna run up into the wrong dude, right? And that's gonna be it. I could be the dude."
Yo, you're crazy, bro. Listen.
Another thing.
Hold on.
Genesis. I want to ask you your question about that beautiful beatdown of those rednecks down in Alabama. Were you guys sad about that?
Hey, that's +1 for blacks. So you guys did
No,
good job, man.
you guys take a major L. You got your ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying. You got a 1-up. You got a Super Mario 1-up.
I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't down there.
It ain't no y'all. It's them. They got their ass whooped.
He was upset over that. Navigate's down.
Ignoramuses. I never would have chased a bunch of ignoramuses just because they said a word. You could have got yourself killed if they weren't punks.
Mad, bro.
But they was a bunch of punks anyway. Ignoramus punks.
Hey, Genesis.
I'm dangerous. I'll hunt you down.
You're not that dangerous. You got more than one person on your ass.
Genesis,
They
listen.
would have whooped your ass.
Genesis, listen.
Get the fuck out of my face. And the whole parking lot, white people sitting around watching, like, holy shit. They didn't want to look me in the face. I was walking back to my truck. You know?
Was this in New York or was this in Virginia?
This is New York. This is Virginia.
You are not that intimidating, Akala.
Okay.
There's plenty of white people who will stand up toe to toe with you and whoop your ass.
Why you always kissing white people? Why you always kissing white people ass, yo? You the typical.
Bomani, why you kissing white people ass? I'm telling you the truth. White people are not scared of black people. White people are not weaker than black people. Every black man can kick a bunch of white people's ass. That's crazy.
That's why they do coward stuff, like, you know, go take a load of
that's the truth.
To a store.
That's the truth. And then you're gonna do it. Bomani. Ignorant ass white people.
Bomani, let's talk about. You want to talk about shootings?
They go around and gun people down. How about you square off?
No, let's talk about Daryl Brooks. Let's talk about Daryl Brooks.
Order.
Who run over all those white?
Go ahead.
White children.
It's a piece of garbage, man. Come on.
Go ahead.
That on us. That dude's a piece of garbage.
Genesis. So you're telling me that dude's a piece of garbage, but meanwhile you have your brother Bomani talking about, oh, we're shooting up everywhere. I can give you an example too.
I'm not saying. It shows you how weak white men are. Because what they do is take a loaded gun and go somewhere and shoot up with cold-blooded murderer. How about you go shoot at some black special forces that's locked and loaded and ready to take you on?
Gangbangers.
You're gonna go somewhere and shoot up people in a supermarket. In
black people shoot up people too.
Some blood and grip.
White men are typical cowards.
It ain't got nothing to do with color.
Oh Lord.
Navigate. You're out of here. He's out of here. I don't have time for this.
It's late. Jughead, my brother, Dodge. Thanks for coming on. We need a white supremacist every once in a while. Don't make it a habit though.
All right.
But let's see what Jughead has to say. Because Navigate was so irritating. He's just so Navigate. Say your ass in the chat.
You're just censoring anyone. Hey, listen. You're censoring anyone who contradicts Bomani gets banned. That's fair. That's your channel.
he is completely somebody special. Take care, Carla. Jughead, go ahead, and then we're gonna close. Jughead.
Yeah, Dodge. I mean, did you say Let me get this clear. My hearing wasn't. I need some clarification. You used the term nigger VPN. Is that what you said?
Wait, what?
You said the NVPN. Is that what you said?
Nigger VPN? What? I don't know what you're saying.
Is that what you said? Is that what you said before?
Well, he just repeated, so that had to be what he said.
I really don't know what you're. Are you saying something I just said?
No, before when you said that Carla found those Chinese people, you said how you found them. There's some clarification. How did you say you found them? Remember? I was trying to edge you guys called him an N-word. He tracked them down. He ambushed them. Then you made a comment. What did you say?
Are you talking about when Genesis talking about the Asians on the bus?
Yeah. They called him an N-word. He ambushed them somehow. He got them. And then you made a comment. What did you say?
Oh, well, I don't know exactly what I said, but I was just saying something along the lines of if someone, I'll put myself in that exact situation. If someone followed me after a negative interaction off the highway, I assume they were on a rest stop. I assume that's where they stopped, right? They probably stopped at a rest stop, the gas station or a little food area. I was just saying that I would probably shoot the person who confronted me, and stand your ground would have cleared me. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. I really don't know what you're talking about.
No. I think you made a comment. Don't worry. Next time.
No. What did you think I said?
I think you said that a nigger NVPN. You said he found him somehow. Made a cute comment. It's an NVPN.
Oh no, navigate freely, nigga GPS. Yeah, I was just making like a joke. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, is that what you said?
I mean,
no, because I think Genesis was
the typical racist comments.
I think Genesis. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. Genesis was saying something about how he found the Asian people who called him the N-word, and then I said he's got nigga GPS.
Right. Okay. Number one.
That's how comfortable. That's how comfortable.
Let me do this. See. Let me say something now. You're lucky because in America they're very, very patient. I don't know why they're the patience of saints, which is why you've been allowed to get away with that nonsense for so long. But let me say something now, my friend. Be careful because, as I said before, things are changing. You're on top now. We're not going to always be on top. And people got long memories.
I find this hilariously rich coming from a nigger speaking the white man's language in England.
Hey, listen, you stupid ass.
We're in the white man's country, you stupid fucking nigger. Shut the fuck up and go back to Africa. Don't talk to me. You're in a white man's country.
Let me finish.
So Dodge is backstage. Listen here, Dodge. You're the typical weak white devil cracker that has no balls. The only time y'all feel like a man is when y'all loaded up with weapons and go shoot women and children with that cannot defend themselves. You are a coward. You're the typical piece of white. Let me finish. You're a typical piece of white trash. We brought you on here to ridicule your dumb ass. You know what I mean? And to make you just talk the racist stuff that you talk. People like yourself, you're weak and you're jealous. The fact that the America that you thought was around is no longer around. It's dominated by other race and nations of people. And you're gonna have to deal with that because what y'all gonna do? Go out there to stores and shoot and kill everybody? Is that what y'all gonna do? How about y'all take on some of the Navy SEALs brothers that are well equipped to fight back? How about that? Y'all go down there and fight people and go out there and murder people in cold blood. The typical white devils. That's who you represent. There you go.
Let me just say Bomani. Let me just say one last thing, Bomani. Let's get.
Go ahead and talk what you have to talk.
Okay, yeah, let's get this clear, Bomani. The shooter in Florida that you keep referring to, I bless him. I give him my fucking blessings. He did a good job. Fuck you, you fucking.
All right, listen here, Dodge Charger. You're gonna end up in the same fate as that white devil. Okay. You're gonna be in jail getting raped, beaten down and messed over by big strong black men. So what y'all think happened to y'all? Y'all protected? No, he's removed. He's removed. He's removed. You are. Hey, I mean, Jughead, why are you stopping me? Dodge Charger, you ain't nothing but another jealous ass weak. That's why I played that video for you. That made you so. I made you stay on the show and watch that video just to personally address the issue to you. So how about this? try going on another panel when you know where you deal with a bunch of weak ass people, but we're not it. So you take care of yourself, and I'm blocking you, and don't ever come back on here again. And you know, next time you're in Florida, you know, a group of brothers may run up on you, and then something may happen to you. So don't make it seem like, you know, you're invincible, because, you know, everybody got guns. This whole street right here got guns. Everybody in the state and the city got guns. So it doesn't make you special. The only difference is that you guys are cowards. You know, you don't use your gun to protect and defend your family. You use it to go out there and cold blood and kill innocent black people that have done nothing to you. You know, that's how weak people like yourself are. You're right to call yourself a Nazi. That's what you are. You are no good piece of shit Nazi. You know, and you're trying to get us to get us to you know, talk about, oh, the Jews are our problem. No, our problem is not the Jews. Our problem is white devils like you, racist devils like you that have no respect for anybody else. And you can't deal with the fact that you're in a country that more and more people of color are coming in, and they're doing better than you, and eventually you're gonna be non-existent. You know what I mean? You probably don't have any children. You know what I mean? And you probably can't have any children because your sperm is weak. Just like you're a weak excuse for a man. Go ahead, Jughead. I'll leave him in the backstage. I'm not adding him back on.
Thank you. First of all, Bomani, thank you for your patience, because you're too patient. Look, it's your channel. I'm not going to bully you. We know what's up to you, but if it was me, what line I'm on? But that's just me. That's number one. Number two,
I'm telling you why we let him on, though. We let him on to do what we did. Job completed.
Yeah, but navigate. People like him, he's a parasite. They feed on the tension.
Navigate. That's why I blocked him before. That's why you never see him on, because Navigate is the typical sellout Uncle Tom Negro that have no respect, that don't love his own black people, that try to just praise everybody else. Well, there's bad black people and there's bad white people and everything. It's not that simple. When white people are bad, what do? They go in places and shoot up the whole place. When black people are bad, maybe they do something simple. But we're not out there gunning down a bunch of white folks and things like that. That's a big difference.
Okay, well, let me finish. Go ahead. Thank you. Now, that's those. I hope you're still listening. Number two, navigate freely. See, that's a problem. See, people that navigate from time immemorial, they're the reason we're in a mess we're in. People that navigate betrayed a Nat Turner, Dermot Vesey, Gabriel Prosser, Malcolm X. People that navigate freely are the problem. Dodge is irritant. People that navigate freely, they're the problem. Not Dodge. Dodge is an idiot. He's irritant, but people that navigate freely, he's a problem, because his treachery, his disloyalty, impedes our progress. So people like him, you know, when we come to power, we will deal with people like him. We will deal with people like him. We will have a purge, and not Dodge Charger. Next year, I'm coming to America to meet you in color, face to face. We're gonna meet up. You know, when we go to Liberia, I challenge Dodge said to my face. See, I'm over here in the UK, but I'm going to America too. I mean, even though I'm not jabbed, America's policy now is open now. I'll go to America now, even though I'm unjabbed. I'm coming to meet you next in America as a brother face to face, because, like I said before, things we discuss online, we can't discuss on some plans we have. We can't discuss online. I've got a lot of ideas. I want to discuss with you face to face. I'll come to America next year to meet you in color, Bomani. And when I'm in the States, I'll challenge Dad to meet me, and I'll say it to my face. I'll challenge him there. He's brave, because I'm 8,000 miles away in the UK. He's brave. Criminals worse online. When I come to States next year, let me say it to my face. Let me take it from there. He's going to save. I'll snap his neck. I will snap him in two.
Let's go. Tell him right there. Tell it to him. Tell it to him.
You are really.
Be quiet.
You talk about Bomani was talking about token Negroes. Bomani was talking about token Negroes. Look at this UK fucking nigger. You're speaking the white man's fucking language. The white man lets you in the UK, and you're
gonna have to cool yourself down. You're gonna cool yourself down.
Exactly.
First of all, you have to cut those language out. Go ahead.
Come to Florida, Jughead. I live in Jupiter, Florida. You show up on this live stream when you're in Jupiter, Florida. I will come and meet you on Bomani's live stream, and we'll see all that lip you got. You 60-year-old, you can't even get a boner. You fucking weirdo. You fucking
Dodge. How about this? The thing of it is, you know, when you meet you punk ass dude, you put your gun down. We'll put our gun down, and you throw your hands up like a real man, and we'll fight like real men. How about that? You're not gonna.
Black folks don't go around shooting. Black folks don't go around shooting white folks like white folks go around shooting black folks. Black folks only go around shooting each other. I don't see how that's better.
That's the problem. Navigate. People like you are the problem, because people like you come amongst our group and demand us with your negativity. We're trying to create
You're not making any sense.
Navigate. I'm talking now. Show discipline. I'm talking now.
You've been talking.
Right,
shut up and listen sometimes.
Before you, I'll be at 5 minutes. You've been talking for 3 hours. That's why. I've been there, okay, half an hour ago. You've been there since 2 hours. I saw you.
Well, enunciate your words better, then we'll be able to understand what you're saying. Because that deep British black accent, throws us off.
Well, how do you know? You're not listening. You're listening. How do you know? You're not listening. Be quiet and listen.
I'm listening now.
Pay attention.
I'm listening
right,
now. What do you have to say?
You're talking now. Oh, well, be quiet. I'll tell you what I've got to say. Be quiet. Now, number one, as I said before, people like you are the problem. Not Dodge. Forget Dodge. He's just irritant. People like you come amongst them. But Bomani create a platform.
That's simply an accusation with nothing to back it up.
Be quiet.
If you're going to make accusations, back it up with some facts.
Be quiet. Discipline. Order. Right. Bomani has created a platform here for us. Sanctuary of like minds come together to build something. You come here with Dodge causing a distraction. Where's the 3 hours now? Because you and Dodge, your white brother, causing distraction. We're trying to build something now. Trying to build out a black Singapore, a black Doha, a black Qatar in the future that we can lead this place. You come in there speaking division and defending that Dodge. You wasted that time. 3 hours you come here, you took off track to argue with this idiot, and you're backing him up. You're giving him.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, will you respond then? I'll be quiet. Respond then.
I'm not backing him up. I have no love or sympathy for no white supremacists, but I do, recognize the fact that everyone, is entitled to prefer their own. And white people are not afraid and jealous of black people per se. Yes, black people have but have superior qualities, physically, because we're the original people. But white people have some qualities too, because they control and run the damn world. They the one that has control. Black people in the USA and black people in the UK, they control absolutely nothing. They don't control their politics, their religion, their economics, their health. They don't control anything whatsoever. But I'm trying to get beyond that point where black people can have some power in this world. But you can't see that. You're too busy being triggered emotionally, by a simple word. I would not go to war with you. I would not have you in my foxhole, because the enemy just have to scream over at you, and then you'll be running out there getting shot because you have no discipline, and you're triggered by nonsense. You're not strategic at all. And and some things, I don't disagree with everything Dodd say. I don't disagree with everything Kala or Bomani say. I do not disagree with everything you say. But when I agree with you, I let you know that I agree with you. The things that I say, only thing, if I don't totally agree with some of your nonsense, you're gonna call me racist, a hater, supporting the white supremacy and all that nonsense. I'm more sophisticated than that. It's not black and white like that. It's more neons. And if you're gonna defeat racism, white supremacy, you got to be smarter than this. You can't be triggered, by your animalistic emotions all the damn time. That's how women are. You women live in their emotions, not men.
Dear God, please
navigate. Hey, Dodge, let's navigate. Navigate is about to ask you a question. Navigate, talk to Dodge real quick before I let Houston in.
Well, I don't agree with you, Dodge, on white supremacy and everything, but I reserve the right. I reserve to give you the right to have your views and prefer your own, even though I don't agree with you.
Listen,
and
all I'm gonna say is this: is if Navigate was the face of the black community, a lot of white people would be more willing to have a conversation and get along rather than this incessant aggressiveness that Bomani and Jughead have been trained by their Jewish fucking owners, slave masters, to act like.
Dodge, you serious? You think the Jews control us? As a matter of fact, Dodge, hold for a minute. And I hope that we can have civil conversation, because one thing is,
Yeah, just because he agrees with me don't mean I agree with him.
Navigate. We're all grown men here. We can all agree to disagree. That's a respectful thing about it. Even when you came on, Dodge, I knew we weren't going to agree on everything, but you know,
let me mute myself and let him talk.
But let me get you. We have a guest in. I want to bring our guest in. Houston Hines. Greetings, my good brother. Welcome.
Can I just say one
thing?
thing?
You don't use any profanity. Let's give him a few seconds. He's a new caller. Greetings, Hines. What's on your mind?
Shah and Shalom. I've been listening this whole time to the whole conversation, the whole time. When I look at how, I was talking to some European people earlier from America. And as I was talking to them, I was trying to educate them on some things that they weren't aware of. And it occurred to me that, they didn't want the knowledge. They didn't want it, even though it was facts. They didn't want it. They was critiquing me on my language, like, oh yeah, you're finding the caps and I'm glad you're finding all the caps and stuff like that. Well, to get to the point for Dodge, you say that he's speaking the English language. Let me educate you on something. Do you know that the English language was not created by Europeans at all? It was never created by Europeans at all. Actually, the language English is the second national language for the people of India. And they are the ones who actually didn't even create it themselves. They gave it to the people which are called Anglo-Saxons. They gave that knowledge to them so that they can start speaking. The language actually originated from Africans, just to allow you to understand true knowledge, so that you can stop using the word nigger or nigga and all that other stuff, so you could be able to at least understand where it came from, or even the English language, so you can understand where that origin from or came from. And secondly, when you look at the word nigger and you say the word nigger, that's why when you guys use these Europeans, when they first came out of the caves and all this other stuff and came into power, when you look at it, look at how you guys call the Arab people towelhead niggas. Look at how you call the Irishman green niggers. When you look at that and you call us African Americans, who are Kemetic people, by the way, when you called us niggers, it only shows you your true history. The Romans actually called you guys niggers when you first came out of the caves. So when you first came out of the caves and they made slaves out of you guys, they actually called you guys niggers. And they said that you guys weren't even good for nothing slaves. So you didn't even make good product of slaves. You were nothing, like, to them, like literally nothing. So they considered you as niggers, which was the lowest of all things, because you habitually lied. You not only habitually lied, but you also had a stigma of twisting the truth. When you did get some knowledge, you learned how to twist the truth automatically. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of knowledge so that you can stop showing us that, your ancestors come from the word nigger, and this is the history that you guys had. When you say that also that Jews, you said earlier that Jews is the problems. Jews is the Jewish community is you guys' problem. Well, let me allow you to know this too as well. And what I understand, and not only what I understand, this is facts. If you look it up, the Jewish is not real Jews. They actually come from Germany. And when you look at how they come from Germany, they're actually a part of the people that's called Ukrainians and with the Anglo-Saxons. here in America right now.
Hey, bro, look, I'm just going to cut you off. Look, you are fully fledged retarded, and I don't want to hear any of this. Can you just get this guy out of the call? Because this guy's just fucking the conversation up. This guy is so
no, he's not.
delusional.
Only thing I have to say for
bad.
Houston, do you have any documentation you can share with you? But everything Houston
Does
said
anyone
make absolutely great sense.
This guy is fucking straight up retarded. He's bald. He doesn't even have a hairline, bro. Get your ass out of here, bro.
Well, we don't know how you look because
you just walked into this conversation and you
I got a
said
hairline.
shalom.
And first of all, you're the only one that haven't showed your face. Even Navigator showed his face. So I mean,
Who, me? Right,
yes,
he never showed his face because he a coward.
Those are just some facts. You
I
know,
have a lot of truth.
But the number one fact is that those who took and take everything, you know, stole everything they have from black people. You know, language and writing. They stole all that from black people. But that is not the point. The point is that today, in 2023, black people are triggered emotionally and negatively by a mere word. When we have a war to fight, we cannot be knocked off course, you know, over a mere word. You know, the history of it has nothing to do with it.
Listen, let Jughead say something, but I just want to say, if the other three people in this conversation are taking what this Houston Hines guy has to say with any credence, I mean, you guys win at this point. If you guys really are going to take the position of black people invented everything and black people invented this and that, bro, I mean, at a certain point, we got to draw the line here. So, Jughead, please say something. Please say something smart.
Let me finish this by saying this. In order for you to understand what I'm actually saying is true and factual, if you can, for all historians, what they do is they look up history, and in order for them to identify what they're looking for, they study the language of the individual. So if you study the language of the Americans, Europeans here in America, if you study their language and you go back to their origin of the language of English, you'll find that the English language is the second language, and it's a Germanic form of language.
Listen, you gotta get sober, bro.
It's a German form of language. And if you go back to that, then you'll find that it originated from India right now to this day. And the people of India tell you that the language, and the people of India will tell you that the language English actually came from a group, which is these black people.
What does that have to do with black men breaking down over a mere word? What does that have to do with it? What does that have to?
The man is talking. I keep on cutting him off. Houston,
yo, Bomani. The fact that you're giving this guy any time of day is laughable.
No, I mean, but you don't have to agree with him.
Indians
don't have to agree with him, but he needs to speak.
They shit in the street. 2023, they shit in the street, but yet they invented the English.
The thing of it is, no one has to agree with anyone, but the guy needs to speak. Houston.
I agree with him, but the point is moot. What does that have to do with black men, you know, in 2023, you know, breaking down and ready to take a person's life over a mere word?
Well, the conversation was the conversation was about Dodge was having an issue with Jughead, and the same thing with us talking about English. So Houston came on and talked about the English language. That is not language. Now, I don't know
Dodge's agenda is not the same as my agenda. Just because Dodge agree with some of the things I say, don't mean if I agree with something he say, I would say it.
We're trying to get clarity of the English language, and I have someone here from England, and I'm trying to find out from him how true this is. I mean, you got it. So go ahead, Jughead. Do you know anything as far as that the origin of the English language?
We speak English too.
But you still welcome to the show.
English too.
Navigate. What's up on this guy, man? But Houston, welcome to the show.
Go ahead. I got him. I got Navigate and Dodge and backstage. So you guys go ahead.
Thank God for that, but Navigate. Thank you. No, but Houston. Well, as I'm aware, I'm not historian like you, but England is a busters language. It's a conglomerate of languages. What it was before, the first people of England digital are the Celtics. A lot of people came from Denmark, the Jutes, the Angles came from Germany, right? The Germans, the Angles from Germany, the Jutes from Denmark invaded England about 5 years ago. But people that indigenous are the Celtics, the Celtics, the Picts who was up in Scotland and Wales, but they were killed up by the English. But so these whites, so yeah, England's always been invaded. You're right, it's a common of languages. Now, that part of India, I'm not sure about that. He probably needs correctors. Houston, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But I'm checking it out myself. But it sounds really reasonable. But yeah, English is a conglomerate of languages, of German, Danish, and other languages. But as regarding India, giving them, I know India had a great civilization before. Now, regarding Dutch coming back in shit in the streets, what Dutch doesn't realize that India, because this country, England, when England invaded India in 1757, and the Indian, what's that company? The East India Company. India was ravaged by England for almost 200 years. That's cost India trillions over the last 200 years. That's why they're poor, but they're getting back now. So if Dutch wants to come back and shit on the streets, there's a reason for that. That's because England has been terrorizing them economically for the last 200 years. That's why they were poor. India lost 100 trillion in wealth because of Britain, because of this country. India lost trillions in trade, in wealth, in produce, because of this country. So Dutch has to get facts for it, makes the state just get his facts straight from his comments, you know. But yeah, regarding he keeps saying we're triggered. It's not about being triggered. That's self-respect and conviction. You see, as African people, as black people of African descent, I know Houston sounds like Hebrews. I don't know, but Houston, what's your ideology? Are you Hebrew or you Muslim or you said Shalom? What's your ideology? I'm a Pan-Africanist. Are you?
Mine is that I actually studied my history and my ancestry. So I did the ancestry, I did the 23andMe, and then I did the African ancestry. And I found out that my ancestors were not only, which my ancestors claim and they tell me back in the 1800s, that they come from the tribe of Yoruba, and that they were not only Yashael, the people of Yashael, or Jews, but they were also Kemetic, which is I come from the tribe of the father of Ramses III on my 23andMe. So that's why, I kind of like don't just say, I'm just a Jew. I say like I'm a Kemetic man, which means black man. I'm Kemetic. I just say I'm Kemetic. So I don't really, and I also go back to the time of Ethiopian. So when we were all known as Ethiopians, burnt face. So, I don't just look at it in one way, but the kind of like the Shem origin, me being a Shemite, if you want to say.
I understand. Yeah, you're right. Because you've been as a Nigerian background myself. My family were Yoruba from Delta. The Yorubas, it's renowned that Yorubas came from. You're right. That Kemet part. 1,000 years ago, they were driven back. You're right. You are probably Kemetic. My own research myself. The Yorubas descended from Kemets. You're right. A millennia ago, they were migrated because of the Persians, whatever you came, the Greeks. It was probably us. We don't fight back. The land of Africa has been invaded from the direct Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, Ottomans, English, and we don't stand our ground. So we've got to draw a line. That's what Trump says and navigates. See, tell them, fight back. It's not about we have to do a word. No, it's like conviction, self-respect. It's like drawing a line. When you draw a line and navigate, I draw a line at abuse, disrespect. I'm a civilized man. Last time my altercation was in 1998 because I beat up my brother-in-law. He beat my sister up, so I put my hands on him. I'm not a thug, but I can't take care of myself. But you got to draw a line in the sand, navigate. Where's your line in the sand? You can say we should be triggered by words. Okay, what will trigger you then? We see all the time about black people being killed on the street. Black men just stand there and watch.
Where's my trigger at? You asked me where my trigger is.
Yes,
my trigger is not a mere word. My trigger is if you put your hands on me or mine, you may lose it. You may lose your life. That's where I draw the line on real conflict, not a mere word. I can manage words with more words, You know, it's just childish and emotionally weak, you know, to be triggered by a mere word where you want to take someone's life or put your life or your loved one's life in jeopardy because of a word. That's so naive.
Okay, navigate. No, first of all, no one here on the panel said it would take someone's life for calling a word. No one said that. Like that Dodge, I said to Dodge, when they said it, that when I come to America next year to meet up Bomani, even you too, face to face, and Brother Houston, when we meet up, because like I said before, I'm about action. And if Dutch was to come down and join us and get cheeky, he's welcome to do it. That's all I said. But I warned him, you better be careful, I got fast hands. You use a gun, you get a chance to use it. You won't get that chance to use this gun. Trust me, you won't get a chance to use this gun. But forget him for now.
Actually, I didn't understand any of that. Your English is so garbled, you know, that I couldn't even follow your trend of thought.
I said that when I come next year to meet Brother Bomani and Brother Kala.
Don't put Bomani in it. Speak for yourself.
Hey, why don't you stop cutting him off and let him finish speaking when he's speaking? Let's
You've been speaking a long time. I'm trying to listen.
Well, brother, you can't talk and listen at the same time. You got to be quiet and listen. You can't talk and listen simultaneously. That isn't possible. Be quiet and listen. I said for the third time, you know, next year I'll come and meet. No one said that we're going to kill some other word. You said that. No one said that. I didn't say that. That was Houston or Kala or Bomani. You said that. What we said was that if someone abuses us, we must defend ourselves. That's all. You've implied we'd kill. No one said that. No one said about killing except you. And number two, next year I'll come to America to meet Brother Bomani and come face to face to discuss. We've got to discuss. The Brother Dodge is welcome to come meet us. And I'll say what you're going to say to my face. We'll take it from there. What happens after is up to him. He's brave. He's brave over the internet. He's brave over the internet.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that. You know, I'm glad you clarified the fact that you want to defend yourself. You know, when someone uses a word like the N-word to me, I want to defend myself too with words. You know, but you know, you didn't say it, but Kala was saying, you know, that they're willing to throw down physically and shed blood over that mere word. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Here,
that you're not trying to hear.
Listen, Jughead, I'm going to address Houston first. The fact that Bomani, I would say I expect more of you, but I really don't. The fact that you guys accept what Houston, like this guy is clearly low IQ and stupid, right? Let me finish before you say fuck you. I understand.
I won't never do that.
Yeah. He's delusional. He thinks he's a black Jew from, you know, he invented the wheel, he invented cheese, and he invented oxygen. Okay, and then Jughead, you're really you have been cultured and groomed. I don't know what it is, but in the UK, you think just because the Jewish Marxist government makes you think that you're important or worth a shit. You really have a whole nother shit coming to you. If you ever come to the US and you talk the same type of crap that you are now, like directly to a person's face, like I don't think you realize what you're talking about. And you're talking about, oh, you're faster than a gun, you're faster than this. I don't know what look, let's not get into Mortal Kombat, you know, play-by-play UFC, Joe Rogan fight analysis here. But I can pretty much guarantee you that
you're not making any sense to me again. That now, Dodge, I don't understand your train of thought. Okay, where are you going?
My train of thought is Jughead. You look like a burnt piece of bacon, and I shoot you so many goddamn times.
That's not a point. That's not a valid point. That's not.
Let him finish, Navigator. Let him finish. Let him finish.
You got to kill all this violence and all this hatred about shooting people. Okay.
Okay. Listen, Bomani, you live very close to me. Bomani, you live in Georgia. I live in Florida. Jughead, please come to US and we'll have a great meeting. And I will call you that word directly to your face. And I hope you do something.
See, Dodge. That's the situation. These are unnecessary things. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just saying.
Can I say something?
African ancestry is nice and valid, but African ancestry has nothing to do with the point I'm trying to make.
Hold on, guys. We got the chosen Jewish king, Houston. The chosen Jewish king, Houston, wants to say something. Go ahead. Shabbat shalom.
To Dodge, Charger. Yeah, Dodge Charger.
Yeah, V8 Hemi, boy.
The Dodge Charger. I don't get angry at people. I don't get like,
you look stupid.
I don't get angry. Not only do I not only get angry, but I don't get out of the frame, bent out of the frame, because I know my intelligence. But firstly,
right on.
Let me address this. To clear the atmosphere. Europeans literally did come from Caucasus Mountains. We all know that. That's truth. When you study and you look up the word nigger, and you go into superficial documents to be able to recover real facts, real artifacts, you'll find out that the word nigger was actually used by the Romans to address Anglo-Saxon people, which is your kind. And that's why your people use it on all other people. Like, it don't matter what nationality, who they are, because it was referred to them. It was used to them. That word was used directly towards them. So they use it towards everybody else. So I don't get upset when, an ignorant person calls me dumb and calls me out of my name and stuff like that. I only rebuttal with with true facts. I only rebuttal with true facts because I'm not going to say, okay, feed into your antics and stuff like that, because I already know the facts and the truth.
You're gonna sit here with your overweight ass telling me how Indians invented
I'm not
English.
overweight, but okay.
Okay, first of all, let's just make it clear. You are overweight. You would probably be classified as obese on a BMI scale at your doctor at your yearly physical.
That's not a good point. Well, let's get to some serious points.
No, you're right. I just want to point. I just wanted to.
The thing.
The only reason is
that is a coward move, because you are
okay.
Not
No, but listen. It's not a coward move. Listen,
you're not man enough to turn on your damn camera or show any image of yourself, and you want to judge everybody else.
Exactly.
Okay. So we don't know how you look. You may be the ugliest white man ever lived. We don't know that, because you're someone talking with no picture and no nothing. So you can't just be running your mouth on us. How about you be a real man and turn on your camera?
I really don't care what he looked like. That's not important.
I do. You know why? When I come to America next year to meet Bomani and Color, I know what he looks like. So when I meet him, he got ambushed. I want to see his face. I'm coming next year to the States.
Most of them are cowards. They talk a lot of stuff. They ain't busting.
I want to see his face.
All right.
I want to see his face.
Jughead, when are you gonna come visit Bomani? When are you gonna come to the U.S.?
Don't worry. I'll let you. When I'm there, I'll let you know.
What do you mean?
Nobody has time or money.
Yeah, Dodge. The only thing that you need to know is that I live
come
across
to
the
a
street from
country.
the police headquarters. That's what you
But Houston, if I use the N-word, I still call white people the N-word. Because I understand the definition of the word. It's not. The word is just not applied to only melanated people. The word can apply to anybody.
Somebody made a comment on you. Bobcat made a comment on you. This is what he shows on you. Since you won't show your face.
Oh my God! Good, yo.
Bobcat, let me know if you have anything else to post.
Well, the word originally was applied to anyone, even European, and I still hold to that word can be applied to anyone. If you call me the N-word, I can call you the N-word. We can play tit for tat. But I'm not going to shoot you in the brain just because you did that.
Bomani, let me tell you something. I understand that you got to take what you get, but the fact that you're representatives here, and Jughead is a very fitting name for this weird ass motherfucker. And then you got Jughead and Houston, this like overweight looking. He probably works at Walmart, poor as shit. It really speaks to the greater fucking, kind of where you're going. It just your people speak for themselves. Let's put it like that.
Houston is not a snowflake. He's not gonna melt just because you don't like him.
I know he's just a little bit. He's just a little bit chubby.
My thing of it is, Dodge. You're the only person I've not shown your face today. So what kind of coward are you?
I'm not a coward. I'm just smart.
Well, you're quick to judge other men because you can see them, but we can't see you. So I mean, do you have a picture? Let me
show your face.
No, sir. Just because. Listen.
You don't want to show your European roots, huh?
No. I would love to, and soon I will be able to. But just because the Jews have empowered you guys to expose people with the cancel culture and this and that, you will not be in power for long.
I would not have
are you really
on my show.
I mean,
listen,
I
wouldn't have.
Are you really scared of
being a white person? I wouldn't even have him on my show. He's not sophisticated enough as a white person, you know, to even be on my show.
I thought I taught you that the European, the Jewish community of people did not come from or stem from Jews. They did not stem from the father.
I'm not asking for your fucking. I'm not asking.
So they come from your people. They're literally a part of you. They're literally a part of your culture. They're literally a part of your ancestry. They come from you.
Ashkenazi.
Value fucking take on history. You're fucking Diet Coke Walmart motherfucker. I didn't ask for
Ashkenazi Jews come from non-melanated people. That's what he's trying to say.
Right.
They come from non-melanated people.
You may want to learn something. These guys are talking about the origins. You know,
we already covered this earlier.
Ashkenazi Jews are white people.
Bomani, if you have any sort of fucking memory, we already talked about this earlier. I actually admitted.
We have different people on now. That's the issue.
Okay, but I said earlier, I said, and I'll address what Houston just said. Earlier, what I said, and I'll say it again. If Jews are white and they're not Ashkenazi and they're not let me just finish. Hold on, bro. Hold on. If they're not Ashkenazi, if they're not some mystery meat spick hybrid fucking mixed race and they're white, I will take that L all the way to the bank, and I'm disgusted. Because if Jews are white, I'm disgusted.
All right, so what are you so disgusted about them on? I mean, just be honest. I just want to find out. But we just
listen.
What did they do to white people like yourself?
If what you're claiming is true, you're saying they're a faction of white people. You're saying they're white, right? So if what you're saying is true, then the website I showed you, all those things you're saying white people did. And if that's the case, I totally fucking disagree with that. And I hope that's not the case. But I don't view Jews as white people.
Okay.
The number one barbarians in world history is white people. They've been killing each other for centuries. Before they were getting their weapons on Africans, before they came to the continent of Africa, they was murdering each other, for centuries.
Yeah.
Cutting off each other's heads.
Okay, stop.
You know how?
First of all, hold on. Let me respond to Navigate. Hold on, Houston.
Wait, let me say this. You know how the Jewish community really are Europeans and they're not the people of Shem? Because if you look at Abraham comes from a tribe called the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans actually were known as being African descent. They actually not only were known to be an African descent, they were in the continent of Africa.
Okay, dude, I told you I don't want your camps. Okay,
so your people, which is the Jewish community, did not come from the Shemite people. They came from the Josaphat, which is far north, which was, if you look at the book of Jubilees or Jasher, it teaches you even more and further into the details of these things.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You literally sound like a KFC dollar menu. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, listen here, Dodge. You need to carry yourself in a better, respectful manner. I have people here that join the show and they're trying to talk and you're using these foul language. I can tell that you're just a low budget degenerate. Get yourself some class. And you can have a conversation. You're not on our level, so I'm gonna remove you. You have a good night.
You
guys
the number one barbarians on the planet Earth is still, non-melanated. Now, all the non-melanated people on planet Earth are not barbarians, but the barbarians, they take what they want. That's why they're in charge. And if you can't protect yourself, the barbarians will take over and keep taking over. and subjugate you. So if you can't protect what is yours, it's never going to be yours. You know, no matter how much money you get, because in the USA, they don't care how much money a black person has, billions and billions of dollars. Just they only care about how they spend it. They don't want them to spend it on developing the black community by opening up banks and supermarkets, you know, in the black community, you know, that caters to the black community, that develops the black community. They're not going to have that. They want you to buy Ferraris and mansions and women. They want you to spend that money, you know. So just having money alone is not freedom. You got to have security first before you can get anything. If you don't have security, you can't have freedom.
Can I say something to that?
Go ahead, brother.
I agree with you, navigate freely. And the reason why I agree with you on that is because when I look at, for simply right now, I'm a truck driver. I'm a truck driver in the United States. I live here in Ohio, and I'm a truck driver. I'm a semi-truck driver. I've been a truck driver for 10 years now. And I actually just moved to Ghana. So I'm actually in a transition of building my house over there in Ghana. But I say this,
I live in Ghana right now.
Okay.
I
say this, though.
Village.
Yeah, I've been studying. I got friends there. They've been just texting me while I was on here this whole time. One of them is Echo Simpson. One of them is Echo Simpson. I know you know him.
Yep, I know.
So
you guys continue.
But what I was going to say was that the reason why I agree with that is because I was thinking about being a politician in the Pan-African agenda, not only the Pan-African agenda or state of mind or state, but I was also seeking to be eventually a parliament member in Ghana, either or. So a parliament member in either or. I've been searching it and looking at the qualifications and stuff like that to being a parliament member in either or. But I say that to say this, the reason why I agree with that, what you said, navigate freely, is because here in America, it's a system, and they have this system for us that's designed for us to fall, to fail. No matter, before you even get out of the womb, you're destined to fail. And the reason why I say that is because my mom, I love my mom. I love my mom by the grace of the Most High. But little did my mom know, and my parents know, because I grew up in a household with both my parents. Little did my parents know that the benefits that they were willing and only willing to give them was to claim that I was mentally unstable as a child in any kind of way, shape, or form, without even doing proper assessments on me or any of that type of stuff. So if your child is ADHD, if your child is some kind of way of having mental instability, then they're willing to give us, our people, some kind of help, which is Social Security or, SSI and all these other things to be able to label us handicapped. And I never knew that the word, when you label your child as handicapped, going in these LD classes and stuff like that, I never knew that actually messes with your political side. So if that child wanted to grow up and be a politician or be a parliament member, that actually would disqualify them from being a member, all because they were known to being unstably mental, even when they were just a baby or coming out the womb. Never knew that.
Dr. Umar Johnson, he makes those points clearly. And yes, so we have been systematically altered, for the past 400 years and socially engineered, to, not function properly with one another. Over 75% of black men and women in the USA are unmarried, and that just happened ever since, the Civil Rights Act, was so-called incorporated into the society for black people. What legislation for black people did black people more harm than good. It just made us more entrenched into the system. The system of racism, white supremacy is much more sophisticated than it was back in the day. They took Willie Lynch and took it to the nth degree. Willie Lynch is alive and well, on planet Earth.
Right.
And
Yes.
and sometimes,
Yes,
you have to, it's not about how much money you can get. Money is important, of course, because we got money. Black people in the USA got plenty of money. They just can't spend the money like they want to. They can't leverage that money, properly. That's gonna uplift the black people, because the white supremacy system will not let them. And then therefore, most of the black people that don't have significant amount of money, only thing they're looking for is just enough cash, to find some comfort on the plantation, and they'll throw each other on the bus for a few extra dollars. So some things are more important. Sometimes it might, you might have to take a step back on the cash, to take a step forward on the freedom or the security. I would say the securities, so that's one of the reasons I came to Ghana. I sold my house for half the market value because I wanted to get the hell out of there. Because I knew in Ghana I won't have as much money or as much potential to get money, and I won't have to spend as much money, but I would have a degree of more freedom.
Yeah, Africa is
freedom.
a black man's paradise. And
freedom is more important. And I would have to deal with less of the social engineering of black people's minds, here in Ghana. Ghana the people here are wonderful. Although they do have some social engineering from Europeans, but it's not as profound as in the USA.
And I agree with that.
Well, absolutely, because we have to close soon, and I wanted to play one last video. It's a quick, short one, and then we can just close out in the next few minutes, and everybody just give their final thoughts. But let me just play this last video.
We actively seek out people who will tell the truth on this subject. There aren't many. Bob Woodson is one of them. He's, of course, a civil rights icon, a frequent guest on this show, and we're delighted to have him join us tonight. Mr. Woodson, thanks so much for coming on. It's so obvious what's happening. It's been going on for 50 years. If there's one thing that's wrecked the country, it's this. Why won't anybody say it?
Well, because it's not politically correct to say that, because they're buying into the race, the whole race theory that somehow the problems that Black America faces today is a legacy of slavery and Jim Crow, and it's patently not true. And we at the Woodson Center have demonstrated this with Delano, who is a part of our group too, with just wonderful statement. But in fact, dads are stepping up, and they have been around the country. We saw this in Louisiana when kids were fighting in their schools for 3 days and they were arrested. These Black dads didn't go to the school and demand that teachers receive DEI training. Instead, they said, these are our children destroying one another and destroying their future. We have the responsibility and the obligation to respond. So 5 of them got together and went into the school, and then it soon expanded to 40 men. And these dads are patrolling the schools, going to classes. They work with local law enforcement to make sure that the dads were screened going in. It's a part of a movement, Tucker, that's been going on for a number of years, that the Woodson Center has supported groups like this. In fact, we spent about $500,000 giving $5,000 grants to grassroots groups like this dad's group in the country. I'm just pleased that they getting the kind of public recognition that they need. And what they need, though, isn't more awards. They need rewards. We need to shift some of the money that's being wasted by corporations on Black Lives Matter and spend the money, people inside these communities. The solutions are where the problems are.
Well, of course, if you ask any successful, well-adjusted, productive man in this country, what's the secret to your happiness? Most of them will say, my dad had a lot to do with it. That's just true. Everyone knows it's true. I cannot believe we're ignoring this, but we are, because I'm not sure why.
Well, because it's not politically correct. I think the radical left has been using Black America as a political tool.
Yeah.
And they are exploiting the whole race issue for their own gain. And so the only way that that's going to change and be challenged is to allow Black America to speak for themselves. And that's what the Woodson Center is doing. We're going to be expanding on our grants program, and we hope to go out and reach others to convince them that we need to invest in these dads. They recognize that they are willing to be surrogate fathers to hundreds of other children. And so we hope and pray that the country will wake up. Instead of seeing George Soros spend $1 million in Texas town to promote defund the police, we need to invest instead on these grassroots healing agents, not only to heal the community from within. White America can't do a thing to solve the problems of Black America. Making white people less racist doesn't make Black people much safer. That they have to be agents of their own uplift.
Exactly. That is true for everyone. Robert Woodson, thank you very much. Great to see you tonight.
Yes, fellas, that was a good one right there. Us as a people taking accountability for what we need to do for ourselves and everything. So that's kind of what this show is about. Once I put the topic up, that topic was designed for us to talk about what we're going to do for ourselves, and things like that. So the good thing is we have someone like Dodge Charger. It shows us true colors and things like that. And, and pushes agenda, but we're here to do for ourselves. So in closing, I just want to find out if anyone have any last words. Just go ahead and share your final thoughts and your last words, and then I will close out.
Shall I go first?
Sure, go ahead, Jughead.
Yeah, Navigate. I remember you, brother. I remember you, Navigate. Yeah, I remember you now, brother. Welcome. You're the guy from Ghana. You're the serious guy. The real deal, I called you. You're in Africa. At least you're the real deal. Anyway, yeah, Does Charger, please, Bomani. Don't tolerate, unless you're a child, don't tolerate him. He shouldn't be wasting their time. Was it 3 hours with that idiot? In my opinion, don't let him back on because he's a time waster. That's what they do. They come on, cause distraction, division. Now,
You talking about Dodge Charger, somebody else.
And well, whatever, and he's anyway. But anyway, Brother Houston, navigate freely. Well, thanks for listening to my babble. I appreciate your inputs, and look forward to see you guys again. Next year, I'll come to America face to face, see you, brother Bomani, brother Color, and discuss our progress. And I look forward to before we go back to Liberia next year. Brother Color, is it March or April? Brother Bomani. Yeah. So
it's
I look forward to going to. Yeah, I look forward to going to back to the States with you next year. See you face to face, then go to Africa, and then making some progress. We can't keep talking. Talking is cheap. We've got to start building that. It's nation building time now. It's not hammer time. It's nation building time. Hey, brother, navigate freely, brother Houston. Best of luck for the UK. Take care. Let me
appreciate you, Juggen, and I'll be reaching out
Thank
to
you,
you.
brother.
We'll talk about that journey. Appreciate you, brother.
Respects to you.
All right, perfect. Navigate and Houston, which one do you guys want to go next?
Either or. I don't care. What I wanted to say was that just like the speaker that we just heard when he said that, I love that he said at the end that we can't take money to allow the European system to take our money and say, hey, let's try to use this money to, figure out a way to be able to find out how we can be able to help the African American community. I don't believe in that. For myself, I look at it just like in a view from when I look at how the FBI caused the problem of destroying the Black Panther movement, which was our police. That was our police. That was our health defense too, as well. They purposely destroyed the Black Panthers movement, which was our people, and created a weapon, which was drugs. Placed these drugs in our community, which came all the way from South America, which was Colombia and Peru. And when they brought this into our communities, somehow they become the saviors too by becoming the police. I don't understand that. How can you become the problem and be the solution too? So I agree with what the guy or the person you had on that was being interviewed by Carson. I appreciate what he said because I agree to that. And I agree with what Navigate said with the last statement that he said, is because we don't know our culture when it comes to being in that atmosphere. We only know of being in the atmosphere of here. When you go, being that I've been to Ghana twice now, it allowed me to understand that there's a spirit in that whole country that I can't get here. I can't never feel that spirit, here in America. I've been all around the United States when it comes to, if I showed you my GPS, my GPS would literally show you that I've been literally everywhere throughout the United States, all but Hawaii and Oregon and Utah. Those are the only places I haven't been as a truck driver that was over the road. With that being said, and I've gotten to experience all cultures, because I'm a friendly person, and I not only am a friendly person, I greet people. It don't matter what color you are, because I wasn't raised to hate. So I strongly understand why they kept our history from us and our culture from us and spread it propaganda to allow us to believe that don't ever go back to Africa because they don't like you or they will kill you or it's poverty. They had an agenda for a reason, because that agenda was that if once we felt that spirit of entering into that once we entered into that mind or that state of being, we would never want to come back here ever again to be at the bottom of the pyramid for them to say that we are basically just the herald for them to stand on. So that's pretty much what I have to say when it comes to, to sum up everything, I guess. I really believe that we are in a burning house. So I really believe that we, in final thoughts, I really believe that we need to leave this house because this is a burning house, and they already showed us disrespect when they allowed us to see that they could take our money, which is our resources, and give it to Ukraine anytime they want to. Don't no vote, no nothing. Don't care about our say or anything like that. They can do it with, giving it to Taiwan, $80 million for defense against China, even though there's an agreement for them to not do that. They are a race of people who shows us that, we need to look at our history and look at our history deeply when it comes to scriptures, because scriptures allowed us to know that these type of people are not ones to mingle with when it comes to integrating with, when it comes to Jews leaving Egypt at that time, and it was time for them to leave. That's all I have to say, and I love you, my brothers and sisters, and I pray for the prosperity for every single one of you, literally.
Well, appreciate your energy, brother. Appreciate the positive energy and things like that. So you see, once we had that devil troll off, I end up banning them because you give them a chance to show you the foolish people that they are, and then you just ban them. So they don't ever.
Well, he did get worse. He did get worse.
Yeah.
They start showing his true colors, especially when they start drinking.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, because
that liquid devil.
We're in the private chat. All he's doing is this. It's like that's the only thing that they can say. I'm like, okay, do you think any of us get offended by you saying nigger? I mean, okay. I'm like, all right. So is that all you got? Like they'll call you and call and say that. I was like, okay, well,
you're safe on the phone.
Is that the best you can do?
You're safe on the phone. He wouldn't do that if he was looking at you in your face, because that wouldn't be wise. Because that black person might be one of those type of black person that could get triggered by that word, and you'll get hurt.
Where I live at, the police love white people like themselves, like those people like that. They're always looking to snatch them up and arrest them. So people like himself. I played that video earlier, and that video explained the level of jealousy. Because why would you come on a panel that's talking about Africa, Pan-Africanism? Why? You have it must be some kind of issue with things. This is the second show where we had that people came up. That's because it has the word white in it. White America was the title of this one. Other one was titled, one part of it said white supremacy. Now, were we talking about white people and talking about? No, everything that we're saying is on point. Now, are we just going around saying, all these derogatory word about white people like this guy is doing now? So that's how all of them I've seen that come at us. They all act this way, but we know not all white folks are like that, and some of them show their colors more than others. But nevertheless, we have as a people, we can't depend on any of them to be good people. We just have to do what we need to do, because I'm not going to take a chance on trusting. What am I supposed to do? Roll a dice and say, oh, this may be a good white person? I can't take that chance. I just stick with what we need to do. And for folks like himself, they can keep on watching our shows or whatever, but none of them is allowed to come on here and have any conversation with us.
We should prefer each other. I agree.
I gave them a chance to come and talk and have a dialogue. And none of them have had any level of respect. I have guests here. I'm not going to have you say nasty things. So I guess that's why I dropped them down a few times. After a while, I just block them. So nevertheless, I navigate. Share your final thoughts, brother. And then we're going to.
Well, brothers fight against brothers, but they remain brothers. We should prefer each other, due to the history of for the past 400 years. I agree with you. We don't have time to be rolling the dice, and putting, white people in significant positions and roles, that they can, become traitors against us and go against us and spoil our progress. We can't do that. And on the other hand, we can't just disregard everyone just because of their skin color, because this is a significant time and age right now. Right now, those powers that be, they're trying to subjugate the whole world, white people too. For most of our history, after slavery in the USA, we've been under the thumb of the supremacists, and they pit everyone against each other. They pit the white people against the black people by letting them think they're more superior and special, and by allowing them, to have, resources. Whoever controls the resources can manipulate, the things, just like wild animals. If you feed a dog, they will have more compliance to some of the things you say. So, but today things is different now. We live in a different age where there's a war going on, where, white people, recognize the fact that they're being enslaved and subjugated too. They're learning, they're getting treated like black people has been treated for the past 200 years or more. You know, they're experiencing and acting like this is something new. But unfortunately, you know, those in charge, they have manipulated, you know, and refined their program so good that they got black people, you know, leading the lynch mob, you know, where they lynch black people and white people that don't toe their line. You know, it's a war going on. And most of us, you know, is clueless, you know, as to what's going on. And they keep us clueless by manipulating our emotion, our feelings. You know, black people look at politics like they look at the NFL. This is my team. The Cowboys is my team, and I'm going to root for my Cowboys, you know, win or lose. You know, politics is not like that. Politics it should be, you know, for whoever is going to cater to your self-interest. Those are the ones you should support. You know, my enemy is my temporary, you know, my enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my temporary friend. Just because, you know, I don't like this person, but they don't like this person, which is worse on me than they are. So I'm gonna strategically cater, you know, with them, you know, to the point where I can get stronger, you know, and I can shed off both of them, you know, because apparently, you know, the system of white supremacy without the help of awoke white people is not going to be defeated. Not just by black people. We're buried so deep, you know. We can do it, but it's gonna be easier, you know, with allies. It's gonna take longer without allies, you know, in my humble opinion. So, you know, this is the time in the age that we got to wake up and find and realize who our friends and who our enemies really are. We just cannot swallow all the propaganda, you know, that's coming from fake news. You know, this is the information age. You know, we can communicate with each other like we're doing right now across around the world, and we should take advantage of that. You know, and so that's about all I got to say. And thank you, Bomani, you know, for your platform, and thank you, Houston, you know, for being rational and reasonable. My sister is a truck driver too. I can't be a truck driver because I hate driving. I'm afraid of the highway. You know. Highway 90, you know, going through Florida is too fast for me. I can't do it. It's too dangerous.
Well, absolutely, brothers. Really appreciate y'all. So I'm going to play some closeout music and then catch up to y'all next time. Take care.
Thank you, Bomani.
It was the year
Thank you.
1957.
Respect.
The African Republic of Ghana regained their independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. It was a sun, go for bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go for bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can adding cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response, rhythms of djembe and kete, sounding far and distance, regenerating vibration, from corner to curb, the million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 it was a sun called for bird, a message in the lesson, return to the roots, come get your truth and your blessing, blessing, sun called for bird, a message in the lesson, return to the roots, come get your truth and your blessing, blessing, return to your roots and get your blessing, return to your roots and get your blessing, return to the roots and get your blessing, you must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, 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 stand call for bird, a message and a lesson, lesson, return to the roots, come get your truths and your blessing, blessing, stand